to introduce our teams and their passion for Rainbow Six. Check it out.
Rainbow Six is beautiful.
Rainbow Six for me is my life for these past 5-6 years. I dedicated everything I had.
Rainbow Six is my passion, my work, my hobby, all together.
I mean, Rainbow Six is everything to me right now. Every time I play on the big stage, I just feel the adrenaline rushing.
Every time I play on the big stage, I feel hype.
I feel amazing.
I feel ready to win.
I feel good. We are Siege.
Another major event in the year. We had an invitational with 2 Brazilian teams in the final. We'll have it again in Sweden. Yellow and green all over our Tree of Life. And the beautiful trophy stands in front of it with, again, a boatload, a Drakar's load of money waiting for our victors. Let's introduce our grand finalists. Reigning world champions, Ninjas in Pyjamas!
This year's World Championships are looking to create a dynasty, but they will have to win this grand final to take that very next step.
And here's their squad. Some of the best players in the world and some of the most decorated we have ever had. And here they are. Muzi, 100 kills to 69 deaths.
Nice.
Quite indeed. Of course, standing by his side, Kamikaze. And next up, one of the best and the oldest in the business in Brazil, it's Psycho. By his side, rookie in the past and rookie no more. It's Pino. A granddad in Rainbow Six, and soon a dad in real life, a world champion, and maybe major champion. It's Julio. And their opponents. They've never won a championship before. They're looking to do it here in Sweden. It's FaZe Clan!
A team and an organization always in the upper echelon of Latin American Siege. FaZe have never won an international event. Will today be their time against a formidable and a familiar opponent?
FaZe as an organization have had a few tries and a few knocks at big championships in Rainbow Six. And here's the players representative today. It's Astro first. By his side, one of the incredible players of this entire tournament, Cyber, with 119 kills. Incredible from him. Again, an oldie but a goldie in Rainbow Six. Cameraman stepping in to FaZe Clan in 2021, pushing them to the finals. By his side, from the Matrix itself, it's Bullet. I absolutely love Honestly, cop that look, friends. And finally, at his side, what a way to end it. The duo, it's Souls. And these are our 2 grand finalists, both from Brazil, Latin America represented again this year, NIP v FaZe Clan.
Team spirit is 100% crucial for improvement, for performance in the tournament. It's everything, in my opinion. Winning the major for me means everything. I've been looking forward to this for like 5 years, and I live for that.
I think we have everything to win this major. We know the step by step to win tournaments, We are together for, I think, 3 years, and everyone's trusts everyone's, and that's really good. I think it would mean a lot for all of us, because we won SI and we want to continue this good team and good organization, and especially in Sweden, that where is NIP from, and yeah, that would mean a lot.
FaZe versus NIP, our grand final about to begin, but we're gonna give you all the info, all the dates before we start things off. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Milos the Medic, your host for the show. With me is the panel of the experts in Rainbow Six Siege and Rainbow Six Esports. Fresh, Jess, and Keeney. We're gonna talk about things here between NIP and FaZe Clan. And you know what? I think it all has to start with some of the firepower players that we have on these 2 squads with our head-to-head. As always, I'd like to highlight a player from each one of the 2 teams to see how well they've performed. And Jess, I'm going to ask you and Fresh, why Kamikaze and Souls?
I wanted to bring out the clutch master himself of Souls. Against Damwon Kia, that was the kicker. That was what won them that very series to bring them here into the finals. And what I want to bring up about a comparison with Kamikaze is that when you have 2 very different styled support players who do 2 different things but have a very clear identity behind them, can you really compare their effectiveness? Maybe in the stats, but the stats to me aren't telling the whole story, because Kamikaze plays a very traditional support role, whereas Souls is what I would say a little bit outside of the box.
Especially on defense as well. They push him up in, especially the smoke, I think in Oregon yesterday. They're playing kitchen dining and they're playing the smoke with a shield above the site.
Yes.
They're playing him in quite forward positions where he gets into a lot more engagements. That's why you're seeing his stats be a lot better. And it's interesting the way the 2 teams use him, whereas Kamikaze, as you say, he's more of a standard kind of stock support player.
He has been featured on the Jaeger a lot more as well, which just goes to show the versatility of NIP and the fact that Kamikaze, should he need to rotate into another role, another operator, especially on a map like Coastline, he might not necessarily need support players that much. He was able to do that yesterday.
Fresh, any other standouts in your minds?
Say his name.
Cyber.
Thank you.
It's got to be. It quite literally has to be.
Well, how is a man able to collect, 119 kills so far?
Oh, God.
How is that even allowed?
And he's not even playing traditional entry roles, right? He's playing Sledge. He's playing a kind of flex role where you've got to do your economy for your team, you've got to do the destruction, you've got to try and nade utility. He's playing those, and he's getting the most kills in the tournament with the best KD.
It's unreal as well, because at least in the grand finals here, excluding every other team that didn't make it, he's the highest rated player that currently sits out of those 10 players next to, of course, that is it Yggdrasil. We're calling it Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil. That's what we're calling it. That's what we're going with. Yggdrasil.
We've insulted all.
We have. I'm so sorry.
Dishonored my family.
I'll expect a call from your lawyers later. No problem.
Waking up in the middle of the night. Well, you know what? Castle is up on the chopping block for this operator-wise, so let's actually focus on him. Kini, you picked Castle specifically. We know about the Castle, waves and all, but why specifically? What are you supposed to look at?
No, we've seen quite a bit of Castle throughout this event. He's at I think on average 14-15% pick rate, which is fairly high for being Castle, probably due to his most recent buff. But he's just a really good operator. The chances that we get Bank, which is a really good Castle map, he sees about 40% pick rate on Bank, is very high that we're going to see that map. So he's just a really enjoyable operator to watch, in my opinion. He sort of slots into this, at least in comp play, kind of the Jagger, Aruni, Wamai, where it's actually more about denying and soaking up utility, less so than keeping people out that you would see more of in casual and ranked play. So that's a little bit of a difference in how pros use Castle versus everyone else. And there's a lot to take home and learn from that.
Closing out lines of sight, like you say, Bank, some setups to open area that we used to talk about in the past. We've only worked with him.
You know, I counted it. I know this seems like the nerdiest thing I could have done. When I heard Bikini's like, I want to feature Castle as like an operator, and he goes, yeah, and I want to talk about Bank. I'm like, that's a good idea. And then I counted the amount of windows. I know every map off by heart, nerd stuff here. I counted every window and door just on the top 2 floors, not even the bottom floor. Bank has the most barricadable doors out of any competitive map that we have. Don't ask me how long that took me, but that's why Castle is great on a long line of sight map like Bank.
And he enables the rotations, particularly on the open area staff room site and the Teller's Archives, because both of those sites get played very similarly in that you kind of extend horizontally, and he enables the defenders to rotate and basically create flanks on the attackers.
Our map band's ready. This is, may I remind you, a best of 5 final where every single map can go to overtime and unlimited overtime on our maps. It's pick, ban, pick, and Decider as a 7 map pool. Kini?
I want to start by saying I'm not surprised by the picks. They kind of make sense. It's LATAM maps. Although I will say I'm a bit surprised not seeing the Chalet ban coming out from FaZe. Seeing them play the way they played against Damwon on Chalet yesterday, I'm surprised that they don't just want to get rid of that map.
One thing I will say about the map bans is both teams' picks, the Coastline and the Villa in particularly, FaZe love Villa.
Oh, yeah.
NiP do not. NiP love Coastline. FaZe do not. So both teams are trying to set themselves up, edge themselves into the game on home turf.
When we're talking about FaZe not liking Villa, or rather NIP not liking Villa, I just want to like double down on that by having everyone know the past 4 times they have played Villa, they have lost. We're talking about a formidable opponent inside of Latin America, losing the last 4 times they went on that map and just going, well, we know this is probably going to be a map in a best of 5 we cannot ban, because it's always in a best of 5 pick first. You don't get the opportunity to ban that map. And so guess what? FaZe goes, that's a freebie. Here we go. There's your Villa card, and that's a fat L.
Yeah, that's always what happens. I mean, we talk about it in best of 3s because a lot of these teams and everybody really, when it comes to regional play, go BO1, then to BO3 on land, and then BO5 in the grand final. You have to let go of a couple maps from your pool. Anyways, in a best of 5, you're gonna need to flex your muscles on this. And NIP on Coastline have to start off on the defensive side with FaZe on attack fresh. Is this something that we need to worry about?
For FaZe it is. Like I say, they don't like that map. And I'm going to preface that by saying they don't like that map. FaZe have a 7 map pool, and it's very rare that you see teams, but you would expect a team in the final. They can play all of the maps. They've historically, not liked this map, especially through this tournament, not liked this map. Of course, because it's NIP's pick, they get to choose the starting side, which is Coastline. It means that they can at least try and get a few rounds on the board and then try and defend it out from there.
I wanted to point out that I know that the organizations and the teams underneath it have changed over the past few years, different players, etc. But between these 2 organizations historically, and we said they're a familiar opponent, they've played over 460 rounds of Siege since the inception of FaZe and NIP joining Siege, going head to head. That is a phenomenal number. I can't even think about another team in my head, just off the top, in that region that has that many plays head to head.
And that's before scrims as well. Bear in mind, these teams will practice each other. That's just official competitive rounds.
Correct.
They will spend so many times, so many practice games against each other during the week after they've played each other in the regular season. These teams know each other inside and out on every single map.
Well. There's a lot to go through, of course, in these 2 teams. We could probably sit here forever to see, hey, how's the numbers? What is the cool thing that we can talk about in this moment? And there's a lot of them. But what do we predict game-wise for this? We have that graphic up on the board for you. Kini and Taro went for NIP 3-1. Everybody else going FaZe up 3-1. Des for 3-0 even. Kini, why are you sticking to NIP again?
I mean, again, Not to be a biased analyst, but I mean, they are a Swedish organization, so
Fair.
therefore. But no, on a more serious note, I think that NIP comes in here with better experience of playing like a full-on best of 5 compared to FaZe. So I think that when it comes to like playing the long game, I think that NIP's gonna have the upper hand.
It's definitely something you got to worry about in a BO5, Jess, isn't it?
I mean, they're long games. I can't even remember, having my players sit through a best of 5 for that many rounds, especially since we have overtime now, and especially since this is infinite overtime every map. We could be here just like we were between Empire and G2 in however 20 plus rounds on one singular map. I know we're starting on Coastline. Boys, I hope it's a banger, but don't do that again, because we're hoping that this, we don't want it to sprint, we don't want it a whole marathon.
Jess has a flight to catch.
But I have a flight tomorrow for my birthday, so I got to catch it. So do your best. But no, I will say in all seriousness, I know we're going to jump into Coastline first. And one thing I wanted to point out here is that I actually will agree with you, even though I went, sort of phase up with my predictions there. I will agree with you. Yeah, I just wanted to do the cool phase up. I want to do the bias caster desk thing. But I did want to point out that after NIP plants, they win 100% of their rounds. That is the number one statistic I want everyone to keep in their minds, because if NIP starts losing post plants, that means that is the first round they've ever lost in this entire tournament after they have gotten a plant down. So if they can keep that up, they will be formidable on attack.
Final thought, Fresh?
The reason I went for FaZe particularly is that 7 map pool that I talked about. Even Coastline, they still play it. It's still a good map for them. For NIP, there's I would say they arguably have a 4/5 map pool. So they're going to be on a couple of maps that they really don't want to play.
All right, Fresh, Jess, Keeney, thank you very much for introducing things here. It's time for our grand final. It's best of 5, unlimited overtime on every single map, and it's sunny Ibiza to kick it off. Coastline, and one that these two teams may be more familiar than the other on NIP v FaZe Clan, and our first ever TriCast grand final. Des, Ace, and Taro, have fun.
Thank you very much, Milos. Gentlemen, I am honored to be joining you, and I firmly believe it's me joining both of you here for the very first TriCast in Grand Finals history of our esport, and I couldn't think of 2 better lads to stand in the middle of.
This is the fun thought we'll have to try and work out.
You always
Who
go
speaks
first.
when? That is a fair point. That is a fair point. Parker, step aside. I'm jealous. We're looking forward to this one. It's going to be very weird with you stood here rather than Ace, but I'm enjoying that all 3 of us are here together. I'm looking forward to how this one shapes up. Ace is Mr. Latam himself. He has not stopped being excited since day one, and apparently neither have the fans. Tim, 49 to 51% with a tiny edge over towards FaZe.
A social vote that I think is going to be just as close as the match we have ahead of us today. Coming into this tournament, I was big in FaZe up, Des. As you know, I was just saying, this is a team that has been underrated for a long time now. They have not achieved what they are capable of, and they've come in here, and boy, have they shown us at times what they are capable of. Damwon Kia were able to run them close yesterday, and it's going to be an even bigger step up today facing off against NIP. Let's see if they can get the job done when it counts most here in the grand final. We're going to have Thatcher and Nomad as our first 2 operator bans.
I'm thinking for the defensive bands, Valkyrie's going to come in here, and then, I want to say Amira on Coastline, but at the same time, I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a Wamai get removed from action. Nip dealing with FaZe Clan. I would have said maybe an Echo against him, but no, it's going to be a Kaid, actually. Interesting.
Yeah.
I was incorrect, I was wrong. And I am happy to admit such things when they happen.
As rare as they may be, Parker. Kai coming away. A number of teams have been playing this recently, right? I mean, look towards the defenses that you see inside of VIP these days. Lots of teams opting to electrify it from below in the room itself. We saw G2 in EUL throwing those electroclaws outside the map to try and get the wall kept closed. It's a big focus point, and I just think it saves the attackers a lot of time, which is why, although it's quite a niche pick for a specific site more often than not, you do like to see some teams taking it away. Blue Bar and Sunrise going to be our first site. And with that mirror not being taken away, or the Wamai, we are going to see both of these in round number 1, Ace.
We certainly are. NIP going to kick us off on the defense. Going to be going downstairs, and as the desk alluded to a little bit as well, Coastline, a very good map for NIP. We were all discussing before we came out here what maps we might see, and with them being able to pick first, we did have a feeling that NIP might just choose to pick this one up. So FaZe are going to have to find a way. But the thing you've got to remember here is that FaZe are more than knowledgeable, they are more than used to playing against NIP. They play them plenty back home in Brazil, and they're not going to be scared of going to Coastline. If you can't play on Coastline as a Latin American team, you don't make it to the big moments, you don't go and win tournaments like the Copa Elite 6. You've at least got to be functional on this map, even if you try and avoid it sometimes. FaZe Clan, they're going to kick us off on the attack. Nothing drastically unusual on the attacking lineup. Keep an eye up on Twitch there. Cyber coming in, going to be really important with those drones, potentially as that counterplay to the mirror.
It's interesting the amount of Twitch that we've seen on this map in particular, and if you pull up the operator presence rates, Mira's ban rate on Coastline hasn't actually quite been as high as we would have usually expected, which enables that Twitch play. And on LAN, there are weapons that hit very differently than they do online. For the teams that play predominantly on LAN, you're going to see more Roni play instead of the Commando. You're going to see more of that F2 from Twitch because that thing just absolutely melts. And the changes to the drone also, a massive difference.
Oh,
There's no limit now anymore on that zap, so you can take out mirror windows from much farther away.
Ask Tim. I've basically poured my heart out about Twitch every single broadcast. I'm in love with this operator. I'm in love with nades going flying. The first kill of the grand final to Cameraman on to Psycho. FaZe starting things out well, and that was all inside the first 60 seconds. Probably going to be some heads to get scratching there when you look at it and go, a Wamai on board, a Jaeger on board, but people are still dying to nades early on.
This is it, and it's an important kill to pick up to begin with. The Wamai, of course, gaining those magnets over time. There's a lot of utility just been lost along with a body as well, and it allows FaZe Clan to start thinking about the positioning around the map. They're getting themselves established in Aquarium already, Parker. They can start working that verticality now.
Yeah, you got Julio down below as the smoke was we're halfway through this round, and it is a very curious decision to not have any of that anti-gadgetry over in Hookah. Like you said, another grenade goes off this time, and Cameraman's botching the engagement upstairs inside of Aqua. For a brief pause, his attention will be elsewhere. Second domino from Nip now falls. That's Pino out of action. So while the attention of Julio, nice shot on Astro, is over towards Camera, it means that the remaining two players from Nip are in dire straits, and very easy for them to be collapsed upon. But hold on a second, lads. All of the killing is happening, and there's still a minute left to go in the round.
They've got good control of Office here as well. The south side entirely in FaZe's control with 60 seconds to go in a 3 versus 2. Muzi on a slither of HP. You know exactly what happens. As soon as he gets hit by a single bullet, he's out of this round, and that could leave Kamikaze stuck in a 1 versus 3. That mirror window being taken out by Cyber this late in the round as well is going to be invaluable. They can't hold blue as comfortably. One sat around pink, one scattered out towards bathroom. It's a bit of a split coming in. Cyber holding the one, waiting for the push to come through, but a small retreat here as we enter those final 30 seconds.
There was a bit of me itching for the Twitch drone to take a shot at Muzi there. Obviously they've no way of
Why
knowing,
not?
But would have probably downed him. Took the mirror window, which was the smart play. Souls, smart as always, getting in there, getting that diffuser down just inside of the office wall, and it's now up to NIP to try and turn this one over. Man count and time working against them. Muzi, he's going to go down. Kamikaze goes with him. That's going to be the opening round going to FaZe Clan.
Really remarkable stuff with how FaZe Clan were able to read the openings in the defense from Ninjas in Pyjamas. At this level of play in the very first round of your best of 5 grand final, to not have a Wamai magnet or an ADS positioned up inside a hookah right here, that is negligent on behalf of Ninjas in Pyjamas. That is a rookie mistake, and a team like NIP should not be committing errors like that. Now, they almost narrowly salvaged the round. We've talked about it a number of times, multiple times in NAL. The most dangerous lead in Rainbow Six is a 5v3 because you always get somebody who gets a little bit cute and tries to push in. They get taken down. I really liked what we saw out of FaZe Clan here. They were able to circle the bomb site. They cleared out that top floor. They kept them busy. They took office, and they waltzed into the bomb site, forcing those last 2 players from FaZe out.
24 hours ago, I would have agreed with you on the 5 versus 3 thing, and then Rogue showed how to spectacularly throw so many 5 versus 3 rounds. It was ludicrous, and NIP showed they can fight back from it. But of course, you're against a different team in FaZe who seem a little more composed in those situations, at least today.
In all fairness, that Throgue title and nickname is well earned on a number of occasions. I would say that there were opportunities yesterday where...
You know what I'm trying to grasp here, by the way? Based on where you're standing between me and Ace, like, I'm the devil of the duo, right? And he's the angel, always Mr. Positive. What I want you to do throughout this whole TriCast is just move up and down the line based on how you're feeling at any given moment.
If I support Dez, I'm gonna... You can't see it on your screen right now, but if I support Dez, I'm just gonna take a step to the right and align with him.
It's okay, you're not going to stand over there for long.
We'll see about that one. Round number 2 coming underway, and we're going into Penthouse and Theatre. I have so much love for this site at the minute, because for the longest time, teams will go here, they will get absolutely decimated and be reminded, yes, never play this site ever again, thank you very much. But of course, with the recent changes coming in, VIP being more defendable, part of the reason why the Kai ban has come through here, more teams are stepping into playing this site. Castle also with the 4 armor panels on side now means, hey, it's a bit more defendable. You can dig in a little bit deeper, and I'm excited to see how it plays out, Tim.
Well, this is it. We've got the castle panels in place. It just changes this site up a little bit. Obviously, Bikini speaking about castle before we came in on that pre-desk, and we'll just have to keep an eye on FaZe and how does it impact them. For now, we're seeing all the pressure from FaZe is going to be mounting towards the VIP side. They're trying to get themselves established in there, inside a Hall of Fame, to try and work over from there. That's going to negate a little bit of that castle utility, but the castle barricade that's been played in between sites could become particularly important then.
This is a bomb site as well, where as you can see, the setup from the defenders, they've opened up most of the walls and all of the avenues to the bomb site and off of it, the hallways to get there, the avenues, the pathways, so that they can rotate out effectively. For the teams that are right now playing on attack, your focus is to open up those walls. The defenders want all that utility to be wasted outside so that you can't use it when you get into the building.
The last team I saw with this kind of setup got relegated from EUL last I checked, Tim.
I think they might have.
Just maybe. Heroic, the first ones to really employ this kind of very open setup and play heavily around 90. No shields, space around there means it's a little bit harder to defend as well. It's normally what we'll get used to seeing. We'll see how this one plays out, at least from here. They have got some presence on 90 here, NIP. Dug very much around white and down towards the south with one hanging out inside a hookah and billiards and looking to cause trouble. Psycho strikes out towards that side of the map. Down goes Cameraman. The nade's taken with him. And suddenly it feels a little bit more rosy if you're an NIP defender.
FaZe just haven't been able to get themselves established inside of the map yet, Des. They're basically still trying to fight their way in and gain any sort of comfortable control of VIP and Hall of Fame. Just now, Astro is able to put some work down from the bathroom. He gets himself the opener for FaZe onto NIP, leveling things up at 4-4 now, but still, the pressure keeps mounting. It is the 1 point of ingress that FaZe have managed, and Astro has hit them for 2.
And now with both of them down, the upper hand goes to FaZe before it swung back in favor of Ninjas in Pyjamas on that even footing they found. Utility, not really there right now for FaZe Clan. So what do? Lots of killing to be done in these final 25 seconds. A drop from Cyber will be heard over by Luggage. He's got the attention of one of the players from NIP that's posted up by Penthouse. Julio, meanwhile, off-site, watching for a potential flank through Aqua. Nitro cell from Pino, but he knows it's not going to connect. Cyber caught out by Julio. He'll continue to charge forward, but Bullet's out of time. He needs to get into the bomb site quickly. Cyber, just right now, on a wing and a prayer, but he does it all himself. The final 3 kills for him, and my, what a tail end of that round for FaZe Clan.
Cyber's done this so many times throughout the competition. It's ludicrous how much you can get away with it in a single week. Massive push down 90, finds himself a 3K in the round, closes things out. But I do want to touch on FaZe for a moment here. Yesterday, we looked a lot in their game against Damwon Kia. What a banger that was, by the way. At how many drones they had left and how little time was actually being spent droning. It happened there again, where prior to the smokes coming out, no drones going on. Smokes came out, still no drones going on. Smoke dissipated, still no drones going on. They were just not very keen to get the drones out and collect information, and that's why I thought Psycho would find himself a freebie inside a hookah and billiards, but Cyber, he hits his shots, Julio doesn't, and you see how things pan out from there. But a bit too chaotic for me. FaZe, they can do better than this.
NIP, they're going to be frustrated with themselves. There's no two ways about it. There's about 15 seconds left to go. There were 3 versus 2. Julio inside of hookah there. I've got to say, cost them the round. You know, that's a reality. Cyber goes in there. And he's absolutely no idea that Julio's there. He goes in pretty much blind, and Julio has the opportunity but misses his shots. And as we see, the rest of the round is all from there, goes downhill. But there was a man on double window. That was the only other presence that they had on Penthouse. You're not winning that round from there at that point in time. So it all comes down to that fight with Cyber. NIP maybe suffering a little bit of nerves. I wouldn't have thought so. They've been to plenty of big games like this now. You would really expect them. You know, they're one of the most experienced teams inside of Siege, realistically.
In defense of the Goyo of Pino, who's the one that got taken down inside of Theater, by the way, his focus was on where Bullet was dropping through that double window, as you talked about, in the penthouse. Now, the question that NiP needs to ask themselves is, when that rappel comes in, the player from FaZe Clan, Bullet, is he going to go for objective play, or is he going to push the advantage? Because at that point, there was only 7 seconds left. Bullet swings in, and you get Pino looking in the direction of Cyber, which could have been the right call. But then if they don't get the diffuser down on behalf of FaZe Clan, you've now got Bullet doing the same thing that Cyber did, just from a different angle. And the result for NiP ends up being the same.
I love this setup. I always talk about it. Since the kind of rework has come through where you can't just plant inside of the service entrance door, you actually have to go into service and get the plant down, making you work for your wins, essentially. You now have defenders playing inside of security and lobby. This is, please.
Or the bomb site.
Please, just push in, get 3 kills, make it 2. Why not make it 3 on the way through, FaZe? You've already started off. And even with this defense coming in on the south side, FaZe have destroyed NIP. Julio not even a part of the round, and this one's over before it's already begun. 4 kills inside 60 seconds. They find a hole and FaZe go in.
Now, I know it's going to be easy to potentially blame Julio again, Tim.
No, I'm not going to blame
hold on.
Okay, let's settle down here, boys.
I'm on the Dez side right now, if you can't tell. Julio does play, for those that aren't the most familiar with NiP. In this particular round, Julio's going to be playing far off site because he expects his team to be able to do what they need to do, and then he can get back to the bomb site when there's 45 seconds remaining, or even catch one of those split players off guard. In this case, Cyber and the rest of FaZe assessed that there was a very easy avenue into the bomb site, and as you were in the middle of talking, only a minute into the round, Dez, Cyber was large and in charge. He had Astro not too far off for backup, and like that, 2 players from NiP are picked off, and neither of them even understand that FaZe have made it into the building.
It all comes down to main lobby. There's absolutely no pressure on main lobby from NIP. Cyber literally just walks in for free. He doesn't even bother checking in, Parker. He doesn't need to. He just takes his bag straight to the room.
The receptionist was on a lunch break.
Absolutely. He just makes his own decision about where he's staying and goes straight in there to the kitchen. It was just so easy for them. Usually you'll have a player in and around maybe sunroom security that's going to look to challenge onto reception and to main entrance. They just didn't have it in place. They took their eye off the ball there and they got punished for it. Cyber heads up play there, though. Obviously information coming in from those drones as well to say, look, that avenue is clear, let's go for it. If FaZe are going to keep taking their opportunities like that, NIP, they're going to really struggle to put the brakes on here.
That's what we called out as being the issue, right, was ultimately the drone work, and this time they get on the drones, they find the opportunity and take it with both hands. Much better out of FaZe. That being a very convincing round, NIP are yet to really wake up into this series, and let's not forget, this was their map choice. They chose to come to Coastline, but so far the defense is not what I'd call convincing, Parker.
No, I would agree with you right there. There's been some small things from NiP that become much...
Can I just say, your hair is fantastic.
Well, I didn't do any of it myself.
See, sometimes I look at it and I just think, what a bush, it's a mess. And right now, it is just like wonderfully curly and beautiful. Yours is great too, Tim.
I was going to say I'd give it a solid 9 today, but I was obviously talking about my own, so...
Okay, let's, speaking of 9...
No, he's one short, you can't use that. You can't, it's on 8.
I will... No.
Yes. There's 9 players left.
There's 9 players left, Dez.
Quick maths, come on.
Come on.
Now there's 8, now there's 7.
I'm not quite sure what is going on right now, but for whatever reason, FaZe have decided 2 rounds in a row to not slow down. They're trying to speed run this grand finals at the moment. They walk in, they take out 2 players from NiP. The good news for NiP is that they at least answer back, and this is a telltale sign of a strong and confident NiP team. Discipline has been the word to describe NiP throughout this entire event. How do you break a disciplined team? You make them panic, and you put them in uncomfortable positions, and FaZe are doing a remarkably good job of that so far.
You play for chaos, and that is something that FaZe are always going to do very well. They have it in the locker. They added the strategy game at the end of 2020, beginning of 2021. That's when we really saw the evolution of this roster, taking it to the next level. But when you come to a map like Coastline, and they just need to fall back onto that panic creation, that chaos, they are quite capable of doing it. Psycho, he knows that the man is in there just ahead of him. He's had a sunroom, but he's not going to push to make that challenge. He's going to dip himself away for the time being, keep himself safe, and that gives control of Office over to FaZe Clan. A man advantage still for NIP. They're sitting back a little bit here, which is pretty much an NIP game plan. Get yourself the man advantage and then fall back and play the longer lines of sight, play your angles, but they're going to have to find themselves some kills because there's a lot of time left for FaZe to work with here.
That smoke coming out was all a ruse. They're back on drones, just using it to try and force some action out of NIP, maybe looking for any C4s remaining to be consumed. The one that's currently sat in the mirror, behind the mirror window, the one they're looking for. Psycho, he's out in the flank out towards front lobby as well. He could hit them on the side here if they're not too careful, but they push their way in. They're going for the push straight in towards Pinky. Can they find one? No, Kamikaze with the shutdown. Cameraman has got to do it all, but Muzi doesn't give him a chance. NIP finally get themselves on the board.
It seemed very clear to me that the initial focus for FaZe, take map control early on, box out NIP, make them panic, and then from that point forward, punish the remaining players of NIP as they get back to the bomb site. But that initial push was not as successful for FaZe as they wanted. They grabbed control of lobby, but the bomb site's the double bars. So what do you do next? You have to take security. You have to clear the top floor, especially if you know that NIP is up there inside of Hookah. A bomb site, by the way, that hasn't been played by NIP to this point. So instead, NIP decides to retake. Lobby position still held by FaZe Clan. And all of a sudden, you've got NIP pushing back into the lobby. You've got NIP going to the peripheries, and FaZe were not anticipating it, whether it was poor drone work, whether it was bad communication, I'm not entirely certain, and it forced the team that we said who've been scrambling the most, which was NIP, to now be the most stalwart. And it was FaZe Clan who scrambled. They had no idea where the last players from NIP were, and they got picked off.
Heading into round number 5 then, we're going to see NIP taking us up to the top floor again. It's going to be Hookah this time around rather than Penthouse, which we saw from them up on the top last time around. They've got Oryx this time. Going to be Julio bringing him along. As you said earlier, Parker, Julio's role often within this team on the defense is to just get out into the map, keep himself off the radar, and try and have that mid to late round impact. Oryx could be a great operator for him to do that with. The ability particularly to jump up the hatches will be an important one, as you can see, going around the map, getting those opened up. So keep a close eye on Julio when we get towards that 1 minute remaining mark, and we'll see exactly where he's playing and how much impact he can have.
This is a 4th bomb site now being played out as well. Every single one trotted out by Ninjas in Pyjamas here, and a pesky run out from Muzi is available. 2 silhouettes in front of him. We know that information, he doesn't. If he decides to hop out, that MPX can be particularly damaging, and here he hears the rappel go. Cameraman punished by NIP. So they realize and read into that aggressive style of behavior that we've seen from FaZe, and instead NIP say, to hell with discipline, to hell with patience. We are going to set the tempo now on defense. It didn't necessarily occur in any real rounds until now, but it's already netted them the first kill.
Absolutely. A little bit fragmented to start things off, and FaZe are now slowly starting to converge up towards the northeast side of the top floor. Looking a bit in towards service entrance, but a couple looking towards the roof and also the rappel. It's about getting themselves inside the building to start things off. We're only about 60 seconds in, but getting that basis to start moving your way forwards, clearing the map out, should be the focus for FaZe. However, I think that entry kill has slowed things down a bit for them, especially given you've lost the Jackal, whose role really wants to deal with these would-be roamers downstairs in kitchen.
Astro just going to hold on to that long line of sight from the VIP double wall there. It's one that I absolutely love. You get the VIP wall opened up through corridor, you can hold all the way into billiards table. Now Souls, he's going to hold Muzi down, and he's going to find himself a headshot onto him. That's going to put us to a 4 versus 4. Pino underneath could still be a bit of an issue here, but Souls is the immediate problem for NIP as he continues his march across that top floor, finding himself a 2nd kill. Now then, FaZe need to be particularly aware of these 2 players down at the bottom of White Stairs.
2 of these players from NIP inside a lobby, and you're a bullet or 2 away from certain death, so they'll head back to the hills. Right now in Office, they've got a long run to get back up to this bomb site. So that'll leave just 1 player to stand and remain in that position for NIP. 1 minute to go here in this relatively crucial round for NIP. For FaZe Clan, a victory signifies that they take that first half with at minimum 4 rounds.
I like it. They haven't chosen to stay out in the map here and be aggressive and hope to catch FaZe on the flank, which admittedly Psycho did only a few rounds ago, almost inside a hookah. Didn't quite find the kill, but it was the right sort of idea. Here they've dug in a little bit deeper and pulled back, and they find Souls, the man who was turning into a Soul Reaper in the round, only finds the 2 before he's shut down, and we're into a 3 versus 3, Tim.
NIP really looking to close this out. They've got themselves bunkered down on site now, holding those angles. FaZe, they are pushing from multiple directions. Cyber, just off camera, is getting himself up onto that double rappel. We've got one inside of luggage, one inside of 90 corridor, but it looks like the rotation is coming in. It's all going to be focused to Aquarium now in these final 15 seconds. A good double from Cyber once again. How many times are FaZe going to get away with this? How many times are NIP going to let Cyber dictate the round? Bullet able to get in, start getting that diffuser down, and that's going to be the final kill from that man once again. 3 at the end for Cyber to close things out for FaZe.
Well, his scoreline before that killing rampage that we saw at the tail end of the round was 9-1-1, and somebody certainly needed to call the police on that man, so...
Wrong continent, Parker.
Where am I from, Des?
You're from Canada.
Very good. So if I was to call the police, what would I do?
I have no idea. What is your number?
911. That's what I just said. That was the whole...
Is it in Canada as well?
Oh, my.
I think it still works. Does it still work in other countries? Or is it what? There's a number that works like...
Yeah. Hi, there's a crime in Sweden. Hi, yeah, we're based in the States. Can't really get a team out to you. It'll take about 12 hours.
You don't get put through to North America.
Maybe we could airdrop some police officers.
I don't think it
want.
is that. I think there's like an international number that's like recognised. I could be wrong. You'd have to look it up.
Yeah, you have to check.
I forget that it's different. I forget.
112 in Europe, I've just been told.
Well, okay, great. I'm glad the production is filling in on this information. My point!
Make sure you check locally.
My point. Gentlemen. They're both laughing. You can't see it or hear it. They're both laughing.
We brought you into some British chaos, mate. What can I say?
I mean, I'm here for it.
Yeah. Arca's also stood absolutely dead central at the minute. He's having nothing to do with that.
I'm actually backing away.
Yeah. He's stepping off the line. That's how you know he's done with it.
The one thing that really impresses me about Cyber is one thing that I always give major props to Nesk for is another Brazilian player that you might know who Nesk is if you watch the show, is that Cyber is extraordinarily good at playing on his own. There are only a couple players at the top level of Rainbow Six Siege who are capable of just having this innate knowledge and skill set to find their way in, know exactly where their opponents are, and anticipate their plays. Cyber is definitely one of them. So while the rest of the team are focused on doing this utility work, he's very capable of fragging out, and in 5 rounds, he's put up an impressive 12-1.
FaZe on the drone game once again, just going in there, grabbing the intel wherever possible. The Twitch drone's going to be taking some of that utility down as well. We've got quite a widespread defense from NIP at the minute. We see them all around the map. We've got Julio out in Sun and Security. He's just going to move himself through Office, and that's an area to keep an eye on. It was something that FaZe managed to take advantage of last time. As Julio pushed up into Blue Bar, it did leave that gap in main lobby, but this time they've got a man inside of the 90 corridor that should prevent any problems like they saw last time with anybody just wandering their way into bathroom. Now then, Psycho gets himself inside of Sunrise, and he might just find himself getting challenged very soon.
I was going to touch on what we just saw. There was a soft wall left next to the reinforcement that has a way for Psycho to get out of dodge if things start to go south. But hey, he's going to frag from his position. Cyber finds one, immediately traded off by Muzi. And these teams, well, like I said, they want to get home, I guess. Astro with a big kill on the Kamikaze, holding us back into a 3v3. Muzi still watching this rotate created. And now it's Psycho's turn to fall. Astro picking up the pieces. Now that Cyber is out of action, somebody on FaZe has to don that mantle, and it seems like it's him.
It's just crazy how everything's kicked off inside of Sunrise inside the first 90 seconds or so, right? I mean, FaZe burned through drones, and I was going to say, when my turn came round to speak, we've gone through about 75 seconds, and they're down to 4 drones remaining, but they just pull the trigger, and they say, let's make it happen. 1 left alone inside a courtyard, and he should be able to close this one out pretty easily. Parker's looking like an angel, but we all know there ain't no Halo there. A 1 versus 3 for Pino, and I think we know which way this half's going to end.
Absolutely, FaZe have got site locked down here. They are established inside a kitchen and there's a potential opportunity for Souls to be getting this diffuser down. That's one criticism, and the only one I could really make of this FaZe attack. A number of times I've noticed they get themselves inside a site, they get it locked down, they've got control, but they choose not to get that diffuser down. The final kill comes in from Souls, absolutely fine. He was stood inside of a position where he could plant the diffuser for about 20 to 30 seconds there. FaZe, you might just want to take those chances when they present themselves. Don't hold off, don't wait for those kills, because NIP, they've got some serious gunners, and they can win out those fights.
Looking a lot like ninjas in pyjamas now. They look truly asleep and ready for bed. It could be a quick one. It carries on at this pace. Boo! Boo! Welcome. Indeed, very, very quick first half though. 5-1, rounds being over inside 2 minutes. It has been lightning quick, and again, for many looking at NIP coming into this map, I think Fresh said on the desk, this isn't really in FaZe's wheelhouse, but they're showing they're pretty ready for the ninjas on this map.
Absolutely. A 5-1 first half for the team who did not pick this map is pretty good, irrespective of whether it's a defender-sided, attacker-sided matchup, etc. And the one storyline that has emerged whenever a team plays Coastline is that this is a 50-50 map now. It is a coin toss as to whether the defenders or the attackers will walk away with an advantage. So, if you're not seeing a 3-3 scoreline, a 4-2 is not terrible based upon what the operators are banned and what's available for the teams and how well they match up. But a 5-1, when you look at these operator bans, there's nothing really weird about them. Kaid, Valk, Nomad, Thatcher, these are pretty standard bans on a map like Coastline. It really shouldn't be a 5-1 in favor of FaZe. It really goes to show that they're the better pair.
Have we got some weird way of saying things are going really bad that Parker wouldn't know in the UK?
I imagine that going south is probably a global thing.
Yep.
It's going south.
Well, you're going down towards Texas, right? Things can't be great down there.
Going south.
Or Florida.
Or that too.
Better climate.
That suggests that going north is great though.
But the Gators...
That's very true. I went to Florida, and it's the weirdest thing because you sort of know to expect it.
Just going to Florida is just weird.
No. You sort of you know to expect it, but when you drive down the road and there's like a massive alligator at the side of the road, you have this reaction of like, is anybody doing anything about that? Do they know about this? And nobody seems to care. It's the weirdest thing.
That's just how it is down there.
Strange people.
Hot and humid all the time. They care more about that than the Gators. So, very first attack now for Ninjas in Pyjamas. They got some ground to make up, gentlemen.
I promise there's something I did want to talk about in this round, and not specifically about alligators for about 2 minutes. It's the fact that they're committing to bringing the Bandit in this round for Souls, right? We spoke about the Kai ban and how it will help you, normally keep the wall closed up. If you're playing Bandit, you're playing to actively trick because Kai is much slower. It's a lot easier to put down these batteries and deny walls away. Here, they should be able to keep that closed and the 90 wall at the same time.
This is where a Zofia would be critical, and there was a reason why Astra was on that Zofia, 4 of the 6 rounds, is that you need the disruption to trick players out of their positions. If a Bandit is going to be Bandit tricking this wall, you need that Zofia stun to push them out because you can't shoot from down below, and unless you get control of Cool Vibe stairs, there's not much you can do.
And this is it, we've said it for the longest time, if you allow defenders to stay in their positions, you're allowing them to play in their ideal spot because that's the one they choose to play in. So as an attacker, one of your primary functions has got to be disrupting that defense, forcing them to move around, and that's not something that NIP have been able to do yet. FaZe have barely moved from their starting positions. Bringing along the Hibana, absolutely fine, but it just plays in to Bandit's wheelhouse because it is the easiest trick out of all the hard breach operators.
The thing is, they've got Muzi on the Ash as well, so if they were really wanting to get hold of VIP, they absolutely could, and now he's dead because Bullet's doing the one bullet thing. It's why he's got the number 1 in his name. It's all too easy to take down the one operator that I look at and say could have done real work for them. Sledge has got no frag grenades left on side. They can turn towards the 0, but I have to ask questions here as well, Parker. We're about 2 minutes into the round since the teams have all deployed on. They've started running around. Julio has still got all 4 cameras in back pocket. What purpose are they serving right now? They aren't. That's the answer. I'll give you it nice and easy.
I mean, but Nip's usage of utility being improper has been a huge focus so far for this matchup. We saw it in round number 1. How do you let a grenade go out with no gadget clearing when you've got a Wamai and a Jaeger on the board? It was literally the first kill of the series here, lads. So, I mean, these are questions. These are definitely questions for Nip that... I'm sorry, what was that?
Lads.
Lads. But hey, I mean, Nip is fighting back. They just charge right in. I guess you don't need utility if you've got guns. Diffuser is down, though, and you've got the final boss
Cyber,
of Latin
please.
America right now. Cyber inside of Aqua against Pino in a 1v1. Will Pino get there in time? 6 seconds, he definitely can. But Cyber knows this. Coming around the corner! He pulls it off again, and it's match point for FaZe.
Even I was watching that thinking, Pino knows where he is. He wins this. Like, he comes out, and then Cyber, just in that last half second, gives him the little juke. Just absolutely dives out of cover. Swing or be swung.
Can we talk about this lads thing? Say lads for me.
Lads.
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 Right, lads. I don't know. You got to say like not air, because I don't know. You put a really weird sort of sound on the A, Parker.
This is what it's like, Parker, standing next to Dez. He's just continually critical of your accent and speech.
That's fine.
I mean, you know, he's
I'll live with it.
made a meme out of many things that I said. Many things.
I'll never forget that first Lasergates clip.
Lasergates.
You don't understand how pronounced he said it, because he was proper like, she's got these things called Lasergates. Like, proper gave it some welly, and I was just like, I'm really meant to ignore
like
that.
Anybody, when I'm on broadcast, I do tone down my regional accent a little bit, because I understand sometimes I can be difficult to
Turn it on.
Sometimes I can be a little bit difficult to understand. So
did he change it? I don't hear it.
No, he didn't.
Things like
he thinks he turns it.
Things like I say again instead of again, so I'll say again on broadcast, so it makes more sense. But yeah, when I get hyped and excited, it goes out the window a little.
Hyped and excited. See what I mean?
The same thing about Nick too, by the way.
Nick,
Nick, when Pengu would get excited, you could hear it come back full force in his accents. You know, for me, the small like Canadianisms are like out instead of out, or tomorrow
oot instead of out.
Oot. It's more like out. Gonna go outside.
I thought you were quite well spoken.
Like a roundabout.
And now my whole perception has been shattered into a million pieces.
Well, started with the lads thing. Anyway, well, we banter back and forth. The very first map seems set to
Can we just appreciate, by the way, we're 7 rounds in, Cyber is 16-2. 16-2. Let me just say that a third time. He's 16-2 in 7 rounds.
Saw what Yas did yesterday and said, my turn.
Anything you can do, he can do better. Cyber proving that he is the real deal, coming out with an awful lot of kills for FaZe here. Now then, Soul's going to take a chunk of damage inside of VIP. We are, of course, defending Kitchen here for FaZe Clan, so they're trying to keep hold of that top floor for the time being. They don't want to give things up to NIP too quickly. They are trying to push in there. They're getting themselves established on the DJ booth. They want to move in to VIP, but Cyber tries to hold on to it. Muzi says not today, though. Absolutely shuts him down with a headshot across the room.
If they end up winning this matchup, 16 kills will be good enough for Cyber. I think that's a pretty good tally.
Yeah. What's the kill record in a Best of 5 grand final?
Well, we haven't had very many.
Yeah, so it can't be that high, right? Someone needs to get on that.
It's almost like we have a team to do that.
Yeah, it's almost like we do. That's kind of a call to arms to all the Twitter folk. You know, Grant loves his stats. I'm sure they've got a number for us somewhere. I'd be keen to know. It's something I should have dug up beforehand. Either way, FaZe are down a man in the round. Kitchen Service, of course, is the site we're putting all of our focus into. They've got all this bathroom area opened up as well. So again, if you want to play Dinar from the lobby side, you can swing out towards the right of the front desk and you can catch everything out. Or you can swing to the left and catch them out when they're actually inside of Service itself. So good options on side for FaZe to defend with. But now they're a man down, NIP can afford to take control of lobby and deny that away.
Bullets on the flank, and Muzi's keen to it. He knows it. Down he goes, and as Nip held an even greater numbers advantage now, well, it means that no flank is going to be possible unless you want to lose control of this bomb site. And that's exactly where the focus now shifts from Ninjas in Pyjamas. Adrenal Surge comes out, and all 5 remaining players will now circle the wagons around that kitchen bomb site.
Got 2 of FaZe actually holding off on the office and security side of the map at the minute, as you say, just I think trying to stretch this attack as much as they can. One has had to move back into corridor, and now you see FaZe Clan just taking the opportunity to try and have a little bit of presence inside a courtyard and reception main lobby to try and just prevent that NIP push.
Oh, he's holding up on the laser gates, as you could say. Inside a kitchen, another Adrenaline Surge is going to come out here. Well, there's the very first pick for FaZe Clan. And another toxic canister gets thrown down over towards Service. Psycho entering by lobby, and he's just losing his teammates. An engagement that he loses out on again. FaZe Clan are beating Nip now to the punch on every single engagement, leaving Kamikaze and Pino to twist and toil in the wind. Kamikaze checking to the right. He's smoked from the left, and Pino has 3 seconds to pick up the diffuser. It's not going to happen. How about about a 7-1 statement map for FaZe Clan to go up 1-0 in the grand finals.
Did we cast a few rounds of Siege there? I might have missed it if I blinked. I'm not quite sure, but that was such a quick and ridiculous game. And to me, you saw it at the bitter end there as well. Even with a numbers advantage, NIP are still looking for 1v1s. They're not playing as a team. No one's droning each other in. And FaZe constantly had these cross angles set up, ready to help each other out. It's just, I don't know, it doesn't feel like the NIP that went on to win SI, Ace.
No, it absolutely doesn't. They look like a shadow of themselves. They look like what we saw at Mexico, in all honesty there. You know, that is a much closer correlation. NIP, they're going to be kicking themselves. The thing is, sometimes you come into those 7-1 results, and it can still feel close. The rounds can go down to 1v1s, 1v2s. That wasn't the case here. NIP did not feel like winning rounds there at all.
Most of those rounds were a slaughter. That's really just what it was, right?
Yeah.
The moment of brilliance that we saw from Ninjas in Pyjamas was in that fateful 7th round, which they still ended up losing. They had a disadvantage. They walk in, they get 4 kills immediately, and then Cyber just crushes everybody. And that was the tale for most of this matchup. And guess what? FaZe did it without him in that very final round.
I really kind of wanted to pick you apart, just for a bit of fun almost, because it feels it's fun to meme on you while you're here.
You haven't already been doing that.
Don't really get too much chance to do it. Look, I'm going to pile it in as much as I can. But you said, you know, it's a lot of rookie mistakes, and that's exactly how it looks. It's a lack of trading, a lack of droning, just a lack of things that make a major winning team. And without that, guess what? You're not going to win a major.
Well, I mean, they might have lost the map, but we have a video of Ninjas in Pyjamas to show you, so if you're a fan of them, at least you'll have some fun with that, because that first map was certainly not enjoyable on your end for FaZe Clan. They're up 1-0 though, so we'll throw to the video and we'll be back in just a couple.
Então voltou. Podia ir. Voltou, eu virei meu dedo. Quem ganhou? Foi o Murilo ou o Júlio?
Eu contei pra mim.
O Murilo ganhou 3 votos. Ah, então eu acho que é o Murilo porque ele dorme 15 horas por dia. Então isso pode contar como uma forma de ser preguiça, mas eu também acho que é o Júlio porque ele é muito organizado. Com certeza aquele cara, mano.
Aquele cara, é verdade.
Aquele cara é o troll. Não, eu acho que o Pino é o mais troll, eu acho que todo mundo concorda comigo, porque não dentro do jogo, mas fora do jogo, ele faz umas situações que todo mundo sabe que ele tá trollando, mas a pessoa que ele tá trollando não sabe, então ele faz umas piadas internas assim e é engraçado pra gente que conhece ele mais tempo. O último sobreviver?
Pode contar pra mim.
Não, acho que ele sobreviveu primeiro.
Eu vejo...
O último sobreviver?
Conta, cara. Eu vejo o vídeo do comentário do...
Mano, eu acho que você aqui é o mais malandro, mano. Você aqui é o malandro.
Eu acho que é o Psycho.
Eu acho que é o DJ.
Eu acho que...
Explica aí.
Mas o Psycho ganhou?
Não. Quantos votos tu votou em quem?
Eu votei no Psycho.
Tu votou em quem?
Votei no Jair.
Cara, tu votou em quem, Pino? Em mim. Então fala, Murilo. Fala tu, Pino. Fala tu, porque tu acha que é tu que quer sobreviver.
Não, fala vocês aí. Fala que o Psycho assiste muito teu comentário de animal. Fala essas coisas.
Ah, então fala isso, Murilo.
Eu acho que o Psycho ia sobreviver mais tempo, porque ele fica vendo documentário o dia inteiro de animais e
além disso, eu sou mais gordo também, então tenho mais pacote de gordura pra queimar.
É isso.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our grand final of the 6th Major Sweden has begun, and Map 1 has ended, surprising many of us with a score. We were thinking, oh yeah, this is going to be one-sided for NIP, and then it swung the other way. FaZe Clan smashing their opponent 7-1. Cyber activated, 16 kills in 8 rounds. Fresh. I don't even know how to describe this sort of thing.
I'm going to try and not quote Fabian here, but Ninjas in Pyjamas have not faced good opposition so far this whole tournament. Group stage, they got through with ease. SSG didn't play well against them. Rogue didn't play well against them. They finally found a team that has tested them, and they've crumbled.
This is just incredible what we're seeing. You know what? I was sitting in the back room and I thought to myself, there has to be a nickname. You know how we called Joystick the Cyborg, right? And we have all these nicknames for players. And I was like, Cyber, he could probably be the cyber threat. I'm gonna put him as like a cyber threat. You're not hitting it? You don't like that?
Oh, vibe, Jess.
You really? Cybersecurity threat? No, all my cybersecurity friends out there? Oh, no.
If anything, we can go with the Brazilian cyborg.
I mean, we can't steal Joyce's
We're going to have to
name.
workshop our
really
names,
need-
ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, I thought I was going to be hitting an absolute
not
banger
that
there, but no birthday banger for me, that's fine. I'm just going to absolutely let that one go, no problems. That is incredible that he can come into a map like this and learn lessons from yesterday's game and go, I was positioning myself really ill around the map throughout that. I wasn't getting the opportunities I should have. Came into the game against NIP and went, my positioning is so good and I have the drones of my teammates. Goodbye, everyone.
Entries, or what we talked about yesterday, Keeney. Coastline definitely is one that fits into the guideline.
Yeah, indeed. And that was the case on the other games that we've been watching on Coastline previously. Although in this game, that didn't matter at all. It didn't really matter which team got the entry, because I think I counted only 2 or 3 rounds where whichever team got the entry actually managed to translate that into a kill. And honestly, I mean, it went so quickly. I couldn't really follow. I mean, Cyber averaging 2 kills per round. I mean, FaZe could have basically 4v5 that game if they wanted. I mean, we talk about winning your ones. Cyber's winning his 2s.
He was chaining kills. That's probably the most impressive part about him, is that his ability to chain kills. And okay, I highlighted his ability to have really good positioning and learn from yesterday, but also the game sense that he has to go, I've killed someone on this angle, so let's say Luggage, for example, and the next likely position of another defender would be 90, therefore I should aim towards 90. That's the incredible game sense that he pairs with incredible mechanical skill. I think that's why we've been shouting his name from the rooftops since day one of the groups.
And will we ever stop?
Yep.
One thing just on the entries as well is just how well FaZe were able to refrag. They clearly, like Keeney said, they only got 2 entry kills in the whole first half of the map, but they still won 5 rounds. That means they're able to refrag, and when Cyber's just getting multi-kills, like I said, who's going to stop him?
6-7, 6-7, 6-7, and none of those kills mattered. Inconsequential. At the end of the day, when Cyber is hitting 16-3, smashing his opponents, that is still a team effort to enable a player to perform in this way. But this is map 1 Coastline. We're gonna tuck it under the rug for a moment. I think NIP definitely want to, get it done in this way. But we got map 2. Villa is coming up in this best of 5 series. Again, in BO5, you have to play maps that you're sometimes uncomfortable with, because you're just gonna have to deal with it. It's a 7-map pool. You're very limited in your choices. And from what I got, is FaZe are starting off on the attacking side for Villa, as it was their map pick. So NIP got to pick defense. Jess, your thoughts on that?
I don't think it matters which side FaZe starts on, and not because of what happened in the first map do I say that. Yes, I think that's a great momentum shift, but I also think, considering the last 4 times we've seen Ninjas and Pyjamas play this map, they have not managed to win. They haven't even managed to bring it to what I would consider to be close and a demanding sort of competition in Villa. If you could pick a map to go up against NIP on, it is this exact map, and FaZe somehow have walked away very comfortably with their opponent's map pick. Now they're going on to one that their opponent doesn't like. I mean, is there a better advantage than that?
And not just doesn't like. I count them having a very bad round win percentage. It's not that they're not winning the map.
Exactly right.
It's not like it's 5-7 or overtime. When Ninjas are playing this map, or have done over the past 6 months or so, I've got them just over a 30% round win percentage, which means their average loss is what? 7-3 they're losing this map?
Yes.
And that's domestically. That's not against a FaZe team that loves this map and is in top form.
It's only map number 1 that FaZe were able to take. But if it were to be a 2-0 and progress closer to a 3-0, then it might be Ninjas and Pyjamas back to the Bahamas. Our break is ready. So we're going to take a quick one, a short one. And when we come back, thank you, my analyst, we're going to toss it directly to our casters. It'll be map 2, FaZe versus NIP, our grand final. FaZe is up 1-0, and it's wonderful Tuscany. Villa with our TriCast. They'll take you through it. Enjoy.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for our second map between Ninjas in Pyjamas and FaZe Clan. If you're just tuning in, well, you might have been in for a bit of a surprise and wondering how the hell we're already in a second map. So fast.
I think many would be. Villa, the second one we're stepping into. I was saying to you guys during the break, I'm glad the second map is Villa. One that's a little more tightly packed in, lots of single doorways to go pushing through, a much larger map to play on and requires more team play than what Coastline would have. I'm hoping it gives us a little bit of a reset because that was a really scrappy Coastline where players were dotted all throughout different sides of the map on their entries, the defenders never really playing together to a great degree either. I'm hoping Villa gives us some form and we kind of put Coastline to the back of our minds, get back into a real grand final mentality because it feels like NIP simply haven't shown up yet.
That's the reality. You know, we don't want to see too many maps just rolled away like that by FaZe as they just come in and absolutely dominated NIP. We really need to see the other Brazilian team get themselves, but there are two in this game.
Really?
There are, yes.
Oh, wow.
There is another team, it's called NIP.
I thought it was G2.
Really need to see... we really need to see more out of them here on Villa. NIP... Villa hasn't always been a terrible map for them. They've not had, I think, over the last couple of months, it's, you know, maybe dropped off a little bit for them. I think that's fair to say of anything for Stage 3 NIP, to be honest. But it's a map that prior to that, they're sort of comfortable on. So I would expect to see a good performance from them here. I'm hoping for it. Give us something to really scream about.
Well, we do have unlimited overtime, gentlemen. Need I remind you?
Honestly, if there's unlimited overtime and not one game with Des and I on it goes to overtime, that's a wind-up.
I am sure you probably can recall the one real instance of unlimited overtime that we've had, and I would like to let you know that we have successfully made it through Coastline. So any potential PTSD on my part has now faded away.
A wholesome story. The weirdest thing, I was sat in the audience that day, Parker, and now I'm stood here next to you casting.
And I hope that you get an opportunity to cast 22
G2
rounds,
Empire on Coastline.
to cast 22 rounds of utter madness, wrecking your voice in the process because you have no clue when it's going to end.
I'd be done by 20 rounds, Parker. The headset would be off. I'd be inviting members of the audience to come and cast. That could have been Ace's amazing casting debut.
A big improvement.
This is gone. So we get
headset is off. He's gone.
I mean, the TriCast was only ever destined to last so long, and we found that it was one map. So heading into map number 2, we are in Tuscany. We're on Villa. It's NIP versus FaZe, and it's going to be round number 1 with NIP bringing us the defense. They're going to head upstairs to Aviator Games.
Chowderhead, come on up here. Desertchu doesn't want to cast anymore.
I can't really imitate Chowder that well. I've just thought about it.
We went down the Australian road the other day and it didn't go well, so it's probably not going to...
Nah. Spice Invader. That was about as far as it went.
It's still terrible.
It's great!
Still terrible.
You won't know this. You have an advert on TV in the UK.
Okay.
Where they just go, it's talking about, I've got a friend who just won't leave me alone. And the boy, 2 Aussies are sat there and they're like, oh, Spice Invader. It's on TV for ages. It's great. He thinks it's terrible. So Fresh loves it.
I don't understand your country.
You don't need to.
There's a reason why my country also...
We don't understand it. Brexit was a thing recently. No one understands it. Let's see how Villa plays out, though. To begin with, at the very least, we kind of skipped over the bans that came through. The ones from NIP, pretty standard, but looking in towards that Habana, a certain degree of safety removed away, opening up things like the study wall from out on the balcony or from Master in towards the triple wall. Not so much an option anymore. Have to get nice and personal, unless you want to look at bringing along things like the Ace, which Souls has defaulted to in this map. The Goyo also taken away means you won't see as many strongholds being set up by the defenders, and maybe alludes to why you haven't got a Jaeger and a Wamai coming forth in this round.
He's looking to push from the north side of the map at the moment. The clearance is going to be halted by Pino for the time being, but he drops himself away, going to head down towards basement. Needs to be tracked down along with Muzi. They could cause a real thorn in the side here for FaZe, but FaZe Clan for the time being have managed to get themselves established. They can start moving through Trophy Statuary. Let's challenge on towards 90. This push, as you said, Des, coming into it, we might see more funnels here. We might see more problems for the attackers, and just coming in here like this from the north side, that could be the case if they don't have pressure on Study as well.
Astro falters and he ends up falling at the hands of Psycho. Nip get this opening pick. Psycho involved in the opening scrap in the very first map as well. He was on the wrong side of it this time. Bonus, you're doing okay. And that's 90 seconds to go, and FaZe will continue to thin out. Down goes Cyber as well. These were the two top performers on Coastline. They won't be able to have any real impact on this first round.
It's proven to be a really good defense out of NIP, because what they've done is extended themselves up towards the north, down below, for example, and just waited to see what FaZe's appetite was. Where are they going to contest us from? They've got Julio being the one that was wasting so much time at the top of red. He's now poured himself back inside site because the roamers have done their job. They've killed 2 players. They've got themselves in a 5 versus 3. And like we saw towards the back end of Coastline, they don't want to stay out in the map and start contesting. They want to sit back and say, no, we can just play for trades. We can play for the numbers advantage. Let's make FaZe sweat a little bit the longer this round goes on.
NIP just sitting back in sight for the time being. Let's not forget that there is the clash to be dealt with as well. Julio bringing the shield and just going to try to hold FaZe Clan at bay. Likely to aggress up towards the push at a point, but for the time being, just holding himself inside of sight. FaZe, they've got themselves established on the map's door. They can think about getting in and getting a plant down potentially, but they're just looking to burn out those smoke canisters.
They'll march in towards the bomb site, as you talked about. Gas lingering in front of their eyes. Psycho now has a prime opportunity to do some damage as he'll watch that same doorway from inside a study. Down goes Souls. Nip haven't sacrificed a single player just yet. Now it's time for the split push to go in. Can Cameraman be able to follow up on Psycho in this spot? Psycho's around the corner. No, Cameraman dusted off. Bullet taking some damage from the shield of the clash. And how about a flawless round to start map 2 by Nip?
Really good round overall, and again, I love the difference we've seen in that round compared to what we saw back on Coastline. Draw back to site, get themselves some crossfires set up, get themselves in an excellent... Get off my device, Karka, thank you very much. He's messing around my laptop in front of me. Man's rattling me. But in that round again, they drew back, they got themselves crossfires set up, they were sat ready behind the clash feeding information as well. Just all in all, very, very clean. A lot cleaner than what we saw back on Coastline, where they weren't willing to step into constant 1v1s. This final kill on your screen now, a great example of it, where they had 2 members watching him from the top of main stairs, and the closing kill between the clash and the one pushing out of study. Really good stuff.
Round 2 is going to see NIP head into Trophy Statuary then. They're going to try to lock down the top floor completely here from FaZe Clan. FaZe going to have to do something a little bit different to the way they did in round 1. Got absolutely nowhere near that attack in reality. The converse attack here would be they'll push from the south side, they'll try and move up. I think they need a little bit more pressure directly onto site this time, Parker. Last time around, NIP, they were just allowed to sit inside of AVG, just hold down their lines of sight and wait for FaZe to expose themselves. They can't wait like that again.
Well, this is a different setup from Nip as well in terms of what they present. This is definitely more of a roam-heavy and survivable lineup. Thunderbird has settled very nicely into the meta on this bomb site, especially over towards trophy side. So if you can control Astronomy, not Astro, I don't think we can call it Astro as a shorthand because there happens to be an Astro
very confusing
right now, so we have to call it Astronomy.
That's one way of looking at it.
I think that's okay. But as long as you can control that rotate from Astronomy, anchor down that staircase leading down to the first floor, anchor down the bathroom as well. A Thunderbird is going to give you a lot of survivability, and the attackers will try to soften you up. The Clash was there to possibly deflect those grenades, flashes, etc., while also aiding the defenders as a distraction. Thunderbird is going to have a very similar effect, but with a different application.
Here it's more like it's an aircraft carrier, and your roamers are off being the planes that are flying around, going for the fights and so on, able to get back to site, refuel if they want, and get back out on the roam again. Specifically looking in towards Psycho and Muzi, who are trying to contest onto Cameraman. He's playing the role that you see so many Ianas do these days. Shaiko, a player I think of when I see this style of play, is pushing up by yourself, essentially being very self-sufficient with the drones that you can use, with the clone, of course, coming in, as well as the nades, the Gun 6. The big issue is for Cameraman, he's already all out of nades and he's entirely out of drones. Does find one kill and he finds Muzi as well. That is absolutely massive because he has now completely destroyed the roam, which means the 4 members of FaZe that are pushing in on bedroom side know they're only against 2 playing on site, and another one hits the deck.
Great entry from Cameraman there, really doing some damage to this NIP side. Pino finds himself essentially in a 1 versus 5 here as Kamikaze lies bleeding out on the deck. He will be finished off by Cameraman, and he has had a real round here. Souls goes in, starts to think about getting that diffuser down, maybe just put off by the kill that comes in from Pino onto Cameraman, but it will be successfully completed this time around. Pino's going to have to make a move here now. He's got about 35 seconds to do something about this if he wants to have time to disable that active diffuser. Takes a chunk of damage out of Cyber before he manages to find himself Bullet. There is a long way for Pino to go, and he cannot take the next step. Gets closed out, and that's going to be FaZe FaZe Clan taking their first attacking round.
Just simply too daunting of a task for the Thunderbird to really pull anything off. They're inside of the same spot where we saw the first two players from Ninjas in Pyjamas go down. I liked what they were attempting. They heard the rappel going out on the balcony, and they wanted to take that engagement and possibly knock the wind out of the sails of FaZe. But FaZe winning that engagement, Cameraman follows up with that. That's just bad luck on Nip's part. They had the information as to where Cameraman was outside. And as much as we can spend time breaking down a strategic dearth between these teams, in all reality, that was just simply you losing 2 gunfights, you lose a ton of utility, you forfeit basically all of your map control with these 2 kills from Cameraman, and that's it.
What bothers me is they were so keen to peek onto that doorway. Like, when he pushes in, he's got to go one of 2 ways, right? He's got to look left or he's got to look right. You hold a crossfire off to the right behind a sort of cabinet that's just on the south side of study. Someone sat at the top of main stairs. He's going to lose to one of you. I don't really think there are many players, if any, that can win a gunfight at this level with a 180 flick going between the 2 players. They would have got him out, but instead, they sit a little bit deeper, let him take gunfights from back on the balcony, and he gets to isolate 2 1v1. So a little bit of micro in there that really went wrong for the side of NIP, and something I'm sure they can look at correcting stepping forwards.
It's like the bowling equivalent of when you got the 2 pins on either side of the lane. That's it. Hit them both at the same time.
It was 7-10, impossible split.
There you go.
Absolutely.
Oh, don't tell me you're a bowler.
Absolutely, yeah.
Use your head as the ball by any chance?
279 top score. I'll just leave that one there.
Oh no.
He was watching darts the other day. We were talking about darts.
We were talking about
Yeah,
darts.
we were talking about darts.
Tim.
140!
I think we've just found that Parker would make a perfect darts announcer.
If you do the numbers right, yeah.
Right.
180!
180 is if you get all of them. Yeah, you get the triple 20.
That's where the screen comes in.
Yeah, but half of them get the triple 20 and then flub the third 20 and then they just get a regular one. And that ends up being 140.
Is that worthy of the 140 show?
How dare you question whether I watch darts or not?
Showing your age.
Round number 3 then.
Ace is older than me.
I'm older than everybody. Round number 3, 1-1 here between NIP and FaZe Clan. We are going to see NIP defending down on the bottom floor in dining and kitchen this time around. Having a look at where FaZe are pushing from, pretty direct to site, but they do have Cyber running around on the south side at the minute, looking to get himself in through lounge here. Cameraman is just drawn in immediately ahead of him. Julio goes to the challenge, but no, the information is live and it is spot on for Cyber to manage to find that kill. Great opener.
I just had to scratch my head. Look at how many drones are left. How, inside 60 seconds, have we gone down to 2 being left on the field? Not that it matters too much, because neither of these teams have been super hot on the drone play, but that one drone at the start of the round there was all they needed. Psycho finding one back on the other side. NIP are in a fight back, Parker.
Well, didn't you say that when we came to Villa, it might be a little bit more strategic?
Yeah.
Not as brawl-heavy as Coastline, but it certainly seems like neither of these teams got that memo, because it has been Frag City so far. There's more to come as well. Inside a pantry, down goes Astro, buried there amidst the cans. Maybe cans of beans for both of you.
Do you really want to open that can?
You want to open that can of beans?
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it, unlike the way that FaZe Clan has been ready for Nip's all-out aggressive defense thus far.
Cyber's just going to hold his angle here for the time being, in from the corridor towards Memorial. He sees the man prone, but can do nothing about it. Cut down by Kamikaze. Muzi finishes off the round there, and NIP with a little flourish at the end, just to finesse their way out of round 3. Back in the lead, 2-1.
Think back as to how the kitchen and service defense back on Coastline went, right? When you had FaZe just burst in, and before you know it, like 3 or 4 players from NIP were dead. Julio was left alone inside of security. I think much a similar attempt coming out of FaZe here. NIP were just a bit more ready for them this time around, though. Once the aggression started raining through, they dug in deep, they won their gunfights, and like we keep on saying, sometimes it does just come down to winning out fights like these, and with shots like that, it's absolutely no surprise that NIP are keeping themselves in the game. 2 big kills from Psycho especially.
The best gadget in the game is not unique to any one operator. It's your drone, flat out. And with what your comment was about how FaZe Clan only had 2 drones left, one of which was a Twitch drone, with 2 minutes still to go in the round, you have no intel. You might have utility to work with, but where do you put it? You don't know if anybody's off-site. You don't know where the players are in the peripheries. You don't know if they're playing aggressively near the bomb site. You don't know the nooks and crannies that you have to push into. You are completely blind. There's a reason why defending operators that have intel are so wildly popular, and it's because information wins you these rounds. It really is that simple. I'm not too surprised to see FaZe literally run into brick wall after brick wall, being ill-equipped and unprepared for almost every engagement because they had no idea what was around the corner.
Continuing that thread, they've lost 2 drones in the prep phase to begin with, so they are already starting short-handed.
Just one, because Twitch only has one drone.
Yes, Twitch only starts with one. I'll let you off then. The Vault Wall...
Just continuing my trend of being Twitch-obsessed, apparently.
The Vault Wall has been covered off by a Kaid that's interestingly placed actually inside of Games Room, so any sort of attempt to put explosives over the top of the wall, for example, try and clear that electrification, thank you very much to our wonderful observers for showing us that, it's going to be safe from those attempts to clear it out, and that is going to be potentially a problem for FaZe Clan here. Last time around when they attacked this site, we saw them try to get control of the north side, try and get control of 90 corridor and push in from there. NIP happy to just hold their line now then. Initial battle coming in here. Cyber, he's looking to aggress into Astronomy.
Cyber's on the hunt right now. Those remaining drones from FaZe being put to good use, and he'll be guided forward. Another 16-3 performance for Cyber is exactly what his team needs, and they surrender that first pick, but both teams trade out very quickly. Cyber gets Muzi on the way back into that Aviator bomb site. This is the very first attempt that we saw from Nip. It was done exceptionally well, flawlessly so. They'll go back for another attempt. This Kaid Claw you talked about being hunted down by Cyber to see if he sees it, and there it is. This could be clear passage now into that vault position, given the fact that there's nothing to stop that electrified reinforcement.
It's a starting point, right? They've been getting the drones ahead of them here to get into the map. Of course, the Twitch shock drones coming in and doing work as well. There was a pre-placed C4 that went off just after the gunfight was lost against Kamikaze. So although it didn't net a kill, I'm pretty sure he was dead to rights anyway. That C4 would have caught him out regardless. So it's all good seeing some drone work coming in, but it's still not enough to make sure they've got coverage on their approach from below as well. And NIP have been really enjoying playing someone off on the roam, looking to play this catch game, and FaZe have just not entertained the ground floor at all.
Absolutely beautiful kill from Bullet there, taking down Julio, just absolutely deleting the man out of Vault. Pino, he strides across no man's land, he's going to be cut down as well. This is all going FaZe's way, but NIP start to fight back, not before Astro can shut Kamikaze down, and that's going to be another round for FaZe Clan, and they'll level things up 2-2.
Well, this is good news right now for FaZe Clan, I might add. This is their map, obviously, but they are on the unfavorable side of Villa. A 58% defender-sided win rate. That is staggering. That is
sizable.
That is a very large difference between these two sides. So if the attackers are capable of putting 2 rounds on the board, mission accomplished, frankly, because this is not a situation where Nip is going to be losing a map solely because they don't know it. This is a position where both these teams are so skilled and are at such a high level.
I missed that at the time. I was watching the overhead, so I missed
everything.
that.
The yellow ping was there, it was just beautiful. Absolutely.
What is this? Is this a bit of team play coming out in this final so far? Imagine
anyway, point stands. FaZe Clan picking up 2 rounds on attack here on Villa is realistically is where you expect to be. Yep. Anything past this is just gravy.
Yes.
It's just gravy, is it? Do you guys have gravy in Canada?
Of course.
I think it's a little bit different though. Is it something you'd put on meat?
It's not the horrible like watered down stuff, is it? Like, it's like water across your dinner.
Not if you're bad at making gravy.
That's very true. Nice thick and yeah,
we love it thick.
On like, do you like roast meats, like roast beef and things?
Yeah, you put gravy on that. Okay. Thanksgiving dinners.
Because I know, like, south
American
of the border,
America,
they've got, like, biscuits and gravy, and that's a different thing.
Biscuits and gravy?
Oh, it's a different thing. The gravy's like a different thing.
American Thanksgiving coming up in 2 Thursdays from now, or as we call it in Canada,
Thursday.
Thursday.
Do you know what we call it in Britain, though?
Thursday.
Thursday.
Or Friday.
Depends on the time.
Depends on what time you're asking.
Depends where it comes in.
Why are you both smiling at me?
Because we're hilarious, Des. Because Parker stood next to me, he's on my side of this, and we are hilarious.
That is true, he's more towards your side.
Because we're having fun, Derry. You should try it sometime.
No, I want to be all serious and not laugh and not mock other people or the Canadians in general. Maybe you can mock Kamikaze for going down as the entry in the round, though. Astro finding him out down towards the south. And again, this is all the push that's coming in on the bottom side of the map. It was Cameraman last time. Here, it's Astro.
FaZe Clan right now having this upper hand when it comes to opening deaths, but traded back relatively quickly by Nip. They've kept it close now the last 2 rounds, and a 4v4 with 2 minutes left to go is where we stand.
Certainly is. We're going to have a little bit of pressure inside of Study from FaZe here. Astro's managed to get himself established inside of there. There is still a little bit of work being done from the northern side as well. Astro actually just walking in through maps here. He's not really being challenged. Julio finds the kill ultimately, but there's an awful long time for him to realise that there was a man just walking into sight.
Oh, freebie is sometimes how it starts to ring out. We're about halfway through and only 3 have gone down. This feels like one of the more peaceful rounds we've seen across both maps so far. Think about how early the aggression has been in several instances and how many members have fell down. It's good to at least see I don't want to say a slower pace, but a reduced pace compared to what we've seen in the last couple. Souls has walked his way inside of sight. You got Psycho, who's basically let him past here, and Souls could do untold damage.
He's going to toss out a grenade in an act of desperation while the rest of Nip will try to get into the bomb site. They've got the call likely from Julio on this spot, and he's going to dance around these grenades. Psycho getting softened up with still a minute to go. FaZe have no chance to be able to get this objective down yet, but they'll clean out the 2 players from Nip who are trying to hold steady. It's Musy's turn now over by Model underneath the plane, staring into the vault, but he'll be pushed out by a grenade, and now Psycho is down as well. But the diffuser is surrendered, and Musy will conquer it, sitting over top of it. A mother hen as he watches towards his nest, but he pushes out. Both of these players from FaZe are going to be going from different directions, and Musy has a single HP as he now comes around 90. Missing out on that bullet pen kill, but a pre-fire from Cameraman will go down deep. I feel like this might be prolonging the inevitable with how little HP Musy has, gentlemen.
I think realistically it probably is Musy just trying to creep his way down 90 corridor here. They're well aware of his presence. Can they get the kill? Yes! As Cameraman comes around the corner, he manages to get that shutter speed a little bit quicker than Musy can possibly hit the trigger and takes his man down.
Just makes it a bit too easy there, Souls, for himself. Marching inside of sight. Psycho was down the bottom of main stairs when he pushed into Study. His role really is to protect what's going on in Study, not be looking on the downstairs, but clearly something caught his attention and off he went running, enabling Souls to slip through. It was just very weird seeing him in behind enemy lines inside a vault whilst there were players kind of darting around on both sides, either side of him. Very interesting, but ultimately FaZe find the round win off the back of Souls, who had a knockout game yesterday and he's still carrying on in that form today.
It's 3 rounds now for FaZe. We talked about the win condition here on this map in particular, and I would say FaZe have beaten it. And if it's a 4-2 or even just a 3-3 half, this sets FaZe up so well for when the side swap comes out.
It really does. If they can get themselves onto 4, I often say this, they need to find one site that they can lock down, and it at least gives them overtime. If they can do that and just rinse and repeat that one site, the likelihood of this FaZe being able to find one site, I would say, is very high right now, because they've got players who are hitting shots. Once you allow players like Cyber, Bullet out on the roam here, they are going to be a nuisance for NIP.
I mean, the score does show us that it's still been relatively close. If nobody on FaZe Clan has really caught fire at this particular moment, trades back and forth have been relatively even. In regards to opening picks, FaZe are up 2-1 over Nip because there were 2 rounds where there was an almost immediate refrag, so there's no advantage that's really gained from you there. Frankly, I don't know what Nip is going to do at this point. Through that entire coastline and up to this point here in Villa, there hasn't been a single timeout called. So it's a bit curious to see, and I wonder if Nip is going to possibly slap that button after this round if FaZe ends up prevailing.
It feels like maybe you need to, but it's also at the point of swapping halves, so you'd save it for a little bit later on. Definitely delayed somewhat by Musy finding the opening kill onto Cameraman. Psycho's the one now trying to go aggressive into Astro, finds himself traded out. Cyber getting that shutdown. So much of the site here is actually clear. Kamikaze is playing on the below, of course. Sorry, not the site itself, but Kamikaze is the only one playing on the site right now. Top floor control secured by FaZe and Astro as he's already charged his way in. And this electrified wall redundant. 45 seconds in, top floor control is gone, but Musy finds Cyber.
What a challenge from him coming in there, managing to get himself the kill across the gap. Just really starting to open up the attack of FaZe, but Astro managing to find that trade back. It is a late trade, but leaves us now in a 3 versus 3. NIP are going to have to play this defense completely from underneath here. And Souls, he's just dropped himself down, is going to be looking to move towards the pantry. Bullet gets Julio. 2 versus 3 right now.
You talk about bowling, that was a strike, because he just rolls it right through the drone hole. Oh, Nip is down, and except for Kamikaze, and well, me oh my. 4-2 first half, FaZe looking indomitable, not even particularly excited. It's all business as usual across that entire bench.
When is the next Games Done Quick? Do you know the dates?
It's right now, actually. We're watching the Rainbow Six Siege component.
I never thought I'd see the day, but FaZe are making it happen. It's one of those where, again, I think in some rounds, NIP have got themselves into a comfortable spot. They found the opening kill. They've got an area locked down. They just keep on letting FaZe take over massive portions of the map without any real contest. Look at Astra in that round again. Can we just not keep him anymore? Oh, he's opted to step off the stage. He's fallen into the netherworld or whatever the black carpet around us represents. But
I was testing how long the cable went.
What was your conclusion? Pretty long?
Oh, it's long.
It's long. You can go very far away with that. But again, for NIP, you know, it's twice now where Souls has got inside of Vault. In that round just there, he got himself control inside of Trophy and Statuary. And that's where NIP had staked their claim, where they'd set up with these bandit charges, where they'd really look to hold things down with a C4 player below 2. But FaZe just say, no, well, we're taking the ground and you're not going to kill us. This is ours to win.
There was something very revealing that just flashed across the screen. I don't know if you saw that, but Julio, even after they lost the round, he was laughing and smiling. Now,
10 seconds to
we can put on our tinfoil hats here, gentlemen.
Oh, no.
But I'm going to say, the ninjas in pajamas that I know would be tilted off the face of the earth at this point.
Attacker's objective is to
and yet, despite the fact that they got absolutely walloped in that very first map, and now they are on FaZe's map, and they are getting walloped yet again on the unfavorable side, Julio was still smiling and Nip did not look like they were in the worst spirits possible. That is good for ninjas in pajamas, but I mean, I have to ask some questions. Hey, why are you so excited you're losing? Get angry. I want to see an angry ninjas in pajamas.
They're just good at losing. They're humble losers.
I mean, I would say FaZe is better at losing personally, but
not right now. They're not.
That's for certain.
Could be the first win that they have if it continues like this in a long time, because they are going particularly well so far. 4-2, they find themselves here in round 7, going to be defending down in Dining. So we certainly see NIP looking to get themselves the top floor clear, looking to get themselves established up there so they can start working down towards site. But they've got a couple of roamers that they need to deal with around the map, particularly Bullet downstairs, Nitro in hand, playing in and around Lounge and Library. I think Pino is aware of his presence, but if not, it could be a real sticking point here where they lose the sledge, who they're going to want upstairs. Julio, he opens things up with a kill onto Cyber, and that's a big start for NIP.
They weren't expecting him to swing onto the mud window there. It's an absolute freebie, and I did have the same concerns about Pino. You know, being the sledge, you've got those nades on side, you've got all the vertical destruction, yet you're the one who's trying to push his way up red, knowing that Bullet is likely roaming on the downstairs somewhere and could flank onto you at any time. A bit of a risk, and apparently they agree. Pino now moving himself far away back outside, getting himself up onto that top floor. So I think for NIP, a good start where you found the entry onto Cyber. Again, the one player that you really don't want to be alive in the majority of these rounds, given the damage that he did on Coastline, and a good start.
There is no Jaeger nor Wamai for FaZe Clan, and there are 6 frag grenades from Nip. So things are going to get pretty spicy. Sorry, make that 8 frag grenades. I didn't see that Musi also had them. So there are
I mean, he doesn't anymore.
Grenades. I mean, he doesn't need them anymore. Cameraman taken out as they switch back and forth. The trade still favors Nip as they have an advantage. But that's a lot of explosive devices. And if they're above, looking to go towards that kitchen bomb site, those grenades are effectively going to be anvils landing on the heads of the FaZe defenders.
It's certainly not going to be a pleasant experience in the final 30 seconds of FaZe here if that utility starts to rain down upon them. Pino, he's going to find bullets raining down on him, but Julio once again managing to make his count. Psycho finds Bullet as well, leaving us now in a 1 versus 3 for Astro. And NIP have got an opportunity to get the diffuser down, something that reasonably rarely happens for them. Kamikaze is going to go in there and start to put it down, but Psycho finds that final kill. NIP, they get one back, and it's now 3-4.
That was a lot more controlled than I think what we're used to seeing out of NIP for the most part, where they did slow things down. You know, Pino didn't continue pressing his way out the red hallway. They got in there, found one entry, realized, I think it was Musi that droned onto Bullet, playing inside a living library, and then said, okay, back away on this one, we need to keep the sledge alive. And sure enough, things do slowly start going their way. The C4 not connecting onto the man they wanted. enable Pino to keep on doing his work from above. But it's one of those, Parker, where you called it out and said 8 frag grenades on side, and no real kills coming in from frags. It was one of those.
What word was that?
I have no idea. Don't start picking on my language.
It's just his accent.
Yeah, just my accent.
That's how they say it.
I heard he tones it down for the
That's how they say it in the Midlands.
They tone it down for the broadcast, don't they, Tim? Yeah.
Absolutely do.
No, I mean, Ninjas in Pyjamas looked very much in control of that round. Still, almost every round that we've watched on these two maps have been somewhat chaotic and less structured than we are used to seeing, especially out of these two teams. Nip's discipline and patience, and I will keep coming back to those two words to describe them, has not been able to match the fury of FaZe Clan up to this point. And Nip really need to start setting the tempo. In that round, they absolutely did. They set the tempo 100%. Can they keep it up, though? Will FaZe potentially see a stumble? Well, I think they understand that Nip brought an abundance of grenades, and they're going to do it again, by the way. 4 sets of grenades by Ninjas in Pyjamas, but look to the right of your screen. It's a Wamai and a Jaeger being trotted out by FaZe Clan, so they understand, hey, maybe we should be a little bit prepared for some of these projectiles and throwables that are going to be tossed our way.
Even when you're not being punished by them, it's still the response of acknowledging that was a thing. You know, we could have been torn apart if it came down to us being sat on site. If they played it out, air quotes, normally, got control of the top floor and just rained these in, it could have been dangerous. Muzi looking to push his way straight in. A drone at his feet. It's felt like a rare sight throughout the series, but that's exactly what you want for your main entry. Now, of course, this isn't looking in towards the site just yet, but making sure this downstairs is clear is critical. We have seen Bullet running around off site for the vast majority of this series. He's the one who's trying to cause a bit of trouble, and I'm glad that NIP are paying him the respect he deserves.
Muzi on the Ash from underneath will have the opportunity to potentially clear out a little bit of utility as well. Can use that breach in charge if they so choose on the ceiling, try and just make it a little bit more difficult for the defenders to stay in some of those common spots. For the time being now, Muzi is just happy to wait out and see if there's any roamers. Pino's actually joined him there, so there could be an opportunity for some vertical nades here.
They're still lurking down below, side by side inside a Memorial. Trying to toy with whoever might be playing off-site, but I really appreciate the great patience yet again. This one's going to be a miss, but hey, guess what? You've got 6 more to go. 7 more to go? 5 more to go? I don't think that's a fully accurate count at the top, by the way. I think there's still 5 remaining. But regardless, half of the round to go as Cyber now gets droned out. FaZe Clan know that they've cleaned out most of that first floor. Now the focus becomes the bomb site up top to Trophy and Statuary.
What makes me worry is it's uninformed grenades, right? They're not sure that someone's there. They're just looking to toss nades up and hope they catch someone out that might be there. Some of it's for gadgetry for sure. Psycho finding himself shut out by Astro. So it's a start. More frag grenades are taken off the board. They're now down to only 3. And my fear always, Parker, is when you see so many nades on side, you need to have them working for you. Yet a lot of the critical utility hasn't yet been removed.
So 5 versus 4, we're coming in towards that final minute now. Still trying to soften FaZe up on site with these vertical nades, but not really having much success at the moment with it. Cyber still established on side of Astro Stairs, and for the time being, it is looking like FaZe are just going to hole up here and try to wait this out, but the kills are coming in from NIP.
Oh my, that was very narrowly a team kill, by the way, but the distraction works for Souls as he now swings for the fences, and it's Bullet's turn to try to get to his teammate. Julio shuts him down. Every gunfight from FaZe is ill-informed, and they are ill-prepared for
flank.
Cyber in a 1v3. He's remarkable, and he cuts it down to a 1v2, but he sees the bullets whizzing around the corner. He'll toss out that toxic canister and very narrowly miss out on this one. Diffuser going down, tries the pre-fire. He connects! The diffuser's planted, though. It gives Kamikaze an opportunity to clutch out. Cyber will play around this opening as the Maverick repositions, still getting spam pings.
Shots.
But around the corner, it's a nice play by Kamikaze. He has not been a force of nature on the battlefield, but he gets the kills that count. And Nip have now tied this map up.
It's the unpredictability in these rounds that make them so hard to understand which way it's going to play out, where you've got Souls and Bullet holding around 90, looking to play for a trade. Julio pushes his way up red, kills 1, then goes on to catch the second, and it's like, right, the team have got the right idea again, looking to play for those crossfires, those 2v1s, whatever it might be. Just not able to execute it the way they need. NIP looking pretty good once again on the attack. My only fear is, Tim, and I say it to you every single cast we have, I don't like it when we rely on single individual hero plays coming out of players. That felt like one from Julio, and you'll see it on your screen again here.
What I like at the minute, Des, is that we have got to 4-4 on the scoreboard. Coastline was an age away from this game. A 7-1 to FaZe for anybody who missed the start of this game. It was an absolute rollover, but NIP, they're starting to lay down some markers. They're starting to show that they're here to play. They've woken up, and that's what we wanted out of this grand final. We've had so much intense action over the last week here in Sweden. We didn't want to see anybody getting rolled over. Tactical pause coming in now from NIP. They've just got themselves a couple of rounds in a row, and they're deciding just to try and solidify that now.
This is a good time for Nip to call it, by the way. I'm actually a little surprised that it's Nip the one who's calling it and not FaZe Clan, because this definitely seems like it would be a relatively good reactionary call from FaZe. First timeout so far of this series. For those of you that are watching that might be uninitiated to top-level play, they're available. There are 2 timeouts per map. 1 per team. No, you do not refresh your timeout per half. You only get 1. That's it. Nip have used theirs. So they've pulled the ripcord, presumably. The parachute is out, but they don't really need it because they are currently on a 2-round win streak, and they are looking mighty fine. Right now, this is a very rare attacker-sided villa. Of the 8 rounds that we've seen, 6 have gone in favor of the attackers. That is very much not the norm. We talked about it before, 58% win rate for the defender half. We're seeing some weird siege right now.
The timeout to me just suggests they're not confident in their play right now. And we've said it between us, it doesn't particularly feel confident from our perspective either. Back in the first attacking round, all these nades on side, no kills being found, nothing really being done with them. Previous one a second ago, much better, but relied on Julio to make a big play pushing up red by himself, largely uninformed, just playing on old information from team members to help him get the kill coming through. So for them, they're looking to settle things down a little bit here, get these attacks a little bit more coordinated, and I imagine for FaZe equally, a bit more of a dug-in defense likely to be shown, given you've got the Mirror, the Mute, of course the Mine, the Jaeger, and the Smoke all coming along.
A little bit of difference in the approach to site from NIP here than the one that we saw from FaZe. So FaZe was largely a north-sided push in through Trophy Statuary. NIP at the minute have kind of surrounded the building. They're looking to get themselves a bit of a study presence. They move into the bottom of main stairs. They've also got a couple of players out on that north side as well that might look to pressure into master bedroom. So they're going for a much more spread out approach here. As the round continues, we'll see what impact that has. Does it give FaZe any sort of easy one-on-one challenges? For the time being, NIP are looking for that verticality. Pino sees his man, but just can't find the shots.
I really like what we see out of these immediate adrenaline surges from all of the attacking lineups. And I mean, this one obviously works semi-effectively. Astra will be no more. Those My Magnets will still persist, yet he will not. A minute in, and Nip have got that entry that they want. And that is going to pay dividends for the remainder of this round.
They've got the entry, but I don't really feel like they're 100% clear on what the game plan is here. Sure, some nades coming in from below, but there's no attempted setup onto main stairs. There's no massive push coming in towards red. They're taking things really slow, and historically, this has been NIP's biggest problem, is they take a long time to get started in some rounds and leave themselves coming up short. I want to see them moving quite quick here, start getting a press on the way through. They've dealt with that mirror window that's inside of the bedroom, but do they know about Cameraman just tucked inside of the bedroom doorway? He could be a massive slowdown part of this round for the side of FaZe, and then NIP will be the ones left reeling. Again, not really seeing the consistency in what it is they want to get done, though.
Not just a slowdown, Des. He could play absolute spoiler here for Cameraman, and he's just biding his time. NIP struggling to get through that utility, struggling to get themselves established. They know that he's there. They've got to make the challenge. Kamikaze almost losing out there. Cameraman just battling tooth and nail inside of Trophy Statuary, but Pino is the one who finally gets the kill. 5 versus 3 now, coming into the final 40 seconds. NIP are starting to just ramp up the pressure.
And there's still some action happening over by 90. Ace Pino looking for more. Kamikaze throws a grenade out, and 30 seconds with an adrenaline surge means that the action is just about to occur. Nobody in Vault right now for FaZe Clan, so Pino and the Maverick of Kamikaze will part ways before then deciding, hey, maybe we will go in the same direction. First player from Nip is to fall, and it's Psycho, but he takes out Cyber with him. Nitro Cell goes down, that claims Pino. Bullet still watching that angle. Vector in hand, long range, not exactly where he wants to be. Down goes goes Musi, and Bullet could have another as he gets swung on by the doorway.
Oh.
It's Souls to try and clutch out. It's Souls and Julio now in a 1v1 with a second to go. And Nip will not take the lead. FaZe don't go down with the ship. Souls clutches yet again, and it's 5-4 FaZe.
Massive clutch up by FaZe. I can't take it away from NIP again. They were doing everything right in that round. They had the drones coming in. They isolated Cameraman. They got full control of the top floor. They were playing Siege the way it's meant to be played here as well. Much more controlled and all about team play. But again, the worry that we mentioned early on, in about 60 seconds, it takes NIP a long time to get things like that done. You cannot afford to spend 2 minutes getting control of Trophy and Statuary, because then you end up coming up short when it comes round to your side execute. They had no idea about the mirror sat inside of Study, and the damage that Bullet did from there was unbelievable. Lots more to come from the NIP side. A bit more pace though, and they could look a lot more successful.
NIP are a very good team at adapting. They are a very good team at changing their gameplay based on who they're going up against. But there is one thing that I can say with confidence NIP do not change very well, and that is the fact that they take their time, and they quite often leave themselves with 10 seconds left, kills to find, and no diffuser down. I don't know if it's still true at this point with the latest stats, but at a point in this tournament, I think it was coming into playoffs, NIP were the lowest planting team that we had in the tournament. And it is because of this. They leave it until 10 seconds left to go, and then it is just, you've got to throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. Sometimes they win those rounds, but sometimes they don't. And against a team like FaZe, with a man like Souls, you're going to start losing rounds. 5-4 now to FaZe. We've got a game on our hands.
Well, if you want to know, coming out of the group stages, when you talked about those stats in particular, only 4 diffusers planted throughout the entirety of the group stages. 6 games played by Nip and only 4 diffusers planted. Now, if you're Ninjas in Pyjamas and you look at this particular matchup, you already got 1 down. That's not too bad. And against Space Station in the quarters, they did quite well at getting that objective play too. So, I mean, Nip have certainly learned from that, but they know that they're capable of being carried by their gunplay, and in many rounds, it works well. The problem is that when you run into a team that is doing better in gunplay, which in many rounds FaZe are, you don't really have anything to fall back on.
What I love is that FaZe have really doubled down on this. They know NIP is slow. They play against them all the time regionally. Here, they've stepped into saying, right, how can we possibly slow them down further? Well, Banshees are a great start. Oh, let's electrify some walls as well. How about we take drones away from them with a Mozzie and a Mute, and let's step up some can traps as well. Of course, a couple of those now on a door will be lethal to someone pushing in through them. And I think if you're leaving it to NIP to try and push through aggressively in the late round, where they haven't had time to drone, guess what? You're likely to find some success on the cap can.
I mean, NIP have been allowed a lot of free reign on the underneath. We've seen this so far coming in. They've been able to move around quite freely. They're pushing onto Dining here this time around. That is the site that they're going to be attacking onto, but there's not been much resistance. Look at Musi. He's just in there on the Ash. He's running around. They need to try and make a challenge and just let NIP know that they can't just take this map so freely. Cameraman could potentially be the one to do that, but he's going to be challenged out here. It's going to be a Gemini draw.
Oh, Pino walks right in, and that is the first pick with a minute left in the round. The Adrenaline Surge guiding him forward, and, well, Nip's opening, strong. Traded off, though, as Psycho falters now as well. Souls proving how clutch he can be right now inside a Memorial, another Kitchen defense. Nip have taken both Kitchen and Trophy away from FaZe Clan. You talked about focusing on 2 bomb sites here, Tim, and right now the focus has been good, but the advantage swings in favor of FaZe. Nip will look to burst into Memorial. That's where they're lined up. Will somebody from FaZe be there to greet them? Answer, no. I mean, they were, but Souls gets shut down. Final 30 seconds now, and it's an even 3v3 that very quickly gets traded off to NIP.
Just going to come in here and try to finish the round off NIP, but it's going to be Astro who steps up and is that brick wall that FaZe need. 2 versus 2 now in the dying seconds. 13 seconds left on the clock to be precise. Astro and Bullet pushing in from the Memorial and Pantry side. Musi able to try and get that diffuser down. Pino finds one on the cover. Can he find the second? Not yet. It's going to be the nade. No! Musi gets off the diffuser, finds the shots and the the kill. NIP level us up. We're guaranteed to see all 12 of regulation.
That's something at the very least, but you see how the push came through there? The bike shed up into Memorial and then into sight. As soon as NIP stepped through, FaZe backfilled that. Bullet coming in behind them and looking to hit them on the flank with a player coming up from the right-hand side. NIP made the perfect call. Go deep, plant far towards the northwest side, as far away as you can from the would-be aggressors, and they managed to stick it out. Even in that 1 versus 2, if he'd won that first gunfight against Pino, the round was done. Because it was a grenade at his feet, it would have been round done and dusted from there, Parker.
There was a lot of hesitation from FaZe as to how they wanted to retake because they didn't have information. And Bullet in particular was posted up. He was in the most advantageous spot to do something about this, but he allowed Nip to go deeper into the site without challenging. Now, this might not be Bullet's fault. This could have been a team call. But when you're in the position that Nip is in, playing in Kitchen, you've got 2 hard walls next to you. They can't shoot through them. You have to retake from the same angle that Pino is going to be staring at quite intently. And unless you're swinging together to go for that trade, you're going to be in trouble.
And they were, is the top and bottom of it. Ultimately, Music Pino, one of the deadliest duos inside of all the Siege, able to close that one down. They're going to lead us into round 11, then 5-5, and just one of these teams is going to get the opportunity to close this out without going to overtime. That team will be the winner of this round. It's going to be a defense of trophy and statuary for NIP. The last time we saw this from them was round 8. It was an NIP win with a kamikaze plant, and it was reasonably comfortable. As I remember, it was the smoke pushing into sight at the end of things, just trying to gun them down. It was a 1v1, but he was never likely to win it.
Now, here's something that's a little bit interesting about the setup. We see an Ela being brought out by Cyber. Now, this trophy statuary bomb site, as was mentioned in the previous round, did not go in favor of FaZe the last time they defended it. And the only bomb site that has favored them is Aviator. But if you want to play close-range engagements, what's one of the best guns in the game to do so? The FO12, which is the shotgun that Ela brings. You've got the Guzmats, which can act as intel gatherers for when somebody pushes in. You can disorient them for about a second. They're not too bad as a gadget, even if she doesn't always fit the meta. But that FO12, that is going to be the showcase, as it can tear through just about anybody. Musi, by the way, is in the middle of the bomb site now, and there's still 2 minutes to go. He walks in, he kills Souls, he gets out.
The worst thing is he just walks past the shield as well. FaZe had that set up with the intent of playing there. You had Cyber set up on the downstairs on the Ela. Normally you'd see an Ela stationed inside of the walk-in wardrobe up towards the northeast side of the top floor. He was too busy off downstairs opening up holes for them from below to be able to play some denial. That shield rendered completely useless, and NIP given so much free ground to play with. I mean, they have still got control of Master here, which is a pretty big one for them, but the south side's gone. You've got Kamikaze working his way up, Pino below with grenades. They're all set up for a good push in here.
Cyber going to take a chunk of damage from that nade underneath. They do have Cameraman playing on the downstairs here to FaZe, but he's just not moving towards making a challenge onto those vertical nade throwers at the minute. He's just allowing them to start raining that damage into sight. Just wanting to maybe leave himself for the late round to have that bigger impact, that grandstand flank moment where he can pick them up. But right now, NIP not getting themselves too established either. They're letting that time tick by again. Psycho manages to get himself one onto Bullet. This is the opportunity now for me, Parker. You're 5 versus 3. NIP, let's start getting onto site and getting some kills so we've got time to spare.
Well, Tim, they have to use that utility that they have effectively because they're going to be doing exactly what you don't want to do. Run through the same doorways. Astro takes one down, but he has to head for the hills as Cyber falters. FaZe find themselves still trailing in a 2v4. Up the stairs, Astro gets shut down and Nip blocks it out, and it might come in the 11th round. But Nip finally takes the lead here on Villa.
I just feel like FaZe were a little bit passive in their holds there. I mean, you had the Mute playing downstairs. C4 in hand was deployed onto the statuary door, was shot out far too comfortably by NIP when they walked in. I think it glitched ever so slightly through the floor into soft destruction, so they could see it as soon as they tried to walk around the shield, and it was very simple to step forward from there. But really, this round was already an absolute mess as soon as they conceded that control in sight when Musi just simply walked in, around the shield, and took down Souls. You lose your anchor in the smoke there, who you're relying on for so much of the stall work. And from there, FaZe were just always trying to fight back in, vaulting over the middle walls, for example, down into Red Hallway. They knew that round was essentially done.
Now, here's one of the benefits of having Nip be the team to take the timeout earlier on. It's FaZe's time to take the timeout. And at the moment, they're teasing Trophy Statuary, which would be a very peculiar decision given the fact that they just lost it and are now 0-2 on this bomb site. Aviator Games has been their saving grace thus far. It's the only bomb site that they've won. They have a single opportunity to push us into overtime, which I'd like to remind everybody is unlimited. So with how close this match has been, if we go to overtime, I suspect we're going to probably go very deep into Villa. With that said, this is your last opportunity to put yourself in a position to go up 2-0. FaZe can taste it, but they are at the moment on the razor's edge, and Nip looked to steal FaZe's map as FaZe stole Nip's away just an hour ago.
And that is it. That's how the grand final could continue. You know, we move in there and these two teams are so close in terms of ability that we talk about who's chosen which map, but you can have your preferences. Ultimately, if you want to get yourself to the grand final of a major, you better be prepared to play every single map that is out there, because there is a chance that you're going to find yourself going to those different locations. So here we see FaZe Clan unable for the time being to close out their own map choice on Villa. It's 5-6 on the scoreboard. They are going to take us to trophy again, Des. What do they need to do differently here?
Well, the one thing they've tried to do differently is change around who's playing what. You've got Souls moving away from playing on the smoke. That's now going over to being on Cyber, and they're not bringing along the Ella to sit down on the downstairs. It does mean they're one shield short compared to what they had before, but given they gave that one a free, it was basically a charity donation to NIP. I'm not surprised that things have moved around a little bit here. I want to see them digging into site a bit more, and I think with the Wamai, the Jaeger, and the Aruni, they've got the options for, you know, keeping NIP at bay. They've got the smokes on side, the Banshees. There is so much denial work that they can play behind to slow NIP down again. Just don't go losing that first man for free, I think, is arguably the #1 thing they've got to get right.
I mean, there hasn't been a good defensive bomb site for FaZe Clan right now. Even on Aviator, it came down to a 1v1 that was won by Souls. That was it. So you don't really have a saving grace necessarily. You can look at that one bomb site and say, yeah, they won it, but there wasn't a lot of confidence there. I think that there were some mistakes that were committed on Trophy Statuary that they feel they can solve far easier than on any other bomb site. And they get the leadoff pick to show off. Down goes Pino. That Monty down below doesn't exactly have the escort that they want. Now, Julio falls. Musi gets Astro, and then the shield comes out. Psycho gives his life away, but Musi has the follow-up. We are 50 seconds into this round, gentlemen. 50 seconds, and half of the server has already been cleared out.
This is turning into an absolute bloodbath here with them just wailing on each other right now. Musi pushing it through 90 corridor. NIP, at least some confidence between him and Kamikaze. Kamikaze on the drones ahead of him, so they feel that they know what is coming in front of them, and FaZe have pretty much dug themselves in on site now. Musi just trying to find himself an angle. He's going to take some damage from that Toxic Babe canister, and FaZe, they're just happy to play behind this line at the moment.
He's very happy playing this crouch walking Ashes, and Musi always in the front line trying to work his way in, but being rebuffed at every single angle from FaZe. Just each of them taking little chip shots at him here, slowly being stalled back, and Kamikaze and he have got to buddy up here and make this one work. The push coming potentially inside of Statuary. They step in but miss some critical shots. Cameraman finds Kamikaze and Musi in a 1 versus 3. I think we're all but guaranteed to go into overtime, Parker.
Unless we see one of the most impressive clutches that any of the three of us have ever witnessed. Gentlemen, I think this is overtime cooking, and yes, indeed, dinner's done, it's overtime. So let's set the table for everybody as we now go into the unknown. An unlimited number of rounds available. It's not the same 3 rounds, you're not at the mercy of a potential coin toss. You get to play it out.
My notes only go to round 15.
So do mine.
I'm going to have to hit some copy-paste to try and get through this.
I'm absolutely screwed. My spreadsheet's the same. We're about done.
I mean, I feel, Des, and I'm sure that you'll agree, unlimited overtime and us could be a bad combination. I mean, we see a lot of games go the distance.
We get into overtime a lot, but I'm kind of riding on it not being
It's going to be perfect for the viewers.
No, I'm riding on, we get overtime a lot. We don't quite get the full extension of also getting a lot of extra overtime.
Okay.
God help us.
There's my gamble.
God help us. Gentlemen, I'm sorry because I still have very fond flashbacks to the last time that I was involved with unlimited overtime. And right now I've got Coastline, I've got G2, I've got Empire. They're all flashing in front of my eyes as I stare into the great beyond. We'll see exactly what happens. I thought with the way these teams were playing and the way things were shaping up after the first couple rounds and Nip tied this up, I'm thinking if we're going to have unlimited overtime, that is just an absolute slaughterhouse. where these teams go deep, deep, deep into the night. Make up for lost time. We're ahead of schedule right now because of what happened on Coastline.
7-1 decimation was the one we saw on Coastline, in case you missed it and joined us a little bit late. It's going to be FaZe starting things off on the defensive side. You're seeing them leaning back in towards the same kind of composition we saw throughout much of the second half. Mute and Mozzie stacking up to try and slow NIP down as much as possible, with, of course, the Banshees to smoke, also doubling up and adding in towards that effort. They are setting up quite heavily on towards the north side here, with 3 members scattering up, getting some reinforcements down, gadgets being deployed. If you remember last time, it was Cameraman who held around this angle for the longest of times, but for NIP, it took them 2 minutes to get everything cleared out.
I say they've got to be much quicker this time around. They need to make sure that they're not wasting that time because it cost them dearly. And with FaZe on the defense here, if they can get that first round, we've spoken about the fact that this is unlimited overtime. NIP could find that over a lot quicker than they might like if they give up a defense, because as we've said, it's been a little bit unusual on Villa today, and we've been seeing a lot of attacker wins, and I'm sure that FaZe will be confident going into the second round if they can get this one locked down.
Unusual is absolutely correct. These teams have gone to the same 3 bomb sites. We have not seen that living room library bomb site pop up yet, but the compositions for the both takes and defenses on these sites have been so markedly different. That last round, no exception. We saw Monty, we saw a full court press from FaZe Clan. It's every single round is something new, and I don't envy the coaches here, the ones who are trying to talk these teams through this.
I will give some nod towards NIP here. One thing they're doing that FaZe didn't do on their attacks is getting drones in below. Remember us talking about the C4 play coming out of NIP and how FaZe were kind of, nah, we drone the site, we push in, we worry about the risks later on. For NIP at least, yes, they are slow, but they've done all the drone work they need to on the downstairs to make sure there is no one from FaZe lurking with a C4 in hand. So they are setting themselves up for success, but it's about finding that healthy balance in the middle where time is still in your favor.
Psycho just sending in the Twitch drone now. FaZe Clan holding down on site pretty heavily here. They've got Bullet at the top of main stairs and Cameraman lurking around underneath. I'm not sure if NIP are aware of his location or not. Let's not forget he has got a Nitro in hand, so could play serious spoiler later in the round, particularly when it's time for Kamikaze to try and get that diffuser down. That could be a good opener. Haven't quite confirmed the kill. There we go. Kamikaze managing to finish it off onto Astro. There's 50 seconds left to go, and NIP are going well. There's that Nitro that I spoke about, though. Cameraman finding Muze. 4 versus 4. 40 seconds left to go.
And here you have Nip now charging over towards 90 with as much as they can, but down goes Julio. It falters. FaZe Clan looking to go to match point, and they've got a 1-body advantage to do just that. How close Cyber is to another kill, and he lines up, knocks Psycho down, pivots! It's been a quiet game from Cyber, but he's online. Pino in a 1v4 inside a study. He's got a lot of work to be done. He's not able to do it in time. FaZe Clan move to match point.
Beautiful play. I'll give all the credit to Cameraman here. The last time on this site, when he died early on, he wasted a lot of time. Here, he's kept himself alive and not been on the roam the entire round. He's gone onto the roam once the initial droning phase for NIP has been removed. Moves downstairs, gets a free BC4, picks up the the Roamer Hunter, I guess you could say, coming out of FaZe, out of NIP, and gets himself a 2K. That essentially shuts the round down entirely. 2 very different rounds for Cameraman, but same outcome where he not quite solo wins the round entirely for FaZe, but is a massive contributor to then getting that positive outcome.
Oh, it was a huge play. It was a huge play from Cameraman underneath, and it just really slowed NIP down and made them just back up a little bit, and the rest of FaZe were able to go in and hit them hard. We're going to be going now to NIP on the defense. They choose to go to Aviator Games as well, and as we said, in round 13, FaZe Clan getting that defense. That is where teams have struggled so far here on Villa today. FaZe just need to get themselves an attacking win, and they will get this one done. 2-0 it will be in the best of 5, and with 3 maps left to play, they will need only 1. It would have to be a reverse sweep from NIP. That just puts even more pressure on this overtime from them.
Julio back on the clash. Last time NIP played this on this site, they wasted a good chunk of time, if you remember, pushing a couple of members up towards Trophy and Statuary. They found 2 kills, they backed on site, played behind the clash, and let that be the big information information feeder for them. So NIP know how to be conservative when they find the early advantage, but you can't take your eyes off Cyber. I know this has been a close game for him, sorry, a quiet game for him, but look up and down the whole scoreboard for the side of FaZe. 8 is the lowest number of kills, 10 is the highest. Everyone is mucking in, and you can say much the same for the side of NIP. This is a real LATAM brawl.
And when you look at this bomb site, as you touched upon, that clash that came out from Julio back in the very first round, that was NIP's first round victory. It was flawlessly done. They went to Aviator games twice after that, unsuccessful both times. This is an attacker-sided Villa that we're witnessing. FaZe took the very first defense on overtime. NIP absolutely need to do the same, but right now the numbers are not in their favor.
45 seconds into the round then. We've got FaZe yet to get themselves fully established. Cyber's moving through to try and push onto Astronomy, looking for that north-sided clearance that we've seen them do so many times.
Perfect time from Pino as well. Bails out of playing in Astro. I didn't like him being there. He had no ADSs, no magnets, no nothing. One grenade would have ended his whole life, and that would have been the end of it. Done. Out of the round, but instead he backs away at the perfect moment, just as the Nut rounds the corner, and is now ready to contest on the downstairs as he and Cyber are facing up.
Now Cyber has no drone to guide him on in, but he takes some damage. I think that was from, oh, it's from the Kite down below, yes! Pino out dueling him in a hail of gunfire. Cameraman's not too far off. There could be a refrag if there's some information from FaZe, but that's a big if, and it certainly doesn't seem like the answer is yes.
It was just beautiful how he backed all the way there as well. Again, Pino was the one that they were chasing after, and he's the one to get the kill back. Think about this too and how it plays out. You've still got a clash to sit behind. You can burn as much time as you like as Pino, but he's done his work. We've gone through 2 minutes. FaZe have still got to find a way towards the site. Psycho is making it look no prettier, Ace.
This match point opportunity starting to fall apart, but Pino decides to go for a jump out there. I'm not sure how necessary that is at 5 versus 3. Brings us back to a 4 versus 3 now. Potential opportunity for FaZe to just get through that crack that's been opened up for them. Gives them a chance to find a lifeline here in this round. We've still got Cameraman trying to work from underneath, getting out those vertical nades. He's not going to find anybody like that. There is still a clash to be dealt with, and the time is ticking away, as are the lives. Kamikaze shutting down Bullet. 34 seconds left on the clock. Souls trying to do anything he can out of the 90 corridor, just making that challenge. Nade goes down, damage done, but very little.
Now Musi tries to take out Souls in this 1v1. Dire straits for FaZe Clan as they now circle towards maps and that doorway into Aviator, but they'll have to confront that clash as we talked about. This is a hope and a prayer. Downed and tased as now Souls will use just HP after HP. And on the flank, it's Kamikaze. These teams are tied up yet again. We're going to need at least 1 round extra of overtime, gentlemen.
We are, of course, just to remind everybody, there's a lot of excitement around it, I'm sure, so you won't have forgotten we're in unlimited overtime. So it is not a situation that we would normally see in that best of 3 where it would be whoever wins this round takes the map. That is not the case. Somebody needs to get themselves 2 rounds clear, and we will continue going. We'll go all night if we need to find out who wins between these two. NIP, FaZe, both managing to lock themselves down a defense at the beginning of overtime, which is uncharacteristic of this game.
I'll give it again towards Pino. Much of that round, him finding the opening kill here was just really the end of all the work he'd done in the early round. Pulling it all the way back from Astro, and rather than running down past Wolf window, opted to vault down into the red hallway. For a team that's ready to deal with a roamer like that, you'd have someone sat on the window waiting for him to run into your line of fire, but he plays unpredictably, and that leaves FaZe Clan in a bit of a mess as the round came down to the time being low, facing off against a clash. 7-7 then. We'll see how Dining and Kitchen play out for FaZe. They are, of course, on the defense. And whether you're on the defense, there is always an opportunity, Parker, but I already get the feeling we could have a few more back and forth between these two.
Well, suddenly a very attacker-sided Villa has completely flipped when overtime comes around, which we do tend to see. Teams will not be able to settle into a groove as they continue to go back and forth on sides. And a bomb site that only been won by the defenders twice in the entire 12 rounds played out in regulation has been won twice in overtime in the 2 attempts. It's a fascinating thing to see. I suspect that both of these teams are going to be playing far more cautious moving forward. There is a stamina effect that we need to keep in mind here. If you go back to the longest game at this level that we have ever played, which is that G2 Empire matchup, Empire talked about stamina and how that game going very, very deep into the map affected them in the remainder of the game. So that is another thing for us to keep an eye on, as these teams could potentially, with the way it's played out, go almost as long.
Look back at SI, for example, with Liquid against NIP. We all said once we got to map 5, Liquid were just out of steam by then. It is a marathon rather than a sprint. And maps like this, the longer this drags on, the more it's just going to sap away at that stamina and energy of both teams. And you never know just how sloppy things can get until you get towards those later rounds.
Oh, no, not now.
Oh, yes, now.
No, not
now. The thing is, Arab servers, you don't understand, they are pros at getting around this. I believe in Easy and Medics, they can do this.
They absolutely can. I think they just need to...
Just believe, Medics says in our ears.
Medics in our ears telling us, just believe, we will believe, don't you worry, we'll get that resolved ASAP. I think, there we go.
There we go. It's fixed. Hooray!
They truly are the best in the business.
Nip, by the way, with the very first pick. They're looking to move on to map point as Bullet gets dragged down. Brief pause now is the halfway mark here. Musi can taste the bomb site, only 20 meters away, very, very close. And he's going to wait to see if one of the defenders will try to cross back, maybe vacate Astronomy.
At this point, you can taste the cogs and gears of all those drones that have been shattered as well. We got halfway into the round. There were only 3 remaining. I know, again, that you've got the Twitch on side, so you are down 1. You do have the 2 shock drones to play behind as well. But this is going to be a very intel-light attack coming in from NIP. Yes, the Mozzie's off the board. Those pests are already out. Same can be said, similar story for those Pyjamas. So, let's see what they can do, but it's going to be all heads-up gunplay from here on out, boys.
Souls is just trying to do anything he can to keep himself fighting in near the bomb chassis at the minute. The nades are raining in, the utility being used to maximum effect, but there we go. Souls once again stepping up with an important kill for NIP, or onto NIP rather. Souls managing to shut down Pino, leaving us now in a 4 versus 4. There's another big moment from the big man himself, getting kamikaze. 3 versus 3, however, as Musi manages to get one of his own onto Astro. 28 seconds left to go, and NIP, they're in a position now where they really need to get moving on towards that bomb site. 3 versus 2. Cyber, Souls combining once again. FaZe, they look like they might have another match point opportunity, and they do as Julio is cut down.
If we get to 20, I'm out.
Well, I mean, like we said, we needed at least one more. And round 20, that's when there were shorter rounds in the game as well. So we're already closing in on that. It was 22 rounds or something like that. But the good news is that if we're saving our voice, there's 3 of us now to shoulder the weight in 2. So, hey, if we want it, we can always have you do some play-by-play as well.
3 voice boxes to be absolutely shattered. What a dream.
Well, I mean,
anything for the community. Anything for the community.
Oh, don't be one of those people again, Ace. Not now.
See? Positivity.
What do you mean, those people?
Just endlessly positive. Infuriatingly so.
I don't think it's infuriating. It's quite nice.
Thank you, Parker.
You're very welcome. And don't let Dez drag you down. Now,
I mean, he hasn't managed yet.
That was a masterful recovery from FaZe, by the way, as they had suffered that very first casualty. They traded back, which is right here by Souls. But then the problem was that what befell Nip was the same thing that we'd seen from FaZe on a couple of rounds, and you touched on it beautifully. 3 drones, no intel. You have a minute to go, and you're going to be just face-checking every single corner. You have no idea where the defenders are playing. And that is such a frustrating spot for you to be in. They were just essentially at that point, as we said before in previous rounds, prolonging the inevitable. So this bomb site, very popular. It will be another attempt at Kitchen now, this time for Nip to do it, as these teams seem quite committed to holding the same rotation.
Check every corner, swing everything is the only way you can describe the last few moments of that round as well. Again, down to what, 2 drones by the 120? It just wasn't particularly great. This one, we're hoping for something a little bit better to come out. We have got the electrification on the triple wall on the upstairs, which could hope to slow or impede FaZe Clan in some way, shape or form, but it is the downstairs site that we are playing on. So keep a close eye on those 3 C4s. The Kamikaze, Psycho and Pino have got in back pocket. For NIP, surely the temptation of that top floor control is going to be a little too great them to steer away from looking to get something on the upstairs, but it does require being very cautious and good drone work of what's going on the site itself.
I tell you what, I actually really do love the unlimited overtime. I look at the scoreboard, there's 15 rounds gone, we're in 16. I'm so excited as to how far we can see it go. When is one of these two teams going to be able to get this one over the line? And as we said earlier, how will it impact the rest of the night? FaZe Clan, just to remind you quickly, already picking up one map on Coastline, looking to get the second on the board. They're going to be attacking onto Dining and Kitchen. They've already had a successful attack so far today. Back in their first half when they were attacking, they did manage to get this site won in round 6. And that was even after taking the opening death onto Cameraman. So FaZe, they can certainly get this done.
Des, you want to touch on those drones again? There's not a lot left for FaZe Clan, so the denial that's coming in from both teams working out very effectively. Information will be a resource that is quite scarce moving on. As it's now the halfway point, FaZe are looking to knock at the door of Kitchen, opening up some of the reinforcements and then training their sights in that exact area. Who on FaZe will be tasked with this flank watch? Because both the teams have been very successful at finding avenues to sneak up on their opponents. Right now, it looks like it's Astro's job. He's been playing flank watch a number of these rounds. I wouldn't be too surprised to see him stay in that spot on Pantry.
This is the problem, right? Cameraman's the last one left with some information out, and he is now getting on the drone, but I was going to say he's still got some work to do. He's got 2 frag grenades still in back pocket, and ideally you want those out on the field being used to unsettle players, to destroy gadgetry, whatever it might be. But he's having to pause from that responsibility and be the droner for the team. It's not overly ideal, and here we go with the step in. Astro already being taken out.
Psycho coming from underneath, making the move from the basement there and finding 2 big kills. Kamikaze onto Souls. Cameraman tries to dig his heels in and fight back, but it's too little too late as Kamikaze shuts the man down. NIP looking to level things up at 8-8 here. There's 23 seconds left to go, and as the last man for FaZe, the last hope to close this out here, and now Bullet moves in. He gets hit by the goo mine, he gets hit by Julio, and he gets put in the ground as NIP keep fighting on Villa.
Well, I think we've got quite a ways to go, gentlemen. So set up some chairs and settle on in as these teams will continue to beat the ever-living hell out of each other while the maps Chalet, Bank, and Kafe all huddle together and laugh gleefully as we go deep into the night here on this Villa map. Right now, it is a Defender Palooza, a perfect 4-0 for the defense to start off overtime, and that is the same amount of rounds that the Defenders won through the entire first 12. So right now, your win condition is quite simple. Win on attack. That's it. Win once on attack, hope that the streak continues in your favor, and then you win on defense. Now, the site rotation as such means that these teams will now need to go to a 3rd bomb site apiece. Trophy Statuary seems to be the one up on the board.
I quite like what NIP have gone for here. They brought along the Decabi as well. Now, we haven't seen that at all from either team so far, but when your issue has been coming into these fights, when you've got no information left, you've got the phone calls on side now. You want to push into a room? Hit the phone calls, get it out there, see who you can find dug in, and of course, playing behind a mute would normally be the go-to answer, but this is the round where FaZe have opted not to bring along a mute. So Psycho has got a real opportunity on his hands here. He finds himself out as the entry death. It's basically as if he never existed in the first place. But you can see the massive Roma hunting focus coming in from NIP here. The Lion and the Decabi coming in as a pairing. If FaZe get out on the roam, they can be torn asunder.
This is a very annoying lineup from Nip, and it's deliberately designed to counter the aggression that we see out of FaZe Clan, because you know that when FaZe were in a tough position on previous defenses, what did they do? They took the fight to Nip. So now Nip have the tools to paralyze them and stop them in their tracks.
The question is, can they do it successfully? We're going to find out in the next 2 minutes 40 as we see that first E1D scan coming in. Aggression immediately from NIP here. Look at Muzi. He's in on the underneath. He's on the hunt, and he is looking for that entry kill. We've got Cyber on Astronomy Stairs there. He's in a position to potentially challenge down into Kitchen. I'm not sure if NIP are aware of his location or not.
Empire do a very similar thing when they attack this map, where they'll have the drones running in front of Joystick. He's the one playing on the Ash. Normally comes in from the east rather than up from the north, but similar sort of vibe here. They were trying to find someone on the underneath play for what would potentially be C4 wielding operators, but there are none to be seen. None of them have got one in hand. They're being a little bit more dug back in, and there's no real concerns on their side. They've already gone through one of the scans, they've gone through one of the phone calls, so they've already shown their card here. FaZe know what they're up against, and that is why they've all pulled back on site and don't want to get themselves isolated and caught out by those two Roamer Hunters.
Oh, and the only map control that Nip's been able to pick up in the process looks to be Kitchen, as that grenade from below does a bit of damage to Astro, but I'm not sure if Kamikaze is fully aware of that, or Pino is rather aware of that at all. So, still Pino lording down below. Musi not too far off, but both on the bottom floor. They're going to need to do the work that needs to be done on this bedroom wall, and they're in. And the Maverick Torch is mighty close to the reinforced steel, and you can see the bullets go whizzing on by. It forces Kamikaze to pause for a second.
Just going to continue to challenge onto the wall. Here are NIP. They've got Musi moving up the main stairs as well, I believe, so potentially going to make a little bit of a split push here and just try and apply some pressure. There we go, Musi just moving his way into the Aviator game side of things, but I tell you what, Bullet's having absolutely none of it. Finds himself an opener. Pino shuts down Souls. We've got about 55 seconds left to go. Kamikaze is down but not out as well, and things look like they are going in the direction of FaZe once again, but Julio is doing work on the downstairs. We're effectively in a 3 versus 3 here.
And there's one EE1D still left for Julio to use. No logic bombs remaining, still a set of grenades and flashes, and the final one will be taken now on this wall. Grenade primed and ready by Kamikaze, put back in his pocket. They look for a way in, potentially, as he'll now carve through more of this steel. Down goes Pino as Astro's on the hunt, watching that opening. Now Kamikaze and Psycho don't have the way in that they want. It's Kamikaze in a 1v2. He's ensnared by the Banshee walking forward, knowing that there's one to his left, suspecting there's one to his right. He surrendered the diffuser as well, so kills are what he needs. But the bulletproof camera's staring him down. He'll walk right into Astronomy, but he can't find anything as he continues to move. FaZe play keep away, and they take the round.
It was a good start as well. I mean, the line, the Decay Bee, we spoke about it at the start and its use cases, and we saw it slowly being used to pinch down into a couple of members, but the Lion ultimately didn't have to rely on the gadget. It was the flashbang that won the 1v1 down inside a mudroom. An almost opportunity for NIP to come in and break the deadlock, but FaZe once again take the defense. They switch over onto the attack, and NIP get onto the defense. I wonder if FaZe here will opt to bring along something a bit more creative, because it is basically running your head into a brick wall, doing the same thing time and time again.
Exactly that. You know, they need to find another way around this. This is where we really need to see adaptation from one of these two sites. You can't just keep, rinse, repeat the same attack and expect for one of them to go through, because inevitably it's not going to happen. The defenders are going to be picking up on that. So we head now into round number 18 here between NIP and FaZe. You heard me correctly. We have made it all the way to round 18. FaZe have an opportunity here to close it out. They've got themselves ahead once again. They need that successful attack. This time it's going to be onto Trophy and Statuary. Having a look at NIP's defensive record of this site so far today, they tried it once and they lost it back in round 2. And then I don't think, no, we haven't seen it from them in the overtime yet. It's going to be the first time they go to Trophy Statuary. They're yet to win this site on defense. This could be the moment for FaZe.
You know what this game really needs? It needs a hero. Look at L players across the whole board. 10 to 15 kills is the range of where we currently sit. I don't want to simplify it all down to numbers, but everyone is getting themselves involved, but no one is pulling ahead. Where's the Cyber that we saw several times yesterday? In fact, throughout the entire tournament, just marching through a team and netting 3 or 4 kills. Where's Bullet, who went 0 and 10 on one map and dropped, what, 14 and 4 or something ridiculous the next? We're not seeing that sharp edge for either team right now, and that means it's coming down to, dare I say, playing Siege the way it's meant to be played. The problem being, neither team are really doing that. So instead you kind of hit a stalemate, which is what it's felt like we've been sat in for the entirety of Villa so far. Someone has got to step up big and make it happen.
I mean, I think you absolutely nailed it. This has been a nail-biter of a matchup. And so far, 17 rounds. We are on round number 18 right now, only 4 away from tying the record for longest matchup. And we'll see how much farther this one is going to go, but what are the win conditions, I said, gentlemen? Win and attack, that's it. Impossible thus far from defense. Sorry, impossible this far in overtime.
It's okay. It's okay. It's getting late. It's going on.
No, I'm serious. I've seen some stuff, man. I've seen some stuff. I see the rounds going back and forth, man, and I'm just like, what's happening? I get the sweats.
FaZe still
I thought I was past this.
FaZe still looking for the opening kill, and they're not going to find it. It's going to be Kamikaze instead, using that Nitro to open things up with a kill onto Souls. And in terms of this game, it looks like we could be continuing here, gentlemen, as Julio puts down Cameraman, but FaZe start to fight back. Bullet, he finds Kamikaze. We're only at the halfway mark here, Des.
Where are the drones? Where's the information? Where's the pinch? Where's everything coming in onto this man sat on Astro stairs? He's making it look almost easy for himself here. Cyber's looking to find something, but he hasn't got the full confidence to go pushing in through Astro to challenge him, and that is where the drone work's got to come in. They can slowly start counting now. One Astro, one sat inside a trophy, but what about the other two? They are the unknowns in this round.
So final minute now, looking towards this trophy statuary bomb site, as you talked about, and FaZe have Astro coming in on this split push, and I don't know if they have any idea as to where these remaining players are. Astro doesn't make any noise, he's in prime position, and there you have it! All of a sudden FaZe has an advantage, but no, Psycho steals it away. A golden opportunity for Nip to be able to get this one back, and now they have the lead again. Bullet will need to clutch out. You said a hero was needed, Dez. Bullet has to be it. He hears the Banshee open up, and Julio shuts him down. And there's at least 2 more rounds to go.
You know, we all really wanted to see Unlimited overtime yesterday in that series, the first semi-final. I'm not so sure this one needs it anymore. This could go on.
It does, Des.
No, stop it.
I'm an agent of chaos. I just absolutely love it.
You're the angel.
Going.
Stop it.
Let's keep going. Maybe it reverses in overtime. We get to overtime, and all of a sudden I become the devil on the shoulder, and you're Mr. Positivity.
You're just like, yes, more rounds.
More
overtime.
You two are going back and forth while I'm sitting here like the dog in the cafe on fire going, this is fine. This is fine.
I don't know, it's another one of those where even Astro is pushing up from the south side. There's been no droning. They have no idea where the last 2 members are. Unfortunately, he looks the right way. He sees the man down towards 90, has no idea about the one just outside statuary door, and gets the shutdown. Meanwhile, Cyber is locked inside a bathroom. He may as well take a shower for how long he was in there, unable to challenge the man on Astro stairs. It's just scrappy. The attackers really need to get behind these drones. Don't throw them up the wall for fun in the early round. Keep them alive a bit longer and make good use of them. Team play, whatever is required. NIP are going back onto the Monty. Teams do this when they're in a panic and sorely need a front line. This operator could be what they need, but they've already tried it once and it got killed inside the first 60 seconds on the roam.
Yeah, the whole thing fell apart immediately because FaZe got very aggressive and decided to challenge Nip before they get into the building. You know that when a Monty gets set up inside, it's significantly harder to knock him down than if you can blunt the momentum of a team before that setup begins. And if you immediately put that Monty at a disadvantage and that Monty's team at a disadvantage, same as you can do with a Clash on defense, you know that that shield is less useful. You go from having only 4 guns down to 3, down to 2. You end up in a terrible position. And now FaZe have to deal with it yet again. Psycho is a very proficient Monty player, so I doubt that we're going to see as bad of a performance as we saw out of Nip and him on that role previously.
This time we've got NIP having to push potentially down to the south side again because there's so much utility on that top side from FaZe. We saw it last time around. They've doubled down on it. They've brought the mirror again and played them on the top side. It is not something that we see too often. And to be fair, NIP have played a lot of these attacks into Aviator games by trying to push the main stairs, by trying to push the study side of things. So we'll see whether FaZe can actually find any value out of that utility or not as the round continues. Cyber for the time being is going to be trying to hold down those main stairs. He has got a little bit of support, but the Psycho on the Monty, he's going to start trying to bully them.
And here you go. There's an E1D, but no ground really taken up by Nip at the moment. Cyber still lords in that position. He'll be chased down by a Monty coming up from behind. This map control for FaZe has not been relinquished. They do not want to surrender it at all. But what it has done is bleed souls dry of those gas canisters. FaZe don't have any of that utility left. Cyber knows that there's a Maverick out there, and he manages to dance around that E1D. First pick of the round goes to FaZe.
Just when it really started to feel like NIP were getting somewhere, the drone retention, the smoke's being burnt out, everything, and getting control of main stairs, they lose out to Cyber, charging out onto that south balcony like a madman possessed. He finds his kill, but it's traded back the other way very quickly.
He knows just moving over to support the attack of Psycho here. He needs somebody with him. He needs a gun in tow to be able to use that information that Psycho will be feeding out from behind his shield. Now then, NIP just getting themselves settled, trying to see exactly what's going on inside a site before they come to that final push. Looking to pressure onto Study Window. Cyber, he's there, he's on the door, he's ready to make the challenge.
And there's a Nitro cell that goes out doing damage to Julio, but the Mira's still in retreat. No hard breach available for NIP as they want to go from Study onward, and it's bullet walking right into the waiting arms of Musi, the attackers with a huge advantage. NIP looking to make this 10 rounds for them, but Cyber being watched out. Musi shuts him down. Camera from below the Nitro cell goes, but Super Astro's gone, and now Cameraman falls. The first attacking round victory in this unlimited overtime goes to NIP, and now they're on match point.
They break the deadlock, and that's the most important thing we're going to see ever happen in this second half, because as you've alluded to, it has been defender, defender, defender the whole way through. I thought it felt a little bit different when Cyber got that opening. I thought we were going back to business and it wasn't going to change, but no, sure enough, they stick it. That's the only thing that FaZe find. Playing in behind Psycho, who bullies his way inside of the bar at the same time. It all just comes together piece by piece for NIP. FaZe sitting a little bit far back there, maybe being a little bit keen on those smoke canisters, leave themselves with nothing to challenge NIP's attack.
I bring myself back to the point that I made at the beginning of the round, which was FaZe invested a lot in the setup of the north side. They invested a lot in trying to keep hold of trophy statuary, 2 mirror windows, multiple reinforcements, a lot of utility over on that north side that ultimately came to nothing, Des, because NIP just played into the south side. They didn't have to front up or deal with those mirrors. They pushed in behind the shield of Psycho. It's what they tried to do last time. So for me, NIP playing that smart, recognizing that there was an opportunity and that they might just be a little bit light on utility on the south side.
Well, the very first attacking round victory going for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Gentlemen, the record that we are looking at, by the way, is 22 rounds. If FaZe wins their attack here, we are guaranteed to tie that record set by G2 and Empire all the way back in February 2019. It's been a long time, and hey, we already conquered the first of a TriCast in the finals. Why not break the record for most rounds played as well?
Let's just keep going. We'll see if we can break the record for records being broken in a game. How's about that?
No. Please, dear God.
We could get the most kills.
Do you see what I mean by sometimes he gets a bit much?
You just get everything.
And amazingly, just like in the G2 Empire matchup, the single game kill record was not broken. Karzeka came close, but not close enough. Here, Musi has 17 kills. A very far cry from a single map record, which was set by Palu 2 years ago.
The thing is, if it gets broken, people are going to look at it and be like, well, it doesn't count because it was like an unlimited overtime. So now do we start looking at the greatest kills per round in a game, and that'll be the new record we start looking at?
I mean, I really do think we are looking at one of the most evenly contested maps we have ever seen at this level. All of the kills are about the same, and these teams are now playing on round number 20. We have almost played a full second map of Villa between these two teams.
Is building their attack now. They've got a split push established. They've got players over on the master bedroom side of things. Astro is going to be working to try and soften up the NIP defense from the Study side, but Pino, he is going to take NIP one step closer to getting the victory here on Villa, and Musi, he takes the next step for him, like left and right foot working together in perfect harmony. They get NIP into a 5 versus 3.
Well, these are grim times for FaZe Clan fans. And I gotta say, the deeper we go into this matchup, and the deeper we go into this map in particular, the more it benefits the experience on Ninjas in Pyjamas. And FaZe Clan are just falling apart at the seams now. Their attack running into this brick wall, And it's a 5v2 with the Clash still up. They know where their targets are, and they might want to toy with their food, play with their food, but in the end, they're still going to be devoured by Nip. It's Cameraman next as he takes down Muzi. A comeback could be in the works, but not a lot of time to go, Tim.
Pino just approaching the main stairs, or the red stairs, sorry, on a flank here. Does he get his man? Absolutely. Takes Cameraman down, and this is over at this point. Astro just fronting up to a clash there. He does have time on his side, but honestly, it's about all he has, because this is going to be an absolute nightmare for him. 1 versus 4 to keep FaZe fighting in Villa. They did, of course, get the first map, but it looks like NIP are going to be taking the second here in Tuscany. Look at the aggression coming out of Julio. He just ticks away. There comes the final shot. It's Pino who takes it. NIP, after 20 rounds on Villa, are able to lock that down and level things up here at the 6th major in Sweden. 1 map apiece.
The scary thing is, Parker and Tim, we're not at a point yet where it's done and dusted. We've got 3 more maps, 3 more opportunities to break that round record. But I cannot stress, again, just how distributed the kills were in that game across all players. Lowest being like 11, I think, highest 19. There was no one player left in the gutter, out in the cold. Everyone made themselves felt an impact of. It was great.
Everybody showed up on every single round. There was no role in particular that really was left wanting. There was no player left wanting. Every bomb site pulled their weight as well. It is without a doubt, to my mind, one of the most even maps of Rainbow Six that we have ever seen. And of course, it might have taken 20 rounds, and they might not have a lot of time, but God help the Deaths to break that one down.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, what a game we have had. Parker's eyes were about melting on the floor thinking of G2V Empire. We got close, but not close yet. Hey, we still have games to go through today. Maybe he'll have his wish. I know. 20 rounds it took at the end. And 11-9 is the final score. NIP versus FaZe Clan. They tied up 1-1, my friends. How about we have a chat then about this matchup and break down what can happen on map 3. This is the analyst Test the medic with me, Arkini, Jess, and Fresh. Gideon, I'm going to turn to you first because we talked about experience and what NIP has. You think this is helping here?
I definitely think that towards the later parts of the map, stamina and experience definitely comes into play. They're used to playing longer games, and yeah, they get an advantage the further on the match gets. But I also want to talk about one of the bans, Hibana ban. We usually talk about Hibana as the queen of hatches. Villa is not really a hatch map like Club or Bank, but here on Villa, the difference between Villa and say a map like Club is that a map like Club has external walls that you want to breach, whereas Villa has walls inside that you want to breach. So if you're taking away one of those ranged hard breachers, you're kind of forcing the enemy team to run Mav Thermite or the can openers, little hard breach charges, so melee hard breachers, which are a lot scary. There was a run in particular, round number 17, where the Maverick on Nip was really struggling to get that tri-wall open into a statue room. Yeah. And he was just scared. He was looking over to bathroom wall because someone could swing in at any time. And he got the wall open at 25 seconds. He was alone, and he was just... he couldn't do anything at that time. So I really think that FaZe's ban there on Hibana really sort of helped them get an advantage.
Yeah.
That's a damn excellent point. I just want to compliment you on that. And it also links into my point really well. So I don't know if you've read my mind, but something I really should point out compositionally about that ban as well is that both of the teams were like, all right, we're going to have to bring the Maverick, as Keeney said. We're going to have to bring the Maverick. We don't have the range. Not a lot of teams want to bring the Thermite. Too easy to impact trick. And as a result, when you're looking at this match going across, once we have like an attacking side of Villa, let us not forget that throughout this major, Villa has been the most defensive-sided map by far out of all of the 7 maps we have here in the major. And they turned that on its head. Why? Because of a simple hard breach ban that came out, forces them into kill holes, forces them to take very harsh engagements and firefights, and it's whoever won those that essentially won those rounds.
And those bans, they force a certain playstyle. We saw the Maverick, as we spoke about. And one thing for me is the sign of a champion team is a team that finds a way to win. After 20 rounds, round 19, playing the Monty, using the Monty to create space, get into sight, and find that one singular attacking round that was needed. And for NiP, that's impressive. Or for me, that's impressive from NiP.
Speaking of shields, the clash as well. The clash was coming in a few times for me. I counted at least 3. And when you're losing rounds to clash, I think they won every single round that they did run the clash.
Yep.
Clash is a tilting operator. I know.
Really?
He's the man. With the
I know
know-how.
a fair bit around the clash.
Okay, okay.
But yeah, I definitely think that also helped NiP sort of get the mental game over FaZe by running operators that tilt you.
Yep. Frustration name of the game in a long matchup, Jess.
I mean, even so, because again, they had to flip it back on the storyline of, okay, we're not having a defensive side of Villa. We're running into kill holes. Let's try the Monty. Let's try, clashes on defense. Let's try and get some kind of, known sort of flow to this map, because there wasn't for me throughout it. I didn't expect it to go that way. I don't think anyone did. If it's going to go to OT, okay, it goes back to defensive sidedness. And what does that mean for us? It means that we get to see a team essentially bring out whatever is like the last round composition that you can bring. If shields are it, we know NiP does this. If shields are it, okay. But I don't think that screams confidence to me.
Yes, at that point, strategy just almost goes out the door. It's just, we need to pick 5 operators. We need to find a way to win. We don't have a game plan. We've played out so many rounds. We've seen every attack. We've seen every defense. We just need to do something different. And NiP found a way.
One more thing. Let's pull up that match summary again.
Yeah, that'd be
just
good.
to make it clear, because from my perspective, again, I'm only the host. I can only see what numbers are on the screen. So I'll tell you, for a match that went 11-9, there wasn't really like a above and beyond performer.
No.
Yeah, sure, Muzi, but like overall, pretty even across the board.
The one standout player for me was Muzi on the attack on the Ash.
Yep.
The speed at which he would get into the map is just forwarded by the fact that we have hidden droners on the team that we don't necessarily see. And him getting in and getting those entries, okay, he lost one entry engagement, but I do think that overall, his speed at just simply getting into the map and trying to take those engagements, he didn't stall at any point. That's important for an entry fragger.
And I think Parker actually mentioned this on the cast, is that you're not seeing anybody break a kill record despite having 20 rounds. It was a complete team versus team performance, which is quite rare to see. Normally you'll see kind of one standout player just absolutely going hell for leather.
Yeah.
No player on either roster there is coming out of that thinking, I had a bad game.
Yeah.
I want to continue sort of on the point that you were talking about Muzi just coming in, finding these sneaky picks. The game yesterday, Damwon versus FaZe. There was one player that was just finding random picks onto FaZe. Yas and Muzi had a fairly similar playstyle, and he just kind of managed to replicate that playstyle and counter FaZe with that as well.
They learned from it and they apply it in their game against NIP on a map like Villa. A massive map gives you a lot of space to lurk, and it fits very much with what these two teams like to do. Very quickly before we finish up, I just want to touch on map 3 Chalet. It is NIP's pick, and they're starting off on the defensive side for this. Fresh, your thoughts?
How can you predict it when both teams have won their opponent's pick?
I don't know. Why are we here? Let's go.
Throw it away. I'm going to do that as well.
I
Throw it away.
had the script and it went against my script. Ubisoft gave me the wrong script.
Yeah, honestly,
FaZe,
what is this?
FaZe didn't look good on Chalet yesterday.
Not at all.
But who am I to say they're not going to turn up? Because it feels like we're just, we've flipped everything upside down. Speaking of upside down.
I
Australian?
understand that segue.
Yeah.
I absolutely understand where you're going with that. Look, the only reference I have here, at least for FaZe, because I'm going to focus on the boys that are essentially trying to come back from that map now after a slog of a match, is that last time they went against Ninjas in Pyjamas on this map, they won 7-1. That is a very commanding win against them on this exact map that we're going to now. So I do think that if history has anything to say to it, FaZe should be feeling comfortable against this particular team moving into this map.
All right, Keeney, Jess, and Fresh, thank you very much. That was a very exciting map too that we had on Villa, and we still have potentially up to 5 left. Max OT, you having fun? I hope there's going to be more of them, and I'm sure that our casters can't wait for us to continue through it. But before we toss it to our break and then back to our casters for a grand final NIPV FaZe, I'd like to extend a welcome again to one of our sponsors, Aim Lab here. They have something to say to you, so check it out.
does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal, press play.
Easy going right there. One more to go.
Our days are getting shorter. It's now or no way. 'Cause life flows like white water. Take a moment to breathe, hold it in, stay a while, forget all that you know, and forgive everyone. It's all in your power to turn around.
Well, believe it or not, we are only heading into our third map here. Yes, you heard that right. Villa might as well have been 2 maps, Ace and Dez, but we made it through the other side, and both the teams did so. In fact, tied at 1 map apiece. That brings us to Chalet, Nip's map. What are we here? What are we going to expect here on this map?
Well, I mean, realistically, I think this could be trouble for FaZe. NIP have come through with the win on Villa. FaZe struggled against Damwon Kia here on Chalet. They really need to come in with a strong first couple of rounds. I feel like FaZe need a good foundation here. If they come in and they start losing those rounds, they're on attack. We expect the attackers to do well on Chalet. They come in, lose the first couple of rounds to an NIP side who just picked up a 20-round overtime game. That's going to be tough for FaZe Clan to take.
I'm a little bit nervous for FaZe here because look back at what happened on Villa a lot. NIP were the ones who played downstairs. They were playing off C4s, using vertical play. FaZe were the ones who were saying, direct to site, play on one plane, that will do it nice and easy for us. For NIP, it kind of bruised them a little bit, where when they were on the attack, they were the ones having to cover both floors and worry about droning absolutely everything out. More the kind of evasive side of things. Just keen to see if FaZe can make this work out for them, or if NIP can be key disruptors.
See? I told you. I told you that many rounds of overtime. I told you those many rounds of overtime. They're going to break you.
They're breaking up my voice. My brain's gone.
I told you. Now, speaking of breaking, it's not just us as casters. It's not just the audience who might be. I suspect you, audience, you're watching this, I suspect you're probably not tired out by it, but the players most certainly will be. Every single team that has played a grueling match that has gone deep into overtime says the same thing. It really takes a lot out of you. And some teams, and even some players who might not be the most experienced, they're going to suffer for it. Now, a whole team might not fall off, but all it takes on FaZe's side of things is Cyber or Souls to suddenly get fatigued after that matchup. All it takes on Nip's side of things is Pino or Julio to suddenly go quiet and be tired out after that matchup, and that could mean the whole ball game for them. That said, operator bans are in, and there's one of them that's particularly interesting.
And one that's also missing too. I mean, Legion's the spicy one. The one also coming and you're looking towards like nades being a thing. The one that's missing that I'm really like, oh, this is a bit exciting, is the Valkyrie. That being online. We've seen teams get absolutely torn apart by the information being fed by a Valkyrie throughout, Tim. And I think that's why you saw the 6th pick being teased for a second by FaZe Clan and towards the IQ. Did step away from it and have now brought along the Iana instead. But I like at least there's some respect being given to the idea of a Valkyrie being brought along.
Absolutely, and you know, you're looking really at a direct choice of Legion being brought, or being taken out rather, instead of the Valkyrie being taken out. So obviously there is a particular importance for FaZe, maybe something they've spotted in the NIP defense that they wanted no part of. The Wama being taken away will make it easier to push into key locations.
Legion has a 12% pick rate, which is very low, very low. In fact, one of the lowest pick rates of all picked operators here right now. He's in the bottom 5 of most picked operators for this event. We got to see how Legion could be useful on Villa in the previous map. Maybe that's what's guiding FaZe forward. But a low pick operator with no previous history of being banned at this event, this is the first Legion ban, means that FaZe definitely knows something about that ban that is deliberately targeted towards him.
You touched on the key word there, I think, Parker. Targeted is the one I'm thinking of. It's taking it away from the side of NIP, who would have used it previously on this map, and they're very, very aware of that on the side of FaZe. To start out this round, though, we're seeing a good split attack coming in from FaZe. You've got a couple working their way inside a car garage, a couple working their way in through Snowmobile, but basically the theme to follow is that everyone's starting out in the basement and working their way upwards and trying to strike at those who live on the higher floors here inside of Chalet.
Cameraman's drawn in at the minute. He's on the Jackal, but will potentially have the shotgun secondary, so we'll be able to open up that big garage ceiling to allow pressure to be applied onto Solarium stairs. For the time being, he is going to move away from there, and we've seen Bullet rotate away, so it doesn't look like they're going to look to pressure onto Solarium immediately. But Julio inside of Piano, he is going to need to be dealt with. He's pushing his way into Library Corridor. He's just keeping himself mobile, moves these up Solarium stairs, moving into Master. The rotations are there, the opportunities are there for NIP, but it's going to be Cyber to open us up.
It's a great little pinch to start things out. That was what was missing. It felt an awful lot on Villa, is this team-based play. 2 on Library, 1 playing out on the east balcony, and they pinched the man trying to retreat his way back into the corridor. Psycho off the board. A 5 versus 4, make it a 5 versus 3 as Cameraman comes alive in the round, makes it 2 for the side of FaZe.
Remarkable stuff now on this entry from FaZe Clan, looking to pick up from where they left off at the start of Villa. Nips map though, and they're not going to go quietly into the good night. Dez, not at all. Pino drops cameraman, heads for the hills into Trophy. The Trophy in this case was the player from FaZe, but Kamikaze falters as Julio picks up one of his own. These teams trading back and forth. The advantage favoring FaZe at the moment. A minute to go. There's opportunity for these teams to pause should they want to.
Problem is, Parker, they've got the site control. Pino was hoping the bullet was still trying to push it through the front door. He has no idea that he's found his way onto site. Souls doing what he does best, getting that diffuser down. And Julio got a retake to do, but Astro's up on the top floor. Clean and clinical for FaZe. And yes, they get hit on the flank for a brief moment, but it's not enough to shut the attack down. FaZe comfortably taking round one.
The thing that NIP had going for them there, on the defense particularly, was the freedom of Pino and Julio. They were able to move around. They weren't really challenged. FaZe didn't do too much to cut them off. That could come back to bite them, but it wasn't a massive problem for them here. They managed to gain the space that they needed, particularly Bullet working his way up from basement and just assaulting straight into sight when there was a little bit of mid-round chaos was really well worked, as was the Solarium side push that came in from FaZe and cameraman particularly to try and move those players up on the top floor. I don't know that NIP maybe committed enough to Master and Piano. It was sort of a half hold and they just got caught out in 1v1s when they were trying to move in and out of there.
This is also still an attacker-favored map. Let's not kid ourselves on this one, and we'll get it out of the way early as we tell you which side should, in theory, be doing better, but at the same time, Coastline, FaZe Clan, when they were on attack, shouldn't have done as well as they did. On Villa, once again, the attackers should not have done as well as they did, but they did it anyway, so you can't always look at the statistics as a guiding post moving forward, but in this case, Chalet still does tend to lean in favor of those attackers. Now, one thing that will work for the defense, as you mentioned it, Valkyrie is unbanned, so there is potential here for the defenders to have that ace in the hole. Not you.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I mean, I'm always worthwhile on a Valkyrie. I know some killer cams.
I think he missed the ace in a hole.
Oh, I did.
You're not in a hole. We can keep it wherever we want. Anywho, I think it's going to give the defense a fighting chance right now, and I absolutely agree with you. Nip didn't look like they were very well coordinated. We'll see what they can do on this defense.
Absolutely. You're going to see them going with the top floor setup, as we're so used to seeing when defending inside a kitchen and dining. Holding this top floor, it's very similar to how you would hold it if you were defending up on the top floor. Walls are all reinforced off, and likelihood for the attackers is they'll start inside a library, look to push their way across, get full control of the top floor, open up some verticals, and then look to push your way in through lobby. And sure enough, that's where FaZe is starting things out. They've got to worry about Muzi, who's currently hanging on the library stairs, and Psycho, who's also looking to join in for a little bit of trade-based play, if so required. But I'm just glad at the very least, Tim, to see some drone work coming in from FaZe here, making sure that they're going in carefully, not getting caught out or blindsided by a rat holding off somewhere. It's just good team play to start things off.
You can't necessarily quite see this at the minute, but one thing that has happened here as FaZe have pushed in, they do lose the opening man, but NIP have been forced really deep back on that top floor, that all the way back to Solarium at the minute. This Psycho is the highest line that they've got, and he's holding on half wall just inside of office. But NIP, they managed to get themselves the opener, and that is a big start for them. The Iana goes and some nades along with her, but the push continues. They've got control of mezzanine, they've got control over the main lobby. FaZe can start pressuring that top floor roam now. They have to.
The focus now needs to be on that main wall where Astro is running as fast as he humanly can get to. Now, the opening above means that impact tricking is very doable, or even a Nitro cell for good measure, but there's nobody from Nip in that particular area. Instead, they'll watch the opening that was created by FaZe. As Pino to just stare intently quite at it. You know, that's a good gun in his hands, but he decides it's better if I'm not there. Cede control of that part of the map to FaZe Clan.
It's interesting how Psycho, I think, has made use of his C4 to open up the floor so he can challenge onto the downstairs. Forget about saving it for some vertical denial, because he's still holding up on the top floor. And FaZe have kind of tickled at this top floor. They've opened up the office wall with 6 X-Kairos coming out, but haven't actually looked to take any kind of control. They've left them to be, as defenders, up on that top floor and are thinking about the side push in. 4 versus versus 4 into the final 40 seconds or so, and FaZe now starts to get stalled out by the smoke canisters.
Kamikaze taking a bit of damage as a grenade sails on in the Kona station, working to give Musey some life, but it doesn't matter as the grenade lands in his lap, and the hot potato's a bit too hot for him to hold on to. FaZe now, after surrendering that opening pick, have found their swagger, and boy, it's working out quite well. Flash goes by, and Psycho now has a potential flank, but amidst all the noise and the cacophony, do they hear the bullets from the MPX rattle on out? Souls is in, as you said, doing what he does best, but he's in the midst of gas. No, you need to get out of there, Souls. You're gonna die, my friend. The teams tried out one apiece. Psycho and Julio, the last two. They know where Julio is, but the timer will work in favor of FaZe Clan, and they get the hell out of Dodge. 40 seconds left, with FaZe holding on to this one-round advantage, looking to make it 2. From above, Psycho will govern over the diffuser, but it's Julio on the main floor to take the fight to those 3 players from FaZe. Still, time working in the favor of FaZe, but Psycho gets one. A Nitro cell goes out. All of a sudden, the impacts are working very effectively. Bullet on just a sliver of HP. Look at how little time is left. Can he stop Psycho in the process? He's on the diffuser. He's on the diffuser. You gotta go. He's on the diffuser. You're not gonna get there. What a comeback from Nip. That's a mood booster, and they tie the game at 1 round apiece.
A 2v3 swing back, absolutely huge for them. And I thought we'd see Psycho on the Valkyrie looking to jump, for example, over the office wall, look for a flank, but maybe that suggests why that wall stayed as it was. Just a single X-Kairos hole on there to give them the idea that someone could come peeking in, but to come back and win that 2v3 with that C4, massive Tim.
It was a big play, but NIP, as you always say, Des, they can't rely on hero plays like that. They can't rely on having to have those retakes. There was a bit of a problem for them in that FaZe just ignored that top 4 play. They just went down, got the main wall, decided we're going into site. We don't care about the 3 players that NIP have got upstairs. I think NIP maybe could have been a little bit more aggressive at that point. I understand that FaZe have flank watchers in place, but I think maybe a challenge onto them. Try to wrap around FaZe, try to get a presence in mezzanine, push over the top of them, make it difficult for them to play in there. Somehow, they didn't do anything really to affect that plan. Souls got a little bit lucky, ran into his own smoke and realised that it was actually mingling with the toxic smoke, and he took a lungful of that stuff, an absolute ton of damage. But for me, FaZe played it nicely to try and get the diffuser down there. You know, there is always that option where you've got a heavy top floor presence, a heavy off-site presence to just say, we're not going to play into that. We don't need the verticals. You keep them.
Speaking of verticals, Bar and Gaming was stepping back into. We saw how this played out last time round. FaZe Clan getting control of the site in rapid fashion. Into lobby, into site, and NIP barely aware that they got in control of Bar and Gaming at that time. I imagine here you're not going to see it slip away so quickly, especially given that we've got the Valkyrie on side. NIP should be at least a little more in the know as to what is coming, but I've got to watch out for that Jackal on the other side, Parker.
Absolutely, Derry.
Derry?
Bar Gaming defense, by the way. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to get some adjustments in here with my pronunciation. I apologize, but
Derry?
I'd like to see exactly what's going on with Nip above in library right now, because Chimney is often such a crucial component of this bomb site, and there you go. Psycho will be the one holding off while Julio is not too far away on those trophy stairs. Now, or sorry, on those library stairs. At this point, you want to keep your back to that single panel, and Psycho will just solely be playing off of what Oryx as an operator is. I don't know if he's the best operator. Other than that, he manages to get away, and the Nitro Cell's botched by Kamikaze. These are some small misses from Nip that could be bigger later on.
It was a beautiful back away, you know, vaulting over as well. It's always a risk that you'll get sprayed down from lobby door, but no one was there. Again, it was the East Balcony contest. I believe there was someone playing on the library hallway window too, waiting for him to make his move, but he gets away alive and finds the opener. A massive start coming out for Psycho as he finds Bullet.
Exactly what FaZe Clan did not need there. Losing that sledge, going to lose utility along with him, and it gives NIP the advantage here on defense. And NIP on defense are a side that once they start getting those opening kills, they're just going to drop back. They're going to fall back room by room, and they're not going to allow you to put them under too much pressure. They're going to wait then, burn out the time, and try to fight in those late angles. Cyber, he's trying to get something going for FaZe here, pushing into main. He knows that there's somebody playing in inside of Dining, but he's not going to spot the head of Pino, who is an absolute fraction underneath. Souls, however, does get a kill onto Psycho, levels us up, 4 versus 4, 50 seconds left to go.
Still so much work to be done in the round, mind you. We are in that 45-second mark where they're not exactly starved for time, but you know the pressure starts to build from this point on. A man undroned inside, well, not really undroned. It's more for the defenders not being aware that he got in so deep once again. FaZe Clan in a wonderful position. A 4 versus 3, but Kamikaze catches out the drop. They've got the drones coming in. They know what's going on with the yellow pings as well. A 3 versus 2. FaZe can win it out. Cyber and Camera doing up at the very end to get another round on board for FaZe Clan.
Wow, so they get that very first pick on behalf of Ninjas in Pyjamas. Psycho playing up top, able to hold on to that top 4 control along with Julio, denying FaZe entry and picking one off before Psycho gets downstairs, and then just simply exists. He finds himself in the middle of the bomb site. You've got 2 wild cards. You've got the Valkyrie playing inside a kitchen, and you also had the roam going on down below of, if I remember correctly, it was Pino. Now, in this particular instance, if you're FaZe Clan, you have control of that top floor. Nip got it, failed, or rather peeled off immediately and set Julio down to play near the basement as well. So FaZe can walk in and take top floor control, but they're outnumbered, and they always have to keep somebody on flank watch because of the way that Nip plays this bomb site. So they realize at that point, maybe we'll just hit the site. There's only 2 of them playing inside of it. Let's take control of the site and fight for them when they come back to the bomb site. Didn't work out all that effectively, and they lost all of their gunfights along the way.
NRP seemed to have more of a sort of clear idea of where they wanted to play that defensively. They had, as you say, Psycho starting mezzanine, they had Julio library stairs. They pretty much gave up on the piano side of things, which was what cost them last time around. They decided they didn't want anything to do with it, but they were just forced out of there so quickly by FaZe. They couldn't hold on to it. They didn't really even try. They just Psycho over the balcony, Julio down the stairs, and they just invited too much pressure onto themselves ultimately, I think.
Cool little setup coming in here as well, where they've got one mirror window facing off down the library hallway, but also the one downstairs looking into dining. That one's more to deny anyone getting easy control inside of there and start threatening office from below. Should enable the defenders to play in there for a larger amount of time. And I do want to touch on quickly the actual wall setup itself inside of the half-wall area in office. That one's now looking in a spot where they've left the left-hand side free. We're normally used to seeing teams reinforce that and leaving the right one free. But the mirror window just puts them in a great spot to be able to swing uncomfortably, if so desired. It ain't going to stop Muzi elsewhere from getting a swing in onto Astro. Bright and early once again. He strikes on the roam, and now FaZe have got some work to do to shut him down.
This Oryx pick we've seen on Chalet a number of times, and I don't ever think it's lived quite up to the billing. The idea being that you can move quickly around the map, you can flank effectively, you've got a good gun in the T5, and you can also hop up those hatches as quickly as possible.
I've seen it used successfully twice in reality, and I think what you're saying is absolutely right, Parker. We don't see, yes, there are other uses there. It means that maybe you don't need to bring a shotgun because he can do your sight rotates for you. There are other elements that come into that Oryx pick, but using that actual ability to get kills is not something that we see very often at all. Soul's going to get himself a nice kill there as we move into the mid-round here. Cyber just backing him up as well. Headshot onto Muzi. It's all going in FaZe's direction, which we would expect on the attack.
Just a little bit. I mean, this is so early in the round, don't forget as well. We're only about 80 seconds in, and what the hell? There's a breaching charge kill coming in? We've had exothermic kill yesterday, breaching charge kill today. What's next?
I mean, who knows? There's a lot of things that we could look at. An ex-Kairos kill, I think, is probably the next one up.
Sledgehammer?
Selma?
Sledge kill? Selma? Does the Selma even do any damage?
Yeah, I've never seen a Selma kill.
Julia was the only player, by the way, to go down, or rather, Julia was picked off really early on in that one after they got that initial trade as Psycho got the very first pick. And again, I don't know how effective Oryx can be in the long run. I'm glad that we're starting to see some mileage out of the Oryx in particular to be able to make those rotates and get around. But, I mean, look at that. You don't need to be Oryx to accomplish that kill. Sightlines that are opened up do allow you a little bit longer or a little bit less time on the setup in total for Oryx to be able to, smash open walls, as you talked about.
Oh, dear.
Some teams with site setup can take into the 30 seconds of live action, and teams can exploit that, absolutely. So FaZe Clan, though, have answered almost all of these defenses from Nip really effectively, and they're doing it without bringing a ton of hard breach at their disposal as well. In this lineup, we're going to see both Ace and a Maverick come out, but a lot of teams will bundle up with that Hibana Thermite, Choice. Both these operators are available. All 4 Heart Breachers available.
Non-banned away indeed in the round at least. And finally what we are going to see get brought along to deal with what has felt like a bit of torment coming out with the mirror in a couple of instances is the Twitch. Cyber stepping across onto that. There is no mirror window to deal with in this round, but we've seen the damage that so many players can do, just tearing through a sight on those shock drones, looking out for the black eyes, looking out of course for those salvation stations as we call them, the Kona stations, being brought along by the Thunderbird. You remove those and you remove a lot of opportunity for the defenders to dig in and get themselves healed up as the round progresses, and we know just how valuable they could be. Think back again to SSG's 1v5 clutch when it came down to a Kona station heal to ensure the round was won out.
One of the closest that we've ever seen, I think, realistically. Yeah. It's, you know, like you say, that extra health being essential in that situation. Now, let's see if NIP can just stop FaZe bullying them on the defense here. You know, we've seen NIP trying to hold on to areas, FaZe able to move them around the map very, very quickly. And it continues, Des, as Julio is going to be chased away from that bathroom location this time, taking half of his health with him. Better outcome for NIP is that they've not lost the man early, but still not lost the man early. He's going to be put down, but not out.
Julio will bleed out, by the way, over inside a Solarium and get picked right back up. FaZe's entry has been so formidable, and with the way that this kitchen defense is set up, you're going to look to see teams on defense hang on above to Office and Bedroom, but they're just unable to do it right now. Another opening pick for FaZe. They answer back. Musi does take down Souls, and that's the Maverick down, but maybe the guns are starting to hit their marks here, gentlemen.
I mean, it's just exploding all across the map. There was pressure coming in from the south, pressure from the north, but NIP, the ones who were coming out on top. Cameraman, well, in the video they had, the Super Focus, he declared himself to be the most passionate, the most hot-headed, the one who loves the competition the most. And here he's got one hell of a competition, a 1 versus 2 to win against Julio and Pino. Both took back on site. We'll have a little bit of help from a ping, but Julio finds a sweet angle through onto him, and NIP get another on the board.
For a second there, I was really liking what Cameraman was trying. He got the smoke canister out there, opened up the wall, tried to use his gadget to give him some sort of edge in the 1v2, get the scan of the footprint, but he just left himself exposed to the line of sight from Julio. The smoke canister going a little bit too deep, I think, there, and he was able to get spotted onto. But it just shows a real thinking Siege player there. Rather than, yeah, I'm just going to push in and see if I can swing somebody here. It was, how can I use all the tools at my disposal to try and get some sort of edge? And that just sums Cameraman up for me.
No, I mean, and there was so hard. It's really challenging to break down what happened in that previous round because almost all of the action came within the same span of 15 seconds and almost all of it was well off site. And I think what happened was FaZe got that initial pick onto Julio and they knew that they had got the down and they wanted the confirmation. So they said, all right, well, while Julio is getting distracted either on his own or somebody from NIP is there to help him, that's a 5v3. Let's get into the site. So you throw out your utility, you open up the wall in the kitchen, you throw out your smokes, but you're immediately rebuffed because NIP are not a team that is going to tunnel vision and focus entirely on a single objective. They're going to understand where your execute is coming from. Teams, when they attack this kitchen bomb site, are going to want to go through that lobby wall. That is going to be your big prize on attack. FaZe opened it up, they ran in, they got gunned down, and they never got control of that part of the map. They never had site control and allowed NIP to stay there and then pivot towards the remaining players who were coming from the back of the map over by Trophy.
Round number 6 about to get underway then. NIP will take their final defense down in the basement. It's going to be Snowmobile and Wine Cellar. Can be a difficult defense here because of the multiple avenues of attack that you can face, but, you know, let's be honest, it hasn't been the easiest of defenses for NIP anywhere on this map. They're going to be immediately pressured by FaZe once again, getting up and getting aggressive onto the map. Astro is challenging onto Psycho in Library at the minute, and FaZe just getting right up to every barricade that they can.
As they damn well should be as well. I mean, it looks like Library's part of the focus. Cameraman's also rotating down to join them. So they do want to start on this southwest side and start pushing their way through. By the looks of it, one at least up on the roof will be watching out towards the bathroom window as well. So you can see what the starting plan is here for FaZe. Where it is, they want their push to come in. And there's Jack. Oh, good night. Psycho on the drive-by into Cameraman just as the Jackal track kicks in. Will find himself shut out the round and no more part to play.
Bullet now, just working on getting the intel that FaZe might need. The drone going inside of Bar Gaming, just trying to locate where NIP are holding on this mid-floor. The FaZe are definitely not confident here, and rightly so, because Julio is still up there. There are still NIP players to be cleared out.
down below waiting in the bomb site. I'm surprised to see this come out for the final defense of NIP, but hey, I mean, why not go for it? There's no Thatcher in play, so you're going to have some advantages with the Kaid still up, though I don't know if NIP is really struggling too much with this all-out offensive brawl. It's the halfway point of the round, and it looks like the first bit of action that might come now in the second part of the round.
Located by attackers.
This makes me nervous, and I've got like Souls poking his head out of mud here, and I'm just like, the drone, buddy. What about choosing a drone instead of charging your way directly through? But that's exactly what he's going for here. They've got that control of bar and gaming, and I imagine want this main stairs control as an angle to come pushing in. That's exactly where Snolls is fishing around now. But you know, if he dies here in a weird position, that's the diffuser down, and the round can be ended from there. Bearing in mind there are only about 60 seconds to play. He's got himself on the lobby stairs. Cyber hanging just above, and if he can hit NIP on the flank here, oh my god, he could do some damage.
Dino just lurking on the stairs, shotgun in hand, but Bullet knows. Down goes the nade. It will not connect, but there's plenty of connections going on around the map here. Souls managing to find himself one onto Kamikaze. FaZe getting themselves an advantage once again, but he's seriously low health in doing so. He's going to be challenged by Psycho and shut down, and that's the diffuser dropped on the main stairs. 3 versus 3 now as FaZe. They've got work to do. They've got to recover that briefcase. They've got to get a little bit more side control here. Pino maybe a little bit overly aggressive there, just exposing himself and taking damage on those blue stairs. Can he win out this fight with the shotgun? No! The earlier damage taking its toll. Bullet able to shoot him down. Astro has got down to the bottom of main stairs, got that case in hand, but the time is ticking away. The kills come in for FaZe, and they are able to win that out somehow.
This is one of the main problems with this bomb site, is once you lose control of the peripheral areas, you have nowhere to go. Now, with about a minute to go in the round, both Cyber and Astro were still upstairs. Astro was on the second floor, droning, and watching an angle through the floor. Cyber was posted up watching the hatch inside of main lobby. They were there to cut off any potential rotates that would come out from NIP when that diffuser goes down in a relatively default spot at the bottom of the main stairs. But NIP were prepared for that, and they had the opening into Wine created so they could see all the way down. That's why the diffuser needed to be retrieved. So what does FaZe do? Well, those two players who are off-site, both Cyber and Astro, they swap towards the main lobby, and then Bullet gets dispatched as a flank because FaZe had the advantage for the half of that round. Ultimately, there was nowhere to go for NIP. They were just simply waiting, and there's 4 angles for them to cover, and if you pick the 2 wrong angles, that's it. You lose the gunfight, and you'll lose the round.
I think Psycho's qualifying himself for a doctorate in mathematics with that shot. Sees the angles as well coming in from the roof of the bullet, sees the trail and goes, okay, quick second calculation. Where will his head be? Swings onto the next window. It connects immediately onto the Jackal. Brilliant first kill to start things out, but I was very nervous for FaZe that they would find themselves running that clock down to 0 with no way through to a round end. However, they do get there. A 4-2 half, not too bad at all, Tim, but NIP now get to swing onto the attacking side. We saw FaZe yesterday on this map against Damwon Kia. They didn't look convincing the whole way through. After what happened on the last map, I wouldn't be massively surprised if NIP can fight their way back in.
We really need to see a big first attacking round from NIP if they're going to do that, Des. They've got to come in here and send a message that, yes, you may be 4-2 up, but it is all based on the fact that you started things out on attack. It's going to be Kitchen that NIP need to work their way into, and they are immediately looking towards Solarium and Trophy. They want to get that north side of the map locked down. It looks like there might be a bit of attention going to be paid into Big Garage as well to look for those vertical angles that we often see. Julio on the 0, goes in, loses his drone. He will have SAM cams available as well to try and back up that information. Kamikaze spotting out the man on Solarium stairs, and NIP seem to have built themselves very quickly a very solid picture of what this defense is.
That's exactly it, yeah. They've also got the 0 on side without the hard breaching gadgets, which is mainly when we've seen him being brought along this tournament. Most operators, well, all of them that have the secondary hard breach gadget now have 2 rather than the 1, but I haven't really seen it being brought along here. It's being instead the Claymore.
I'm amazed that Muzi's been able to get in this deep, by the way. Right now in the middle of the bomb site, you saw both Bullet and Cyber in position to greet the Finka when she got in. That's exactly where these 2 players from FaZe are stacked up, over by Trophy in Solarium. And because Muzi's been here, he's going to remain that thorn in the side of FaZe until he gets taken out.
that he's just going to maintain that top floor control, and in time he will allow other NIP members to get themselves established in there, and they can start working down towards that kitchen site and just applying the pressure as time goes on. Moosey goes in and clears out part of that top floor roam, but an immediate trade from Cyber leaves us in a 4 versus 4, and that's just an inability from NIP to deal with those Solarium stairs.
Oh, surely here you're not going to try and take this fight. Does try and take it, and Cyber's the one who walks away the loser. Psycho, patience pays off. Cameraman waiting for him to go for this vault in here. If he steps in for it, chances are he's as dead as a dodo. Doesn't yet quite know that he's being watched off towards the side. Pino is now in on the top floor, so where one man fell, another steps in to replace him. And given it's now the Sledge in position, I was going to say they can start getting the verticals opened up, but then you remember C4s exist.
3 versus 2 now. Psycho looking to double down on that kill and find himself some more if he can. There's going to be Astro going down, and I'm not sure if it was Psycho again who took the shots there, but it's the long-range angles that are being held by NIP, and they managed to close out that first round. It was important for them to bring that back in to a 3 versus 4 on the scoreboard. They couldn't be slipping further behind, and they've shown that they are more than capable on the attack here to fight back on Chalet.
Well, Musi being able to get in over by Bathroom was huge for Ninjas in Pyjamas. The 2 players that we saw from FaZe posted up in the back over by Trophy. All you need to do is take care of them, and then you can begin to move through Trophy. You can control West Main, and the remainder of your team can either focus on, as we talked about before, how pivotal Lobby can be looking at the double panel walls, or they can just hold from above and allow you to try to do a take from the back, though those are exceedingly rare. And because they had the angles above, after they had cleared out Cyber from that position and Bullet earlier on, it allowed Nip to just sit up top, and anybody who was playing down in kitchen would be punished for it. Instead of opting to go through the main lobby, that's where their focus went. It forced the remaining players from Nip back into dining. They had nowhere to go. They essentially had to retake their own bomb site, and it left one player off site as well, which was the Jaeger, who got killed in the very final moment, because realistically, Nip hasn't opened anything up for you. You certainly can't open anything up. What exactly are you to do?
Did wonder if we were going to see this electrification come out at some point, and it has now finally been employed, where you chuck the electric core inside the box or the table, up inside of dining, and it electrifies the double wall on the downstairs. We saw this come out yesterday and did ask the question of, has anyone spotted it out? I think we just saw at the end there, Julio, who stepped onto the DKB on the drone through the drone hole, acknowledged that the side of that table had been battered in. That's a good few $100 worth of damage done, and now he knows there's an electric claw in there. They can step in quite clearly, clear it out very comfortably, especially when you consider that Psycho's got these shock drones. Shouldn't be any hassle for them.
It shouldn't be, but it's not just about the recognition. As you quite rightly pick up on there at the end of what you were saying, Des, it's about the clearing of it. And if FaZe on the defense can try and hold down a little bit of pressure on that area, then it might not be quite so straightforward for them. But for the time being, NIP doing a pretty good job of forcing FaZe away from the key locations on this top floor.
Once again, you mentioned it, the top floor being the big focus here. Another bar gaming bomb site is down below, or rather garage, it means down below. That's where their focus has to go. They have to be able to clear out that top floor quickly, and they've already done that. Cyber's now fallen by the wayside. He's an extraordinarily good player, but additionally, if Cyber wants to play aggressively up top, hold that map control, and then maybe go for a late flank, or even get called back to the bomb site later on, then FaZe are effectively doomed. The same thing that I said applies back in round number 6. Once you start to lose map control on this bottom floor bomb site, you effectively have to swing. That's it. You have no other way to get out because that bomb site gets very claustrophobic.
Psycho is having a field day with the F2 so far, thoroughly enjoying his time with that weapon in hand. He's found himself a couple of kills, of course, in the previous one we saw him pick up 2. In this round, already the opening onto Cyber. Cameraman, patient as a saint, tucked his way in, playing a great game of hide and seek. He eventually turns out to be the winner. Musi, the first one to fall, 4 versus 4, with 1 minute 15 seconds still to play.
Perfect fight back from FaZe there. Cameraman able to just halt the progress of that top floor clearance once again. And it's worth reminding you that here, NIP are attacking onto the basement. FaZe's aggression in this defense is impressive. The way they're holding all the way up onto the top floor. 2 minutes have been wasted here. And only at this point in time have NIP been able to even even consider going down towards the sides.
Yeah, things are very grim for Nip here. Utility isn't exactly in their forte. If they can get this Electric Claw, that's huge, and they aren't successful, it looks like.
It's obsessed. They can't get it.
It's on that dining room table. So they are, in essence, they are going to be walking right in. Now, there's still an opportunity to win their 50-50 gunfights, but they have to take these engagements quickly with only 30 seconds to go.
And that point, yep, absolutely. 25 on the clock, and 3 members still to take down on the side of FaZe, but having to force their way in through a single doorway is never a pretty outcome. Between the 3 members, FaZe, 2 of them playing inside of blue, 1 sat down inside a connector. They can take the challenge onto blue here. If they win that one, it's massive, but Pino, they even know he's here. He's run right past him. Where on earth is he looking in this one? Pino's in and has no idea what just happened. A C4 coming out, Psycho hitting the triple, making a quad. Gets the round, but I have no idea what happened there. All I heard was clown music in my ears.
Astro, are you good, dude?
I mean, Parker said it, 20 rounds takes it out of a man.
It really does. The Malusi just absolutely screaming into sight from blue there. Past everybody, even when being shot.
It's even worse that he misses the shots to him as well.
I was not kidding. I was not kidding when I said that it really does take a lot out of you. You talk to the players from Empire, you talk to those same players from G2, and they will tell you time and time again that there is so much fatigue that goes on, and I'm sure they're going to show the replay here, but you do get tunnel vision. You do. If you're getting a specific call and you're fighting for your life and you want to run out of a certain part of the map and you know that you only have a couple seconds left, it's very easy. Oh, here's why. He was blind. There you go. So he was blind. So that answer,
I mean, I forgive him. I don't know so much to forgive the players from NIP that were stood there watching him run around in front of him. That was the thing that really got me the
Maybe they were flashed too.
They definitely were. We had it on our screen, Tim.
I'm being positive. Everybody was flashed. Everybody gets a flash.
Don't think I really want to get flashed, to be honest, Parker.
No.
Not least by you.
No, absolutely not. Tie game, by the way. A lot of that, once again, just defined by utility play that fell short for Nip, and they took engagements after that, right? They weren't able to clear out the Electric Claw, no problem. Their soft destruction only worked on hatches. They weren't effective with those grenades either. They were able to clear out some Surya gates. That was really about it. Instead, they realized that, like we said, that bomb site on this map gets very claustrophobic. You trap 2 players from FaZe down in blue. There's only 2 ways out once you're down there, unless you go up to the middle floor, and there was no way for FaZe to do that.
I am slightly nervous though. NIP have now taken 2 attacking rounds. Bearing in mind, again, it was 4-2 to FaZe at the half, and oh, look at what we were talking about earlier on. The Valkyrie cameras outside have seen the rappel coming inside a library. They know what's going on, but here's those shock drones maximizing their value and doing all the work that is required for them. Getting rid of the ADSs that are stacked inside, for example, making life a little bit easier for these grenades to sink through and hit their intended target. Bullet was part of the plan, vaults himself away, but again, we saw this earlier on. I believe it was Psycho who was playing on mezzanine before. The man that's meant to be on the lobby door was not present, and he's not taken out once he vaults over, getting away once again for free.
NIP just looking to pressure Library at minute as much as they can, but still only just getting themselves established inside of there. Pino starting to open up those vertical angles, and now you need to see a little bit of speed building up from NIP. It's taken you a minute and a half nearly to get inside of the map. Now you need to start taking advantage of it. There goes the black eye camera. That was the next thing I was going to say that needed to happen. Need to make sure that that utility is dealt with, but there's still 2 men from FaZe on the top floor.
I was just going to point that out. You've got both Cyber as well as the and Camera up top who can potentially come in for a late flank. You have to dislodge the sledge from the spot over by Chimney. But there's been a call made from Nip that they know that they're coming from this particular area. If the sledge can stay up there and do untold damage, then you're going to find yourself in very bad shape.
Really good response coming out here. We saw FaZe do this same move against Damwon yesterday, impacting open the office wall, and they try as they might. It's a total shutdown by NIP. They've seen this one, they've studied, they've got the strap book ready, and they know what's coming at them. Souls left in a 1 versus 5 clutch. It's simply not going to happen. NIP move up to 5 and 4. 3 rounds back to back. and FaZe nowhere to be seen in this half.
It's becoming easy for NIP here on Chalet as they take one round after another. That is now 3 in a row, and they are yet to lose an attack, as you say, Des. Starting to run away with this one a little bit. Let's not forget this map pick is theirs, so you would expect them to be playing a good game here. It's a map that we've already seen FaZe struggle with a little bit. FaZe, mentally at least, can think, well, we've got Bank to go to. It's somewhere that we performed well, but nobody is a slouch on Bank at the minute. We've seen so many of these teams capable of playing there that it's 50-50 at best for me coming into map 4 if NIP win here.
What I love about a lot of the kills in that round, as we just watched it back on the kill feed, is it was NIP being relatively stationary. They didn't feel the need to go pushing aggressively because, as we saw again, against down 1 Kia, the move is instigated by FaZe Clan. As soon as they hear that office wall get breached open, NIP knew what was coming. They sit, they wait, they play it patiently, and FaZe tried to retake lost ground and ultimately get slaughtered in the process. So much so that clearly a tactical timeout is required. A conversation very sorely needed, as you can feel this game, this map, starting to run away from them. If NIP can close out Chalet, they move up to major point. They can win the whole thing with just one more map.
And you mentioned that Bank is a good map ace for every single team here, and that is absolutely correct. It was the most played map on the very first day and still has one of the highest play rates of all the maps that we've seen thus far. In
Bank
fact,
major, right?
It has the highest play rate of any map at the current moment. And it's a little bit attacker favored, so that'll obviously factor in as well. But during the group stages, Ninjas and Pyjamas ended up playing Bank 3 times, and they won every single time. So that obviously bodes well for them going up against FaZe on FaZe's map.
Not boding well for FaZe at this point in time, but let's not doom them to a loss just yet. There is a lot of Siege to be played. They are only 1 round down here on Chalet, but for my money now, a successful defense here is going to be essential. They have to get this one locked down.
Do they learn from last time?
Do they go and clear the electrical?
Do they go and clear it? Julio saw it. He knew that had been smashed out, and he's seen this before. He knows what that electrical looks like.
I think at this point, everybody should be aware of that dining table.
It didn't stop them getting 2 players inside of sight regardless. They just walked in through the front door without taking their shoes off, and suddenly FaZe are like, oh, we'll run around and just hope for the best. And unfortunately, the best wouldn't do. Let's see if it works out any better in this round.
Well, I mean, if you're FaZe, you got to throw things at the wall and see what sticks. Realistically, they've tried everything. They've tried playing really conservatively in and around the bomb site. They've tried roaming, and they seem to get beaten by NIP every single time. Now, this is a bottom floor bomb site yet again, and NIP are going to just poke a couple holes in the defense onto that wall by the garage, take out the mute jammers that rest behind it, and as you said, are they going to learn from the Electric Claw on that main floor? That will be the big question mark.
As it sets up, you're seeing these cameras once again scattered off on the outside from the Valkyrie. The early down but not out, coming in onto Julio, caught out by the C4. Oh, Astro led into the bait like anyone's business, jumps straight into the mousetrap, finds himself taken out, and Pino was always there to cover for his buddy.
Not looking good so far for the side of FaZe. Muzi just dumping the nade in there to try and clear out some of that piano utility. Cyber with a token shot towards the trophy window, but Julio just outside of there is going to get himself picked back up and onto 20 HP, and it just feels like now that NIP are just aware of everywhere that FaZe are running. There's shots chasing them. They are under pressure.
Cameraman and Cyber are still working together on this roam like we saw in the previous attempt here. The big difference is now they're on that main floor instead of the top, so NIP have gained a ton of map control, and they might actually get the pickup now onto Cyber as well, as down goes the Valkyrie, and a secure with the grenade seems certain.
All too easy to send that one careering through into the kitchen and cooking up a bit of a storm. FaZe now forced down towards the south side of the map. You've got Cameraman lurking up inside a lobby. Bullet looking to give some support off towards the library side of things, and Soul still playing on site. There is 60 seconds to play with, so NIP have got time. And I know that Chalet has been a pretty quick map so far, but we know how NIP can suffer to the clock the longer these rounds run.
Yes, we certainly do. It's something they need to be aware of, but there's 50 seconds left.
It's still
They're
close.
already starting to approach site. They're nading out, but they still haven't got the electrical that's upstairs in dining. Please, NIP, put us out of our misery and go and clear clear that gadgetry out, but 35 seconds left to go. They're going to have to try and push in through this single door potentially, opening up lines of sight. Toxic Vape canisters coming out, but all the lines of sight are doing is allowing FaZe to be aggressive onto them. 20 seconds left to go. It's now or never. NIP, Kamikaze just dips himself outside a trench. He's got diffuser in hand. It's now as NIP rush in. Psycho, Muzi, that's 2 kills, 5v1. And there comes the final kill. I was just about to say you need to get that diffuser in there, but no, they take the round anyway as FaZe scramble for safety and just cannot find any anywhere.
And yet again, I mean, you don't really need a ton of utility work on that bomb site. The same thing happens as the previous round, except NiP are much faster. You saw that wine cellar wall being opened up with 30 seconds to go, just a little bit under. The Maverick had cut some holes through the wall because they didn't want to have to deal with the electric claw. I know you said that Julio saw it, by the way, but did he? That's the question.
I mean, the man was stood in the same room. Is it Psycho?
But it certainly doesn't look like it. They had that main floor map control for so long. Muzi could have pivoted at some point and gotten it before then if they really wanted to, but no, there were a lot of things that could have gone.
I refuse to believe that the world champions do not know about that Electro Claw. Twice they have naded the wall, twice the Electro Claw has stayed in place, and surely you start asking, that's really weird. Why is it destroying the gadget that would normally always be destroyed by that? Oh, it must be somewhere else. Where else could it be? Oh, in that table upstairs. Again, I swear Julio saw it back in round 1. He had a drone sat in the drone hole and saw the work being done, yet not once did they move to clear it. And, you know, fair play to FaZe, they've tried to use it twice, and even more fair play to NIP. They have still won, despite coming up against what most teams would be a brick wall, no way through, yet somehow they make it work. They are at match point. Chalet, as it stands, doesn't look to be going to overtime.
I mean, ultimately, it may well be that NIP just don't have too much of a concern about actually clearing the electrification. They've got the Maverick there. They opened up a line of sight that they needed. It may well be that they're just sort of happy to play on without it. It's not ideal.
That to me looked like it was in panic because Pino almost died through the reverse angle as well. They weren't aware of who was on the other side and what was going to happen.
No, they might not have had intel on the actual bomb site, but on that first attempt at the bottom floor, they didn't have the Maverick to do that. They just ran right in. Second time, they managed to fix those issues, and they resolved it quite beautifully with plenty of time to go.
I'm telling you, they knew it was there. Oh, sorry, they didn't know it was there. They didn't deal with it, and they should have. If they knew it was there, they would have killed it. I'm molding about it. I'm asking them later. I'm in the DMs. I'm like, boys, did you know about the electrochlorine dining? I'm dead keen to find out.
Cameraman on the roam with the Valkyrie, just taking drones out. A lot of utility still remaining for him. We see at least 2 of those black eye cameras feeding information into him. It's actually going to be Cyber, I think, who was on the cams for the time being, feeding it back. And cameraman jumps on there himself as well to just get a look and understand exactly what is going on where. Now then, we've got quite a top floor hold from FaZe here once again. It is a kitchen site, so it's the mid floor. NIP need to get themselves in and get that top floor cleared out, but it's something that they've done very well so far.
Absolutely they are, and now they're going to focus on offense. We talk about top floor control quite regularly. On a map like Chalet, it's no stranger to anybody that you clear from that top down. And you might send somebody in on the bottom floor, but this doesn't seem to be the focus right now. This is desperate times for FaZe Clan as we're 90 seconds into this round, and already that wall is getting opened up. This could lead to a very quick execute, especially if NiP knows exactly what they want to do with the bomb site. It becomes very important that the Smoke of Souls is able to greet this and respond accordingly.
This pace coming in is breakneck coming out of NIP, essentially. They're already inside of the site and looking to step in. Moves with the side angle, but they have stopped short of going hyper-aggressive, but a good nade kill comes in. Cameraman goes for the swing. Kamikaze finds another. Souls is about to get swamped. He's about to get cooked up for dinner. 2 of them pushing in, making a third as Muzi finds his double in the round. 2 left standing, but no one is present on site, and this should be an easy plan coming in for Kamikaze. Bullet and Cyber have got some magic to work. That plant is going to get stuck though, Tim, and I can't see how they can win a 2 versus 4.
It's not going to be easy from here. Cyber, Bullet, you've got to get something going, and they almost do, but Pino hits them with the vertical nade, and that leaves Cyber now in a 1 versus 4. Kamikaze sat currently on top of that diffuser. It's not going to be easy to dislodge him. Cyber just working his way back through Piano. He's focused on these vertical angles, but nobody's really exposed. Pino sees the movement above him. The pixel changes color and he hits his shots.
Really remarkable stuff from Ninjas in Pyjamas. They're exceedingly comfortable on their map choice, and they don't need us to go to overtime. No, they take care of it through a lot of brawl and a lot of brains, too. Chalet isn't known as a cerebral map, and I think we all agree with that. But at the same time, NiP were able to sort out some of the issues that FaZe presented in front of them and did so quite quickly.
That last round especially, Pino. Massive 3K, 2 nade kills coming in, 1 in the post plan, but for me, it was that team effort, the massive rush forward. They identified no one was on site. That's what I've been waiting to see all series out of both teams. And finally, it's good to see some informed, decisive action. That's what's been missing, and it came through in spades in the last round.
Combination of both of those things clicking for NIP, and that is teamwork and a hero play, which you picked up on at the end of Villa. You said we need somebody to be stepping up here. Pino just did at the end of that one. That could be absolutely lethal for FaZe's chances.
Well, there's a lot to break down in that map, as with everyone. So we've got a desk standing by, ready to take you through it.
Thank you very much, Intero, Dez, and Ace. We're back on the analyst desk. Hello again. NIP up 2-1 against FaZe Clan. Let's break things down for our third map. I'm Elshtomatic, with me are Kini, Jess, and Fresh. And we just had NIP start off on the fence for Chalet and take it all 7-4, Fresh.
And it wasn't looking too good. It was a 2-4 split on the defense. Once they got into the attack, however, they really managed to shut down FaZe. FaZe really struggled. There's no words, like 2 words about it. They struggled yesterday on Chalet. They struggled today on Chalet as well.
When we're looking at one of the most attacking sided maps, and then I'm looking at Villa being one of the most defensive sided, I'm going, okay, they've already broke the rules when it comes to what you're allowed to do on a map, what the stats are saying, and they broke it. But they actually fit into the mold a little bit more on this map. I think both teams are a little bit more comfortable coming into it. However, when we're talking about trades, for example, when we're talking about entries and then confirming that into rounds, I know you brought it up as something that wasn't fitting the mold in the last map. You're getting the entries, or even in Coastline, you're getting the entries, and then you don't capitalize and you don't win the round, and that's something that shouldn't happen. Whereas on this map, there were a lot of players who were getting entries and being able to bring it into rounds, but a lot of that was on attack, and a lot of it wasn't ending up being on defense for these teams.
Jack, would you call this a cookie cutter baseline? What do you expect on Chalet?
Yes and no.
In what way?
The kind of 2-4 split, I think from FaZe I expected them to learn their lessons, especially when it came onto the attack, because they got the 4 rounds at the start and then they just got no more. They really struggled with it. And it's difficult in this best of 5. You've got to play 5 maps. Otherwise, you know, I said they've got a 7 map pool, but maybe Chalet isn't in their map pool.
One of the things that we sort of touched on before the first game even started was how stamina and experience is really going to come into play the further on we go, and it's really starting to show right now on FaZe. They're starting to not really be able to keep up, and we saw there was round 10. I think it was Souls on the smoke. He still had smoke canisters, 2 of them in his pocket, 20 seconds left. They only last for 15 seconds. You gotta get those out. It's time to wake up if you want to win another map.
One of the things that you'll probably have to notice, and hopefully this doesn't continue into the next map, especially for my predictions and all the FaZe fans out there, is that when FaZe feels like they're being pressured heavily, they try and fight the fire with fire, which is a formidable kind of a strategy, especially if you're an aggressive team to begin with, and you're pretty good with your gun skill. Unfortunately, if you're running wildly around a map that has a lot of open windows, and you know that the long lines of sight through ACOGs, 1.5 scopes, etc. are waiting there for you, you have no idea. You don't have drones outside like the attackers do, or inside on you, and you're just running across multiple lines of sight. They were getting picked off. No tradability when someone's rappelling outside. This is something they need to be careful of. Map awareness for FaZe has been really poor in that map. Something they must learn moving into the next. Otherwise, clearly, we're not going to be going to yet another map after that.
I have my own kind of thoughts on this. You know what this reminds me of? Taro touched up on it when we were in map 2 Villa. And it went to 20 rounds, and now, you know, FaZe ended up losing it. NIP in control. They make it back 1-1. And the next one, NIP better than what they did on Villa, that's for sure. 7-4. That's the momentum And that's the experience that Keeney is mentioning. This is the way that they're able to beat down FaZe, which caused all of these issues that were happening throughout FaZe, and reminds me of SI19 in the grand final between Empire and G2, where the experience won out at the end, and the exhaustion of playing some of the most stressful games of your entire career are happening in front of your eyes.
It's that team play as well. NiP force their opponents into a certain frustration where you've got to feel like you fight fire with fire.
Yeah.
And I called it the Siege Smarts yesterday. It's not necessarily anything tangible that you'll see. It's not like a big 3K. It's not a big play. It's just the way they set up, the way they approach Siege. They play it very tight, very kind of professional, and they almost force their opponents into that frustration where they feel like they've got to deviate from their own game plan.
There was a moment on the defense there for NIP where they're running around, not in the wild fashion that FaZe was around the map, but they were running around, and their map awareness that FaZe did not have throughout that on their defensive side was so incredibly strong that Psycho runs into Piano, knows, you know exactly where I'm going with this, knows that display area's window had been shot open, window bangs a player in the exact spot where FaZe has predictably been standing, and the man's left standing going, is there a cam outside? I just got barricade banged and I have no idea why. Map knowledge will win you a lot more of your gunfights than you would expect.
A lot of sneaky spots where you can put those Valkyrie cams on Chalet, just tuck them in some tiny positions. And another map that helps out with this is our next one, Bank, where FaZe, and I have the confirmation, are starting off on defense. Keeney, you mentioned Castle in the beginning. Does it tie in here on Bank?
Absolutely. Bank is Castle's map, and he's going to be so good here. As you pointed out, there's so many doors and windows inside of Bank that you can utilize these castles to create new power positions, and it can be really hard to clear them because you can cover them with Wamais, with Jaggers. So Castle is 100% going to come into play here, and I'm extremely excited to see him in play here.
I'm going to Bank. What was the last 2 times they played Bank? What was the scoreline? Oh, see, now I'm pushing him to the edge here. I'm putting the pressure.
They got the wins. That's all I know, Jess. You're going to tell me this.
Yeah. See, now I'm putting him on the air.
EOL crew is always.
I know. I'm putting the challenge on him, but it was 7-3 both times that they have played it. Both in playoffs thus far, they have gone to this map and 7-3 their opponent.
One of those against BDS.
Yes,
who we
exactly
consider
right.
probably the best bank team in Europe.
We did, and that's a formidable opponent to beat on that map. So I am looking at FaZe and going, oh my god, this is it. They're back in the fight. They're going onto a map that they are formidable on in the past few days. And then I'm like, what does Ninjas in Pyjamas look like on the other side? I'm like, oh, they too don't lose Bank. Oh, we're in for a wild ride.
Map 5, yes or no? Yes, just that's all I'm asking for. I don't even need an explanation. I'm going easy on everybody for this. Yes or no, map 5?
I mean, I voted 3-1 for NiP.
Gotta happen. Jess?
Oh.
We're here all night. You don't have to leave here till what, like 6 hours from now, so you're good to go.
That's true. My bus isn't for another 5 or so hours. Oh look, I would like to go to 5.
Yeah.
I think Bank is a map that FaZe is very good on, so I'd like to see them do well. I don't know, pressure.
I'll be very simple. Yes, map 5.
Oh, then for map 5, if it happens, we'll have to talk about who can take it. NIP are up 2-1, ladies and gentlemen. They can win it all and not only be world champions, but also major champions. 3rd title for LATAM, 3rd title for Brazil, and the 2nd one for NIP. They're on the line, and it's Bank. It's FaZe's pick here, and they start off on the defense for it. Before we toss it into game, though, a quick word from a sponsor, PayPal, and let's see what Intero has to say about calling next or whatever it is.
The Rainbow Six Siege community is passionate and growing at a rapid pace. In episode 4 of I Call Next, we explore the importance of taking initiative, how to deal with setbacks, and how a supportive team can help you reach your dreams of gaming at the highest level. With access from PayPal, we're peeking into a new aspect of the world of Rainbow Six Siege. Join us as we go behind the scenes to meet Marmalade, a dynamic player and the sole woman in the North American Challenger League, who shows us how she puts in the work to level up her gameplay and makes a push for the top. Welcome aboard, Emma. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're the only woman currently competing in the North American Challenger League.
You are correct, yes.
So you started playing in 2019 and almost immediately you hopped into CCSW. How do you even begin to prep from you're just learning a game to now playing in a relatively high competitive league?
I just wanted to play with my friends. I know something that they all like were really excited for, so I said I'd do it just for fun. But yeah, I think it was just like a learning experience.
What were some of the biggest and most notable lessons that you took from that experience?
I think it was probably when we got 7th, I got a DM from one of the playoff teams asking if I could play with them. And I think that really like stuck around in my head because I didn't think I was, I was like just like a player. I didn't really think I was that good, but to have, another team in playoffs ask for like a bottom place team and CCSW player, I was like, wow, okay. Like that was like, that's probably the thing that stuck out most to me in even playing like all of CCSW was like that moment.
So you go from not playing the game to now being on one of the top teams in CCSW. Outside of pride, what would you say the next strongest emotion was?
I'd say confidence. I got a lot of confidence after CCSW. Like the confidence that I needed to like go into CL and I wanted to do PL. Just like the confidence to play. Like I didn't get scared. I knew what I wanted to do and I just started doing it. I never built a team before, so it was a learning experience. And it takes a long time to build a team. It's very stressful. But I mean, we went into stage 1 and we got 4th. So I think that was definitely an achievement that I can be proud about from going last to 4th.
Do you feel that you personally face more criticism being the sole woman that is playing at that level? And in fact, is the sole woman in North America playing at any competitive level right now, given that there is no woman competing in the NA League and that you are effectively the highest ranking woman in all of North American Rainbow Six esports?
I definitely think there's a lot of hate that gets thrown my way. I get blamed for a lot of things that don't necessarily make sense, but I definitely think that there's more people that, see that I'm a woman and are like, wow, like that's cool. Like she's like the only woman in CL or in PL or in anything.
How have you just found the general vibe and attitude of people in Challenger League versus those in CCSW?
Obviously, I think they're a lot more serious. Some of them, it is a job in my eyes. So you should show up like it's a job, play like it's a job. It's a lot more scrimming and kind of focusing on out of the game stuff to work on to get ready for in game. It's just taken a lot more dedication, like time dedication to play in CL.
In Challenger League, the stakes are a tiny bit higher. How do you control those vibes when you know that there's a lot on the line and things might not be going well?
I just think you just have to keep consistent, just like consistent with your energy. Like you can't, even if you're losing, you can't get down on yourself. You have to keep, you have to keep the energy up for you and for your teammates. Because if you keep the energy up, you're never out. You might be down, but you're not going to be out.
Do you feel like as a woman at the level that you're at, that you have faced a much steeper climb to your level than all the other men that are currently playing in Challenger League? Yeah,
I definitely think so. I mean, it's hard when people, they don't take you seriously or, they believe things to other people tell them and when they've never talked to you. Some of my friends have gotten turned down from tryouts just because they're a woman. I probably have too, not that I've known, but it's definitely been, I think, a steeper climb and it's been a lot harder, but I definitely think my friends and my family are, a big part of it.
I think everybody who has been involved in esports to some capacity has had to have an interesting conversation with their parents about next steps, especially for such a new industry.
My dad kind of understands. My dad just kind of goes off what my mom tells him. I know my mom, she watches on her TV every Sunday and, she'll, if I lose, she'll message me good try and if we win, she'll good job. And I know she has a lot of pointers in regards to I'll be like, we didn't really play our, defenses right or stuff like that. And she'll kind of give me tips on what she kind of would deal with if she was in a situation that's related to that. And then my grandparents, they both sit down every Sunday and they watch on the big screen and they both text me and they're just so happy. And I know I got a picture one day of them sitting on their recliners just watching me on the TV and it made me happy.
Do you have any parting thoughts that you want to give to anybody who's watching?
There's a lot of people who, don't think they can make it in comp and, you can. If you put your time and you put, your focus on, this goal of wanting to, get into CL or, whatever your goal is within Siege, you can accomplish it. It's just the dedication that you need.
I really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us, Marmalade, and I hope that your career and your path upwards continues. It's been a real pleasure talking to you. Thanks for joining us on this episode of I Call Next, the series where we shine the spotlight on players like Marmalade and other outstanding members of the Rainbow Six community who work and play every day to create a more inclusive gaming environment for everyone. Hashtag I Call Next and tell us how you level up your commitment, whether it's playing the game or helping your team reach the next level. All you've got to do is press play. The defending reigning world champions enter our fourth map with a 2-1 lead and sit on series point. They can conceivably win this whole thing right here, right now, but they've got to go to FaZe's map first. Gentlemen, take us through Bank.
You're a beautiful man, Parker.
Thank you.
I watched you saying that the whole time and I was like, wow, this is the role model of the Siege community.
Oh, God.
And sometimes we see you and I'm like, is this really where we put our faith in this community?
It's misplaced. Thank you, the Rainbow Six Esports.
You look very majestic.
Goofy dragon, I suppose. But
the goofy dragon.
Take us through Bank, because this could be our last map here in Sweden.
It could indeed. FaZe, start off our banning. FaZe. It's almost like those two words go so well together. Hibana to start things off. If you are unfamiliar with how Bank has been played out lately, Hibana, the queen of hatches, as declared by Ubisoft, was their whole intent with her changes to having 2, 4, or 6 X-Kairos pellets used in each charge. She is very, very competent at removing the many hatches that litter the ground floor of Bank especially, so it's no surprise that a number of teams enjoy banning her away. The second one is going to be the Zero. We have not seen this banned away throughout the Major to my knowledge. Spoke about it in the previous map. Now has 2 hard-breaching gadgets, 4 cameras to use as information, a very valuable operator that I think some have been sleeping on, to be honest, Ace.
I'd agree with you. I was just going to come in and say exactly that to you, Des. You know, when you...
Hive mind wavelength, mate.
This is it, Psychic Link confirmed. I think when you look at it like that and start actually putting it into words, 2 hard breach, 4 cameras that can zap utility.
Spear's not bad.
The Spear's not a bad gun. You start looking at it and thinking, hang on a minute, why have we not seen a lot more Zero? Cade and Valkyrie going to go as well. Valkyrie, no surprise whatsoever. Cade going to just be taken out, so it makes it a little bit more difficult to defend those hatches. Of course, when you're attacking into Locker's CCTV, there is absolutely no vertical available.
Parky Warky, someone did actually want me to ask a question of you.
Nope, start again.
Why do you... No, Parky Warky.
Absolutely not.
See, Pengu went as far as Parky. When you guys came on for the quarterfinal, you came on for the quarterfinal and he was really pronounced and going Parky, and we were just like, oh my god.
What's your question for?
My question was, why do you guys butcher football and call it soccer?
I don't know, because we care about more exciting sports.
I have got you to promise to take me to a nice hockey game one day.
That is true, yes.
Oh, absolutely. I'm in on that. I mean, we're just making plans here, but I'm in on that.
The next social then, boys. Yeah.
The downside is that the dates that were listed in the video earlier on about the 6 Invitational, unfortunately, the NHL is actually off during that time. They are competing in the Olympics, so they will be in China. Unfortunately, we won't be able to attend the hockey.
Well, I don't want to go anymore.
Okay, well.
Didn't want to go to Montreal anyway.
Bold of you to assume you'd be invited.
I know, right?
Anyway, let's look at Bank here. Open area, very first defense for FaZe Ace.
It is going to be. They're not going to go down to that basement floor. We've seen this from them previously when they played here. They do like this site. There's going to be an opportunity for them to play on the upstairs. We can see already. Thank you, Cyber, for proving that one for me. He's getting up there on the Mozzie, just getting those pests out to try and create that lack of visibility. But NIP here, they're going pretty route one. They've got themselves straight away, opening up that window, opening up the peak hole through, and Pino, he, after droning, he's probably going to try and hold that out and see if he can catch anybody on that rotation.
I think it'd be a bit of a battle, to be honest, where you had Astro holding off towards one side with support from Bullet, and Souls was holding up towards just above the soft wall. So if he had tried to push his way in, it would have been pretty dire circumstances. Instead, Pino's going to rotate out towards Electrical, looking instead in towards the castle barricade. My god, I hope those guys downstairs in the talent room have got themselves a tranquilizer, because Bikini is going to be bouncing that we've got Castle in this round. Tell me I'm wrong.
You are not wrong. He likes the castle, what can you say? Anywho, it looked like it was going to be a much quicker execute for Ninjas in Pyjamas, but instead they decide that they don't want the engagement, and for it, FaZe ain't going to get the smoke, as they would say. But some intel work to be done as now Nip takes square stairs. Those castle barricades down below will prevent them access into the staff area component. And Psycho is going to realize just how lucky he got in this long-range engagement with Cameraman. Psycho walks away with a single HP. Back for more, Cameraman says, to try to do some more damage, and he'll take out a bunch of Pino's HP.
Certainly will do. He's going to have to try and aggress forward here, but cautiously so. There's a little boost going to come into his health from Finker there. That's just going to replace a little bit of the damage, but needs to be very careful of this push onto Cameraman, who for the time being is just holding fast inside of Tellers at the minute. He's also got Bullet with him. They're just doubling up on this, really trying to prevent that access, because right now, NIP just can't get themselves established comfortably inside of Archives.
This grenade right now, it's an airmail for Cameraman. Bullet is credited with the very first pick, but they trade right back, and Bullet's still there. He's lingering and loitering inside of Tellers. stealing checks, maybe one could say. Advantage in favor of FaZe with 45 seconds left to go. Psycho on main stairs, looking to creep his way down.
Did a lot of work, at least initially there. Kamikaze, once the wall got opened up, started to find their way inside, but a couple of traded kills really took the wind out of the attacking setup coming out of NIP. We're in that last 30 seconds, and we've said it so many times this series, guys, but they've got to make something happen with the little amount of time they've got left. This is when NIP looks shaky. Watch out for Cyber, who's banking up blue stairs.
An NIP classic here, pushing in the last 20 seconds, but they're going to be pushing into an Alder. There's the flank that you mentioned, Des. Cyber managing to get himself one, managing to get two. Bullet with one in the middle there, and that's going to be FaZe taking round number one.
That is absolutely going to be Cyber, giving thanks to Yas for the inspiration after their game yesterday. Just saves it until the last 10 seconds. Comes up the top of blue stairs, downs one, and could have looked for a second or third kill, but opted to play it defensively and let NIP just suffer in their own confusion. Good first round by FaZe, and NIP, they look pacey. They had control of square at like the 1 minute 30 mark. Got the wall open pretty quickly as well, but then sort of froze and looked a little bit lost on what to do next, to be honest with you. It's more of that indecision that we've seen missing from NIP. We saw it towards the tail end of Chalet, and I really hope coming into Bank we'd see them show a little bit of it here, but instead it's FaZe really taking advantage of, again, the confusion, the indecisiveness, and getting themselves on the board at the start.
It really did seem like the full focus for NIP was to take advantage of that printer portion of open area, swiftly get in, and then just hold the bomb site. And once again, NIP are a team that are perfectly capable of taking map control quickly, but then they stalled out. And there was a perfect answer back from the Maestro that we saw, taking out those Selmas, and it forced NIP to go up to square stairs and then pivot from there. But they weren't expecting the fight downstairs inside of Archives. They weren't expecting the late flank coming up blue either, and it completely derailed any chance of a retake on their end.
FaZe Clan this time, they're going to be defending all the way down in basement. The hatches are getting got, but they have also got presence up on the top floor. Des Cyber has already been up there deploying pests. He's been laying it down just to try and make it as difficult as possible for NIP to be able to push in on this top floor clearance. You've got your hand on your hip. You've been grinning at me for 20 seconds, Des. What is it?
Did you say the hatches get got?
Hatches get got?
Yeah, they get got.
They get got?
They got them.
So
to get them.
They get got?
Yeah, exactly. I don't understand what you're...
Terror understands. It's a problem.
Didn't you invent this language?
No.
And that was a perfect use of it. They get got.
Yeah, get got.
Common.
Get with it.
You're a pair of idiots. Let's talk more about the game and how it's progressing onwards. NIP already bleeding out on the drone count here as well. Only down 3. It's not the end of the world, but it's still got some more work to be doing. To lose so many inside the first 30 seconds or so, not going to be the most optimal start. But time and again, we've seen FaZe throughout this series leaning in towards the Mute and the Mozzie, for example, to slow down what is already a slow side. That's not changing in this round once more, with the Banshees coming out, the laser gates, the Jaeger, and of course, those smoke canisters too.
Starting to work now on the main floor. This can opener, the secondary hard breach gadget that Pino has available, will open up these two hatches, and that's an excellent choice of secondary gadget for Ninjas in Pyjamas, not really losing too much on that. But it also allows you to run that thermite however you like, as well as the Ace. Neither of them are particularly good at opening up the hatches, and you have to pivot when Hibana is the operator that's banned from action.
Bomb located by attackers.
FaZe have all been pushed back down to the basement floor now. Cameraman working his way back in from Garage, but NIP, they've got plenty of time here, Des. 1 minute 30 left on the clock, starting to mount their push here. They've got themselves established inside of Garage. They're working the hatches. So far, so good.
I mean, that sounds like 20 seconds on NIP time is the problem here, Ace, knowing how slow they can move sometimes. Psycho finding out a cameraman has got control of Garage. So you're slowly starting to feel the enclosure, the pen tightening in on FaZe here, where the hatches are being played behind. They've got one threatening their way up through Garage, and for FaZe, they might be comfortable for now, but in these final 60 seconds, NIP should start pushing on the pressure. What I'm slightly concerned about is they're looking towards hatch drops here. I think they may be thinking about elevator, for example. They're thinking about the lobby drop. That makes things a little bit limited. And if FaZe have got their angles set up right, they can find kills. Astro is out inside a lobby and has already threatened one of those hatches. Pino is holding the angle. If Astro can find a second, that suddenly should be the big shutdown they're looking for. But elsewhere, it's Cyber and it's Bullet. They're essentially closing this round out here and now.
FaZe are really proving why they like playing on this map. In particular, their salvation for Ninjas in Pyjamas in a 2v3 with 30 seconds to go. But this is a daunting task. There's 2 bodies from Kamikaze spotted, and I don't know if he can give that info to Pino. He can, but Cyber's there to clean up. And like that, FaZe are up 2-0.
What a start from FaZe Clan here on Bank. It's an absolute dream for them. 2 maps to 1 down. They have to win here on Bank if they want any chance of being able to take home the major title. And after the performance that FaZe have had, particularly towards the tail end of this year, I'm absolutely certain they would love to punctuate 2021 with that major title. And of course the plaudits and prizes that come with it.
Absolutely. It's one of those where we all came in, well, not all, there are a couple of us, Bikini Body and Intero, both believing that it'll be NIP walking away the victor. They are, of course, still in the driving seat, and I don't want to get too excited for FaZe just yet. I would love to see them take this through to a 5th map and go on to win the whole thing. We feel they deserve it, especially after that incredible semi-final performance against Damwon Kia yesterday. It is only 2 rounds, though. It is the defensive side of Bank. Give it a little bit more time because NIP could pull out a real blinder when it comes into the second half.
Upstairs, we're going to go to CEO. Now, this is an interesting thing with this Bank rework, by the way. Yes, Dez, we know that you are a CEO. We get it, okay? He just had to point at himself, by the way, in case
I've never made that joke before.
You know Dez doesn't delegate tasks.
No?
He delegates them.
So you didn't make that joke ever before? You didn't ever need to make it, but that's okay.
The designation thing stuck around for a while.
Oh, it's still alive and kicking.
It's only because I got livid. It started because someone didn't go and get cutlery when we were sat around, I think it was at SI getting food. And I was like, right, we're going to get this sorted. And it's just kind of survived ever since.
He designated.
Why didn't you get the cutlery yourself?
I had to in the end. So ironically, I didn't
I
didn't delegate to anyone, I delegated to myself. They came up with the term, not me.
You didn't delegate to yourself, you were responsible for yourself.
Well, here we go.
Dez, that's how it works.
Let's not use those terms.
I'll go get the cutlery.
It was for other people, okay?
FaZe have been penned in onto the top floor here as NIP start to work those exterior angles, getting themselves onto the rappels and just trying to force FaZe back. They've been able to do that successfully. We've got 5 in fact of FaZe present up on that top floor now. About as aggressive as they are being is Cyber playing out in stock corridor. For the time being, NIP will continue on their journey on the rappels, looking to see if they can catch anybody out on a tight angle from those windows.
Good patience now with a minute off of the clock. Control lobby, then move up those main stairs to the place affectionately known as Banana, and you'll find yourself in good shape. Bullet will be holding down that particular angle, just watching. I don't know if he's going to move at all. There's a couple bodies there. Well, the focus from NIP is split. They are so fixated on lobby that while we watch this, and there could be a nade kill here, but it's caught by the Wamai disc. At the same time, NIP is putting a ton of focus over towards square stairs. And boy, oh boy, what an ADS that was to save the lives of Bullet.
It was quite smart because Kamikaze opened the wall, got the wall down with the exothermic, but didn't open it immediately. Back out on the rappel and then pulled the trigger. You saw the C4 come singing back through from, I think it was Astro, trying to catch Kamikaze out, who we assume would step back from the wall. So smart play coming out from Kamikaze. A good read on the situation and keeps himself alive. The challenge now is that 3 members of NIP are playing on the windows. They've got to make something big happen, and the smokes coming in indicate that's about to happen.
Cyber needed to get aggressive on stock window there. He tried it but couldn't find Muzi as Psycho looks to push in, but no, gets cut down as he heads into Janitor by a cameraman to start us off here with 40 seconds left to go. NIP, it's time to scramble, but they can't. Their cameraman and Cyber getting in there with 2 for themselves. 5 versus 2 now, and it all falls apart for NIP as FaZe lock down their 3rd consecutive defensive round here on Bank.
We've seen really good executes from the windows and from the breaches before. Once those smokes come down, you normally get someone charging in behind the front office desk, and they'll just sit there, get the plant down, back out on the window rappel, easy peasy. a little bit of a different tactic being employed by NIP. Rather than looking for the plant, what do? They push in and go for kills. And I believe it was back at SR, you and I criticised them for the same on Clubhouse, Ace. They just go charging in, say, for control of Garage when trying to plant inside a cache and CC. They go for kills rather than going for the plant, and they were punished both times they tried to do that. That attack looked exactly the same, where I'm thinking, guys, surely a plant is the play here. But they don't go for that, they go for kills, and guess what? FaZe had their number, a flawless round comes out.
It is, and it's something that you see in the statistics. Take a look at the stats for the Sweden Major here that we've just come into the end of. You know, take a look at Stage 3 stats, Corporate Elite stats, and you will see that NIP do not get that diffuser down very often at all. Like you say, their primary focus is often, can we get ourselves an advantage in terms of man count here? And even then, they will still keep pushing sometimes to just try and finish that round off. And you just feel like if NIP really added that objective side to their game as an option more frequently, they could be more successful.
Timeout taken by Ninjas in Pyjamas as they are in free fall on Bank at the moment. 3 rounds going in favor of FaZe. Even if it is FaZe's map, this is not a bad map for Ninjas in Pyjamas. This is an unacceptable start for this team, and they need to sort it out. So Mighty will be talking to the players and seeing exactly what needs to be fixed. FaZe going through that first cycle rotation looked very confident every step of the way. I really liked what Nip brought in that very final round that we just witnessed, attacking both square as well as lobby. We'll see if they learned anything from it, because there were a couple engagements there that really did change the course of that round. 4th round now, open area, back to the very first bomb site that FaZe went on to.
NIP have not, for me, been able to disrupt FaZe quite enough yet, and that's, again, something that they're going to need to work on here. As you said last time, they did try that split push. They did try to play into the defense of FaZe and just break them apart a little bit, but the nades were already expected. It just felt like FaZe were just a step ahead. You want to attack us on Banana? That's fine. We've got everything we need to stay here. You want to push towards Stock? That's fine. We've got Cyber sat in there. You want to play the windows? That's fine, because we have got an answer. And so NIP, they need to bring something a little unexpected. They need to disrupt this defense.
I like the timing of the timeout coming in after 3 rounds as well. And we've seen the 3 sites that were likely to rotate back through. Does mean, okay, we've seen all 3. We know what went wrong, or at least they assume they do. They know what went wrong in each of those attacks, and they can start to work on that. What concerns me about the last one especially, again, is it's more stylistic for NIP to look for the closing kills, to go for kills rather than for the executes. So keep a close eye on these next 3 rounds. See if you identify a change in playstyle where they do try and look more to go for plants. That would be a big transformation away from what we know of NIP, but maybe that's the call that's been made.
Well, we'll see about that. The same areas being opened up that you'd want to see are currently in effect. That's inside of the lobby. A bit of a difference now, as we talked about this in the very first round. Nip's focus was on that copier portion, and oh my, what a blind spot now as Cyber manages to, and he'll turn on and go for it. We call that one the Assassin's Creed. He'll land right on top of him, and he's expecting to get pushed by Kamikaze. Cyber has him back now. There's no way that he's just going to continue to waste this time, right? Eventually they'll get to him. Psycho's the one in tow. Maybe Cyber might take Kamikaze down as well.
Oh my word.
See his shadow, by the way. They know he's here.
What is this? The man's fallen off a heist. He's finally going to get himself brought down. But I thought he might find himself a couple more in. However, think about that time that's arguably going to waste as well. They've had to reallocate resource away from the primary objective and instead worry about going to deal with one player. So sure, it's 1 for 1, but we're 90 seconds in.
Nip are tilted. You can see that. That missed grenade, the scramble, the panic. They just went on a wild goose chase. That 40 seconds off of the clock. And what did they get for it? They got a near mortally wounded Cyber to begin with.
It was a roll of the dice from Cyber, but boy, did it pay off with a 666. He couldn't have got any better, taking a life and taking that time. Now then, they continue the push NIP here, now that they've got themselves sort of back on track, if you will, but they've got a lot of work to do, and that is not where this NIP team has been excelling so far today. Short of time, lots to do, has not equaled a good outcome for them a lot of the time. Julio is going to get the kill onto Bullet, so they at least have a man advantage, but I'm not sure they're aware. Oh, Psycho's going in there. What? For him and somehow finds the kill. Cameraman, he had every opportunity, but just couldn't get the kill.
Souls obviously frustrated with that impact, sailing over top of the Thermite. Now it's Astro the one to try and hold this down. His two teammates, well, he's good enough for one, but the body falls and drops him in that position. Julia will try to collect along with Kamikaze and Boozy. It's a 3v1, and right now Nip are in great shape. Oh, this bullet tree from Souls being tossed out. But he's going to need a reload. Oh, no. He's in a bad spot.
No. I know exactly what you were going for there. A terrible spot. Steps in. It's an easy closeout as well. If he had a few more bullets left in the Elder, hey, just maybe, he could have found himself a saver towards the end. But NIP finally break the curse, get themselves on the board. It's just a start here, boys, or lads, as I should say, but hopefully there's more to come.
Tactical timeout just before the round. I'd like to say it's maybe made a bit of a difference, but there was a bit of luck in there for NIP as well. You know, maybe they need to try FaZe wasting nearly a minute of the round and having a player outside for half of it. Maybe NIP need that to happen more often. Maybe that's one of their win requirements.
Not entirely certain. I mean, here's the one thing that I want to look at as well. That was the very first death for Cyber thus far in this matchup. We talked about his stats until we were blue in the face on Coastline. 16 and 3 on Coastline. The next 2 maps, he disappeared.
Oh, I've got a great one. I'm going to find out. I'm going to go to Spencer and try and get some new stat. You boys carry on for a minute.
Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the start of yours?
Yeah.
I apologize.
Please end sooner next time?
I'll try to fix that in the future. Once Cyber shows up, the rest of the team's fortunes do well. And obviously, this isn't to slag off on all the other players on FaZe, but when Cyber has a very good day, and there are days where he does exceedingly well. He was the top-ranked player in all of this event for a long period of time. When Cyber shows up, the rest of the team does well. When Cyber goes cold, the team really suffers. There has not been somebody who can fill that void thus far in these 3 maps when Cyber fails to play up to his standards.
FaZe starting off pretty much the same as they did last time they defended down in the basement. Cyber's going to be up on the top floor with the Mozzie. He'll have pests in place to try and keep the drones off him. What he wants is for NIP to have to face check everything as they come around here to give him a little bit of an advantage in the gunfight. But as you can see, it's only sort of a half roam, a semi-roam if you will, because he's playing on those main stairs. So Cyber is less than 5 to 10 seconds away from sight realistically. He can move back down there quite quickly and easily, but his presence still burns a lot of time because NIP can't ignore it. They've got to clear this top floor.
He's the drone collector essentially, right? He's here to kill a couple of drones and then hightail it back downstairs, back to safety, and he might just be about to find Kamikaze actually who just about avoids death. It's in a position more than anything else where it's if we can burn through more time, burn through more information, NIP, a categorically slow team, will be slowed down even further in Terro.
Absolutely. A minute to go right now. Patience and discipline were the name of the game for a long time, and if you're playing a drinking game at home, water, of course, no other beverages can be consumed, then, you know, drink that water because we said patience and discipline. They'll drone out that top floor and then immediately move to the mid floor. I am a little surprised that FaZe didn't want to go back to this bomb site on open area. Maybe it was just simply too dominant of a performance from Nip in their eyes. They'll go back down to the bomb site that's just opened up, which is CCTV, or rather, yes, CCTV and lockers down below.
Indeed, it is. For some teams, they like playing through the same 3-site rotation, just sticking into a rhythm. Others will repeat a site when they fall flat. I mean, oddly enough, FaZe are the team I remember being the biggest, falling foul of that rule. I remember against, I believe it was Empire on Kafe. They tried top floor 5 times in a row and couldn't quite get over the finish line. And that was the time I look at it and go, okay, now we're into genuine insanity territory. As it stands, this time on the downstairs at least, FaZe are holding strong. They've got 3 players committing into the bottom side hold, but it's a grenade that comes singing in from Musa to find Astro. And this is where the pressure starts building in the final 60 seconds.
That gets us underway, cameraman. He's going to find Pino though, and still Servers is in the possession of FaZe Clan right now. NIP unable to break their way in. It didn't hurt them too much in the last round, but it's not going to be easy in this one. There's work to be done. They need to get access onto site itself as well. There comes a second from FaZe. Cameraman Souls giving them the advantage. 4 versus 2 now, surely not a third. You can't keep slow peeking that door.
Blast you away with a shotgun for fun if you're given the chance. Kamikaze's up on top, but they've reactivated the laser gate as well. Another thing to be concerned about. Julio looking to step his way into blue stairs. So they have got the option, but Souls finds the spray down. Bullet doing a wonderful job on blue stairs this round. Finds himself 3, and NIP unable to get even step 1 on the checklist complete.
Oh, that was really tough for them. Blue Stairs control never being surrendered at all. And how many players can Nip just keep throwing at that problem? Ace, you said you can't keep slow peeking them. Well, two of them tried to fast peek him, and guess what? They both died as well. So this is the problem. Look at this coordination. At some point, you need to be a bit more aggressive on that. They take out the Jaeger, but there's always somebody from FaZe in that position because 3 players from FaZe Clan, 3 of them, were all in similar spots. You saw Astro, you saw Cameraman, and then of course you saw Souls all wreaking havoc from Blue Stairs, and it's not like there wasn't enough utility on the side of Nip. They were just poorly coordinated, or they were as coordinated as they could be, but just simply didn't have any intel or information, and they ultimately struggled to gain one part of the map and then couldn't even translate to an execute.
We head into round 6 then. FaZe will continue with the final defense of their defensive half. They will then move on to the attack for next round onwards. It's going to be the top floor once again, CEO. They won this site back in round number 3. We haven't seen them go back there since, but NIP got absolutely nowhere near. I think it might have even been flawless for FaZe in that round because NIP tried to work the rappels, tried to work the windows, tried to work the square skylight, just could not find kills onto FaZe.
They've got a saucy Psycho in this round. Glass being brought along with the 4 smokes on side as well. We've seen it very selectively throughout the major so far. I'm looking back towards Sandbox in particular. Did it a couple of times. What are you shaking your heads at now?
I think NIP bring in the glass. I'm just not sure it's the answer to the problem.
I think it's, yeah, questionable.
Yeah. I don't know. I long for the days of the Glaz Ying meta. I really do. I do. I miss it a little bit. And then I know that I'd cast 1 or 2 of those matches and be like, okay, this can go away now. But it was something that we were actually talking about offline yesterday evening.
Well, yeah.
Going over the grand finals today is how we really haven't seen Glaz emerge all that often. Pocket picks here and there. But by and large, he's been completely absent. And in fact, he's actually absent right now because that thing in the bottom left is completely covering him over, so...
We were discussing what do you call the current meta that we're in. We kind of settled on the explosive one, right? I think Jess was part of the chat as well. We said, you know, lots of frag grenades, lots of gun 6s in play. It's very aggressive, very, well, quite literally explosive. So I don't know what you want to call it. Maybe you guys can let us know at home what you think the current meta is best described as, because heaven knows at this point we were just theory crafting and taking a guess.
What does it take to call next meta?
On the next episode, you'll talk about how to define a meta. Can't wait. Give us a voice line about that.
Absolutely not.
Please do.
What does it take to call next?
And then the next bit about join us as we...
no.
Come on.
No, you've gotten all you're going to get.
No. Later.
NIP have got themselves established now. They've got 2 on the window repels. They're looking to pressure from square skylight as well, but time is ticking away. They've got the breach pulled off from the kamikaze, and from the thermite of kamikaze rather, and they've got that access into site now. The breach is open and access is there, but they're not in a position to start pushing forward, and this is pretty much what we saw from NIP last time around. They're going to use that smoke canister, try and get Psycho active on the glass. He's using that thermal scope, but he's not seeing anybody, and there is the answer to the glass, who didn't bring to the table what they hoped he would. It's Astro putting him down.
This is full tilt right now for Ninjas in Pyjamas, and Psycho is just out of action, moving, not allowing that sight to regain its ability to see through smoke. That's a crucial mistake, and very well read by FaZe as they decide that the engagement is worth having face to face. Yep, we're going to try to swing in through the windows, but this is a desperate time, and it calls for desperate measures as there's an unfortunate team kill, so much so that the rest of NIP are dying in the middle of the site. Frustration reigns right now as finally Julio gets a pick, but it's going to leave Pino on rappel in a 1v3. Still watching intently, but this round is effectively over for NIP. He'll go onto the roof and give his team an extra bit of time. The timeout already taken by NIP. It was good enough for 1 round, but just like Coastline, this is utter domination by FaZe. The first half, 5-1.
I'm a bit perplexed by the round in general. I mean, Glass, we saw it coming out and thought, okay, surely there's something spicy to come. And the sad thing is, the rest of what they were going for felt pretty sensible. Kamikaze, this time on the site window, throwing in the smokes, looking to step in and go for a plant. The Glass almost felt like a wasted opportunity or choice to have a different operator on side. Really, all Astro had to do there was just blast into the smoke blindly with a shotgun and find the man that he was looking for, the team kill like you mentioned. right idea, just god-awful execution in that round from NIP.
That's it, and I think, you know, Parker, you said it earlier that they just look like they're tilting at the minute, and I think that's the reality. That's what we're seeing there. You know, the moving pieces, they're just not working with each other. They're not interacting as they should be, and things are tough for NIP right now. They're going to move on to the defense. Maybe this will offer them the stable base that they need to build on. At least here, they have a focus. They have a sight. They don't have to try and work around somebody else's setup. It might be just what NIP need in order to be able to turn this one around. Looking on the defensive side, Pino bringing along the Warden, always an interesting choice. We'll see how impactful that is as the round goes on. Potentially, obviously, there is the shield, which is going to be the #1 reason a lot of the time. We don't see the gadget featuring too heavily generally.
Now, I was very rude earlier on in cutting up Parker. However, that was for good reason. I've now found an answer. Interestingly enough, just a few minutes ago, Cyber broke the all-time kill record for a major, breaching past Alamau and Levy, who were at 158 in Mexico. He needs to get over best of 5 kills. He needs to get 15 on this map. If he gets 15 or more in this map, or of course across the next map, assuming we go there, he also breaks the best of 5 kill record. Guy's having one hell of a tournament, although it has been quiet for the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, he was up 6-0, and then through the last 3 rounds, he's had a single, he had that 1 death and then nothing else for the last 2 rounds. So, a bit of a silent approach for him, but he's the Buck, so he will very likely be one of the main points of the spear for FaZe as they work their way into open area, or at least close to open areas. They're inside of that staff room right now. Cyber hears the bullets of the shotgun, Mira's sidearm from above, but where exactly do you go through it? Hope that you do some damage. You'll be able to hear those bullets hitting the armor of Mira, but she stays, she persists in that spot.
NIP playing in a very small area at the moment, just around Janitor and the conference table pretty much. They've really been pinned back in by this FaZe attack, who is clearing utility as it goes. They've got themselves established in Square Skylight now. Psycho, however, has managed to get himself on the underneath with the Wamai. He's being hunted down by Cyber, but he's just playing a tricky game at the minute, Des. He's on and off those main stairs. He's up, he's down. It's going to be difficult for FaZe to keep a track of him.
He's up and down like a yo-yo, basically. They're going to try and catch him on the bounce, but he's keeping himself busy up on the top floor, at least for now, watching off towards the long angle, hoping that someone comes to try and challenge their way up Square. But for FaZe, it has been a bit of a slower start than even what we saw for NIP back in the first half. Still settling on exactly what the game plan is, but keep your eyes on the prize. Souls himself is the one who's got that diffuser in back pocket, and as soon as he gets towards the critical window, that's when you know it's go time.
FaZe looking to push to match point here as they've already softened up Musi quite a lot, but Musi still reigns supreme. Upstairs in stock, if somebody pushes through the double doorways or looks in that particular direction, and the Echo will be able to fell him quite well. This has been the main focus, though, on that particular area, as now Musi scampers off, not wanting to be part of any of that aggression that was coming in from FaZe. We return to Cyber, still in the exact same position that he was in a minute and 20 seconds ago, down below inside a break room.
That said, he did move back out. He did try and push him towards Square, but as soon as they saw the Echo inside of stock office, that's when he went below to force Musi out. Now it's going to get challenged on Bleepers, but oh my god, finds him and really shouldn't have found that kill because Musi had full awareness of where he was. But this breach being opened up by Souls, they're looking for the execute, and they were excellent at this part yesterday, especially coming in against down 1 Kia. They find 2 more. It's a 5 versus 2. FaZe are going to set themselves up to match point. It feels like match 5 is very, very close.
Oh, and another flawless round for FaZe. Through the 4, they have taken all but one, a single timeout for Nip, and that was it. FaZe Clan very firmly in control right now, barely breaking a sweat. They know what needs to be done to propel us to Kafe, to set the scene for the very final map. It is almost a guarantee that 5 maps will be played between these teams. How about 2 flawless from FaZe? What are they doing right now? What aren't they doing wrong? Well, the answer to that is so far very simple. Everything.
I think, to be honest, it looks like this map was won in the map ban phase, just being able to bring that bank along. FaZe are just so strong here that it doesn't look like there's many teams in the world would have been able to do anything to stop them. Here on the attack, what did they do? They pulled NIP from pillar to post. They started to push through Banana. They had men on Square. They had Cyber underneath on the book, opening up angles. Nobody could stand still inside a site, but there was nowhere really for them to run to either. They were running into the angles being being held by the players on rappel, for example, and they were just cut down as they tried to do so. Ultimately, those circles that they had to play in safely just got smaller and smaller and smaller as the round went on, and that's why you saw in that final 30 seconds just kills raining in for FaZe because there was nowhere left for NIP to run.
Let's see how this round plays out for NIP, because they're the ones who have got a mountain to climb. 5 rounds back-to-back required, and they're hedging their bets on this heavy intel denial comp against FaZe. Leaning into the Vigil, leaning into the Mute and the Mozzie, with the Mirror and the Melusi to sit behind and be a little more defensive on once it comes round to the execute in the later stages of the round. But FaZe, with how good they've looked throughout this map so far, even that feels like a bit of a stretch for NIP to pull off against a team that is dead set on going through to Kafe.
Probably an interesting one to see which of these teams comes out ahead on. But Bank has been a brawl, and it's been very intriguing watching the way that these teams take each map round by round. FaZe ultimately have been just as aggressive as we expected every single time. But a big difference is whether or not NIP can expect that aggressiveness or that aggression and deal with it. This is a very interesting exothermic charge. That might also take out the barricade next to it. And if it opens up, there it goes. That's a safe entry right on in. Julio is left alone to deal with that. There's been a drone bothering him the entire time. Psycho spotted out, and he'll look to drop, and they'll open him up right to the window by Copier. But the guns from NIP finding their marks to start off with, and down goes Astro.
Psycho just slithering like a snake back into sight there, doing everything he could. He practically turned himself into water to keep himself out of those lines of sight. Gets himself back, and as you say, Muzi with a very important kill onto Astro there, just really putting the brakes on that FaZe attack, because it was looking for a moment like there was the potential for them to take advantage of the low numbers inside a site. As it stands now, we've got Julio and Psycho back in sight for NIP, and FaZe, they're having to reassess things here. They're looking now to take top floor control. They're looking to pressure onto Kamikaze. They know where he's hidden, but there's just not much they can do at the minute because of the mirror window that's on the quad wall.
Sol's looking to try and snake his way in, but Pino elsewhere finds Cameraman, bringing us into that 5 versus 3. So no matter what it feels like FaZe can do here, it's got to be something big. These are the 3 that you want left alive in this situation as well. Cyber and Bullet, but Sol's the clutch master himself. They've got no information as they drop their way into square. That mirror window can't see anything, but they need to win a couple of fights. Julio petrified of the flank, potentially coming out of Souls, and Bullet's trying to find what he can inside of Archives.
Bullet might actually see Kamikaze in this position. He is back up in case there's a push from Bullet to come on in. There'll be cameraman watching alongside him, and there you go, the down and finish off onto Kamikaze, not expecting the retreat onto the square stairs. Falling is Cyber now, and a 4v2 for NIP. They look to hang on, still match point for FaZe Clan. This will be NIP right now, just staving off defeat, and FaZe somehow seeing Psycho, and he's gone from action. Soul's realizing there's a lot more work to be done. If he hops through that window, it's almost certain doom. Julio was still holding that angle as now Bullet gets spotted out. Very minimal time remaining as he heads back to the square stairs. Doesn't know which hatch he wants to drop down. FaZe are toiling right now, and they are wasting so much time. All NIP needs to do is just sit pretty, and they will certainly take the round. And just like that, the last 2 players from FaZe very easily found. NIP have managed to win an incredibly important round to keep themselves in this map.
Sometimes I look at those round endings where both teams throughout the series have left it until the time is ticking down to the last 3 seconds, and then they make their push in. And one critique I always put against teams that leave things so late in general in terms of executes is you leave yourself no time for mistakes. There's no course correction you can take unless you win every single gunfight, and then you've got to scrap together what would be an execute with the post plant coming through if you're fortunate and know exactly where every other member is. I'd rather if it gets to say the 20-25 second mark and Souls have just walked up and found Psycho for free, you try and capitalize on the surprise that you've already led into. Otherwise you make things far too easy for the defenders. So I know where we've said throughout this series a few times both teams are quite slow. We need to see a little bit more coordination. In those dying moments, thrive in the chaos. Don't make it easy for NIP to close things out, and that's how you'll get yourself over the finish line.
Not going to be easy for NIP here. There's still a long way to come back. Obviously, 4 rounds required without mistake here to be able to get them through to overtime. As you said earlier, Parker, almost guaranteed that we will be seeing our 5th and final map as a decider of Kafe. I can't help but wonder in the back of my mind if it gets there, if we're going to see anything like the action that we saw yesterday in the semi-final, of course, in the final map between FaZe and Damwon Kia. Maybe FaZe are just fated to take it down to the very last round to get themselves a win.
Imagine you can go forwards in time and then backwards in time to rearrange the
time travel, if you will.
Let's say, absolutely, let's say that Kafe is available. And we rearrange the maps. And we put Villa as the final map. Could you imagine, gentlemen, us ending off this best of 5 with that Villa being the very final map? What an unbelievable and exhilarating just rush to the finish that would be, as both teams keep it as even as they did. But let's not get there just yet, because Kafe could be equally exciting, if not more. It would be a very long night were that the case. But we have to get through Bank first. And NiP are a team that you can never count out. Still very strongly possible that FaZe Clan will defeat them here on this map and send us to map number 5, but anything is possible in Rainbow Six.
As I said, something we're seeing a bit of a change coming in for Psycho. It's not quite the Glass level of craziness that we saw before, but it is the Rook stepping in. This one more looking towards the long angle challenge coming in onto the Kanto wall. The right sort of idea, as you'll always get hard breaches. Look to open this, but that's for free! Astro should not be being taken out from there, but with no drones in place. In fact, I lied. Souls was in just behind. I'm a liar again. It's on the downstairs, that drone. So they didn't see Psycho. He gets a free swing out, brings down the ace. The problem is that wall is still opened up. So even though he's died here, I think they did enough to get the wall open. Did it not go off?
I'm not sure if it did.
Now it will. Now it will.
Now
it was Pyjamas out.
There's some Mavericking below as well. Cameraman a bit sluggish on this one, but he's opening up enough to take care of that camera. And now, NiP are somehow finding their footing. FaZe might be in a bit of trouble.
Certainly could be. NIP waking up here as they've now got themselves onto the defense, and you just think maybe FaZe got that opening attack, but if NIP can get a bit of momentum, get things rolling here, then who knows. But let's remember, FaZe have got that tactical timeout in the bank. They haven't taken one yet, so there is an opportunity for them to use that to just put the brakes on a little bit if this one gets ahead of them. But let's not get ahead of ourselves in this round. NIP haven't got it won yet. It's 5 versus 3. They've got themselves a good advantage, but FaZe, they've still got the tools that they might need to do this job. They can clear out the mute jammer, they can open the wall with the exothermic. That's going to happen now. Access gain to site, castle open, but as the castle opens, Pino is there ready to rip Cyber down and to put another nail in the coffin of round number 9.
And a 5v2 for NiP, seemingly bolstering their chances of going deeper into this map. FaZe really struggling here on the attack, and this is an extraordinarily defender-sided map that is only going to continue in that way. Another flawless was on the board this time for NiP, but it will not be accomplished. Instead, everyone's just going to push Souls, and it was a rodeo inside of the main lobby. He takes 2 of them down before he himself has dropped, and that's 2 rounds in a row for NiP.
It's bleeding out members, not so much in a lazy way, but in unexpected ways for FaZe there. And before you know it, they're left with 2 to push onto the site itself, and a very half-baked attempt at wrestling away control. This one was the first great kill that came in. Psycho bringing down the ace there. Beautiful. It leaves them only with the exothermics to focus on trying to get things opened up. Pino had a very comfortable kill coming in here. So 2 freebies being given to NIP. It's very tough for a team to then go on to lose what is a 5 versus 3. Otherwise, we find ourselves sat at 6 and 3. NIP slowly starting to battle their way back in. And are we going to see another overtime, or can FaZe find the close out of this rut they find themselves in?
Here could come the potential problem for NIP though. Heading into round number 10, they're going to go back up to that top floor, Des. If you remember round 7, that was the last time we saw them defend up here. FaZe absolutely rolled over the top of them in that round. There was very little that NIP could do. FaZe had the windows, they had square skylight, they had main lobby. They just pressured NIP from every which way.
And look at the operator they turn to in their most dire of hours. It's going to be the Monty. We saw Psycho doing this for NIP earlier in the series. And now it's FaZe's turn to lean into that operator that hopefully can bring them some retribution as they attack into the top floor. Monty, fantastic as being that front line for your team. It's very easy to follow him just behind him, to look for kills around the back of him, for example, or just to have him be the kind of guy that draws out where the front line for your team is and you play off the back of that. Also handy in that he has 2 of those hard breach gadgets. So you've got the Thermite, you've got the Maverick, and of course you've also got the Monty with those on side.
What did you say about Monty?
He's got 2 hard breach gadgets.
Oh, what did you say before that?
He's a frontliner.
Why do... Dezichu, Dairy Hole.
Yes.
Why do teams bring Monte?
Because they suck.
Do you remember what he said? He called it an... How do either of you remember? You called it an act of desperation.
I did just say that. The last thing I said literally was...
You just said it a bit more politely.
Yeah.
It's unusual.
Because they suck. That means act of desperation in caster terms.
It's not because they suck, but I agree with you. It does come down to...
It is. We need to try and get this...
You're falling short of ideas.
It's Psycho bringing glass.
Yes, exactly.
And guess what? That didn't work either.
Break glass in case of emergency. And in the case of Psycho, it was break glass in case of emergency. Here, you can come up with your own pun.
That was awful.
Yeah, well, deal with it.
He does that to me. I drop some killer puns and he just stands there and stares and...
Name one good
He
one.
turned himself into water, was excellent, and you didn't even react.
See?
It was very good.
I named one. Parker named it for me. Monte pushing up the main stairs for the time being. But more focus this time coming in from FaZe Clan on the main lobby rather than the square skylight. Interesting to see. Astro just going to continue working his way around there. He's going to break down this barricade. No doubt Psycho's going to get spotted out here, but manages to get a kill onto Cameraman nonetheless. That's the play for the Monty sometimes, is to just ignore it. But the kills start to come in. Bullet Souls getting to Monty marches on.
Marching straight his way up the hallway. Almost got hit on the side, but just about turns in time to keep himself alive. The shield back up and facing the right way. Kamikaze hits the deck, and call it whatever you want, but the Monty is working wonders, namely off the back of Bullet, who finally finds his march stopped. But one comes in from the back. It's Julio on the flank. What more can he find? Gets res back up, and they've got the cover. Cyber finding it out. FaZe are set to close out the round and the game, unless Pino can work some magic.
Diffuser's down. No, Astro's got it collected, so Astro can now come in and think about getting that diffuser down. Pino, he is currently inside of the hallway, just trying to make a move here. Hit him on the flank. He's getting a lot of information from the red pings, but they know where he is. He gets one. Can he get two more? No! Shut down by Cyber from the rappel, and that's going to be FaZe Clan closing out Bank and taking us all the way to a fifth and final deciding map here in Gävle, Sweden.
Well, they said it was a best of 5, and they weren't kidding. Every single map is going to be needed, and we really will see the best team of the 5 maps. It has been utter domination in the 2 games which FaZe won, but for NiP, well, they tried to keep it close. So what does Kafe have in store for us? That is the question, because NiP needs to find some motivation. FaZe have everything going for them, and it certainly doesn't seem like that tiring game on Villa made too much of an impact on FaZe. Maybe it was NiP who emerged the weaker team.
I think you summarized it really well. Where FaZe have won, they've been really dominant performances, it feels like. Outside of a couple of rounds there on Bank, but it's been very dominant. Where NIP have won, it's been more of a scrappy affair. You're either going to get a brilliant showing by FaZe at the start of Kafe and they rush forward to win it. Otherwise, I feel we could have ourselves another overtime and a real scrap on Kafe.
Certainly can. I think it's likely to go the distance now on Kafe. Both of these teams fighting hard, and you ask yourself who's going to pick it up if that's the case.
Well, we've got some analysts to break it down, as they have with every single map, and they've still got one more map to break down as well, because Kafe is assured. Let's toss it over to the desk to hear what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Intero. Yes, indeed, it is time to break it down. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Elos the Medic, your host with me, Arkini, Jess, and Fresh. How about we have a chat about something that I think is very easy to notice, even for someone like me. A start 5-1 on defense for FaZe Clan on Bank, Jess.
Yeah, I mean, we started off saying that this might be an attacking-sided map inside of EUL when it was first brought in, and I was sitting throughout that one going, FaZe had NIP's number. I'm wondering if I can skip over to another screen for you guys to show you exactly what I mean by it, and then yet another leg reveal that people don't realize how short I am. So here we go. But I really want to break this down for everyone because it's really important we understand that there's a lot going on that you can't tangibly see on your screen. And it's very clear to me that FaZe understands how NIP is going to attack this top floor. So by knowing this, they have already set up tangible counter strategies that go straight towards a north side defensive setup. Let me point out exactly what I mean. We start this off here, you can see that there are 2 players repelled and Kamikaze. Before Kamikaze went out on the rappel on the north, which makes 3 attackers in total on the rappel, he opened up the wall towards the windows for what I would consider to be a default plan. As the round progresses, you can very clearly see that there's a lot of utility still in the pockets of NIP. Biggest thing for us to point out is that earlier on in this round, and clearly what pointed out to me that this is a huge counter strategy to their push on the top floor, is Bullet's position here in front desk. There is multiple areas of where my discs all over, and I'm gonna have to clear that again to give you guys a better indication as to what's going on. There's where my discs all over these windows. When we had Pino and of course Kamikaze and Psycho rappel up on the north, they tried to cook those Wamais and toss grenades in from one of the front rappels. They already knew this would happen. Bullet can't be displaced, so of course NIP goes, okay, let's hope for the next 55 seconds someone peeks us on the rappel. This is something that NIP did time and time again on this top floor. Even when the site wasn't the top floor, they still managed to be the ones to hold these angles from across these windows and hope that someone somewhere would peek them and that they would get the numbers advantage. But even though FaZe has been aggressive on their defensive side, they know this is the game plan. They wouldn't have set up this way otherwise, and all they have to do is play wait. All of this defensive setup is about this, and as a result, Muzi is the one that has to rotate over to give some square pressure. The reason that square pressure is really important, it's going to be the only area where you can see through the breaches that have been made. Unfortunately, he's just one man and he has multiple different defenders to deal with, and his attention is split way too many areas towards Janitor, over towards Stock, etc. And they're still raining out the smokes, but no one's peeking the people who are repelling. So after one player's already jumped in, tried to make a play, another player repels in, tries to make a solo play, and the diffuser, for whatever reason, has not entered into the default breach to go for a default plan. They are playing picks, even though they've clearly brought a setup and a composition here on the side of NIP that is looking to do a post plan. That flawless round was already pre-written well before we actually saw this action phase go, out of the fact that we know that FaZe have counter-stratted NIP before they even loaded into that very map. That is deep level counter analysis. That is clear to me when I'm standing there watching that round, that team knows exactly what is going to happen before they even get on that side.
Thank you very much, Justin. Something the casters also mentions, that when FaZe are winning, they are smashing NIP.
They are, and they kind of, especially on Bank, we talked about, as you said, being attacker-sided. Yeah. FaZe rewrote that. They know how to play that map inside and out. They know how big it is, they know how to rotate well, and they know, more importantly, what the attack is going to do. Direct counter-strats we just saw, but even the more standard default takes, they've got a plan for it. They've got a plan A, they've got a plan B, they've got redundancies in place, and they know their synchronization on that map is absolutely second to none. We've seen them destroy some of the best teams in the world in quarterfinals, semi-finals, and now in the final of this tournament on that map.
Incredible bit of counter strategy there. I think that's going to be the story for me on that map. I think it rings true that there's a couple of maps that FaZe have come in and read their opponent, page for page, book for book, and they know already what's going to happen. Bit of a shame for NIP, who we were touting as being one of the most strategic teams. Speaking of, I got to point out your focus operator, your man Castle. Tell me, he was featuring and he had a pretty damn good win rate.
Yeah, we saw Castle 3 rounds and he won in 2 out of those. So he's holding that 66% win rate, which is kind of what we expected. We saw him twice on the staff room and open area side, and once on the tellers and archive side, which is really interesting to bring up because those sides, when you're playing Castle, it allows you to extend horizontally instead of vertically, which you will see on a lot of other sites where you can also employ Castle too. So when you're extending horizontally, it kind of allows you to play the same site. Like, yeah, you're playing staff room open, you're playing tellers, archives, but you're extending horizontally, so you're basically playing the same site. And another thing I want to point out is that NIP, when they were playing with Castle, they were also bringing in anti-intel, they were bringing in Mozzie, they were bringing in Mute, and that allows you to deny the attackers from gathering intel on where your new angles are, where you put up these new doors, and it makes it really difficult for the attackers to decipher the Castle setup.
The fact that both teams really, NIP try a lot of it, but FaZe were more successful at just constantly lurking and laying down on the floor and just watching every single little tiny angle that you can't really deal with fresh in this game.
Yeah, and speaking of the staff room open area and the archives tellers, there was a couple of rounds from NIP there where they were on the defense tower. I think it was Muzi he did the same thing where he's in stock and he drops the hatch prone. And I had a very deja vu moment. I'm like, am I playing this? Are we watching the same round again? Because it plays out so similarly. And I know, especially like when teams look for counter analysis, you're almost doing the same counter analysis on the same site twice, which is Bank's very unique in that scenario, that it plays out exactly the same way on two sides.
I would have liked to have seen better utility usage from NIP, because when we were on the previous map of Chalet, I felt like what won them rounds, especially on their defense and even on their attack to some degree, was their understanding of the map, really good positioning, using long angles or just those positions to be able to manipulate the weaknesses of FaZe, of which FaZe ran around a lot. Let's not lie. They didn't have very good map awareness throughout Chalet. Here, they knew everything. They had everything going for them.
We talked in our pre-match about Cyber and Souls and how much they can bring to this matchup. Looks like Bullet is also stepping up in the map that put FaZe back in contention to tie it up 2-2 and guarantee a 5th and final map. Fresh. What a game we had. Who needs to step up for our final one?
That's hard to say, because both teams are playing very well in kind of different ways. Nip on their maps playing very well. FaZe on their maps in the last 2 maps have played very well, where teams have selected their own. We've now actually got a decider map, and I'm going to say a true decider map. This, in terms of Kafe, is both teams' very high preference map for both teams, very high round win percentage for both teams. It is that down the middle that I would not like to call which way this is going to go.
I'm gonna have to lean one way on it, just purely out of the fact that when you go up against BDS, and yes, BDS was not at full power, but that is a team that we've all focused on for a very long time. It's part of our weekly routine. You beat BDS in a 7-4 fashion. You don't even go to overtime. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of contention there from BDS. I have to just instantly, with my mind knowing how dominant BDS usually is, just go, oh my god, okay, NIP is a damn good team on this map. That's just, I know it sounds simple, I know it's, against one team, and it doesn't necessarily tell the full tale, but it means that it's a scary, scary ride there for FaZe.
It's definitely not as reductive as anybody might imagine it is, of course. But we have our final map, Kafe Dostoevsky. Let's focus on that for just a moment, because I got the confirmation FaZe are starting on the attacking side for our flip. Fresh, I see you looking at me with these eyes focused on everything. Why?
Because Kafe is probably the most defender-sided map in the pool.
I would a counterpoint.
Go for it.
83% attacking sided for FaZe, 43% defensive sided for FaZe.
There you go.
FaZe puts it on the reverse.
It's like what we've had through this whole series.
I mean, sure, right, but I mean that is good for them starting on attack, but it also means we know probably what the outcome will be of the map in the very first half.
Yep.
Like, that is how definitive their attacking rate is on this map, usually.
Right.
So, okay. All right, I'm going to steady myself for this first half.
Castle Mute Mozzie still plays into Kafe.
Absolutely. Kafe, it's not as good as Bank, but Kafe is, I mean, I don't want to be the dead horse, but absolutely. Kafe can be a castle map, and I mean, I hope to see even more of it.
Especially on that cocktail site, where you can push the castles up and you can try and really hold on to piano and the shop area with the shotguns at close range. That is so hard to attack.
And it can also allow you, when you're playing that reading site, you can do an upstairs hold and make that very strong. Because then again, you can use the super shotties to establish vertical holds down into reading when you're playing up there in cocktail.
It's the most important position out of it. Reading is still, in my opinion, the strongest side on it.
You know what's funny? We're sitting in the green room, we're watching a lot of Siege tonight. I have not heard the Gone 6 pop off in a long time. We saw Finka, we saw Yana. Almost, I can guarantee you there's over a 70% pick rate just in this series alone. Where is the explosive utility usage from both of these teams? I'm seeing nades left in pocket when they're dying. I'm seeing a lot of lack of utility. If you're going to go on a Kafe, which is highly strategic, you need everything out of your pocket, both as a defender and an attacker, and I think whoever uses that the best will win.
All right, final bit. This is going to be as basic as it gets. We go into map 5. We know it's going to be a 3-2 one way or the other. I just want you to tell me who you think will win and if you've changed your mind. Heaney, FaZe, or Nip. That's all I need to hear.
Vamos, niñas.
Jess.
FaZe.
Fresh.
Don't curse them. Say the other team.
Nip.
Thank you.
Yeah, vamos, niñas.
I don't think you realize what you've just done.
You have just done something you don't understand. Let's go.
Well, Fresh Jess Skinny, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, my friends, non-binary friends out there, I'm so happy that you're joining us this evening to watch a great round of Siege, and we go to map 5. It's been a while since we had a map 5 at the Major, and here at the 6th Major Sweden, it always keeps on heating up despite the cold of the Swedish winter. We're gonna go to Kafe Dostoevsky. It's beautiful snowy Moscow, and let's send it to our TriCast. It's FaZe, it's NIP, and it's map 5.
All right, it's time for our very final map here between FaZe Clan and Ninjas in Pyjamas. We go to Kafe Dostoevsky to see which of these two titans of Brazil will emerge with the trophy. Gentlemen,
sir,
Desk made predictions. If I ask you the same thing, Dezichu, what is your prediction?
FaZe.
Coming into the tournament, I had FaZe down for the winners. I'm going to stick by what I said. I think that they can take this over the line here on Kafe.
I have no choice but to pick Ninjas in Pyjamas, but I will say that I picked NIP to win the whole thing, and I'm going to stick with that, even though FaZe has been far more convincing in their victories. I think the key that we need to watch out for, who wins the first 3 to 4 rounds. What is the score line after that? Do we have another Villa shaping up? Or is it going to be a more lopsided affair? Nip will be starting on defense here on Kafe. They have the very first ban. They take out Flores, and then Thatcher will follow. Those two attackers will be unavailable for the remainder, gentlemen, of the Sweden Major.
Very true. Pretty standard bans. Flores, we know, supremely powerful, particularly here on Kafe. Does get brought along an awful lot, so we're going to be taken out. Valkyrie, the first defender. We've already discussed those Valkyrie bans at length, but you double down on it here on Kafe with the abundance of outdoor spots available for those black eye cameras.
And the mirror being taken away as the final. Going to be no surprise to anyone. We've seen it employed a couple of times throughout this series, and the impact it has had has been noticed by all, I'm sure. The thing that I'm most excited about in this first half, though, is FaZe's attacks, because this map, historically, can be very difficult for some teams to break open. Both of these teams have been very happy to run at each other, get aggressive, ignore the usual dilly-dallying that goes around in the early round, and look to try and get things underway nice and quick. This is one of those maps that I don't think is going to be so forgiving, especially when it's a very heavy defensive setup, so we'll see just how much FaZe have got to give this one to be able to get through some of the setups.
Stats coming into this matchup, by the way, for Kafe, through the 8 times that it's been played at this event, it holds a 57 to 43% for the defenders right now. So one of the most defender-favored maps currently here in Sweden. And NiP have the benefit of starting on defense. They're going to go up top to Bar and Cocktail. There's nothing really abnormal about what they are bringing. Aruni, by the way, is on the board and can be brought as well, in addition to a mute if they want to do an Aruni mute setup up top, as that is common in several regions, though might not be in vogue in Latin America.
I really like the Capital personally. It's an operator that I know I speak about Twitch all the time and just how strong I think she is. Capital is another one for me that's very close, if not slightly better. Now in a spot where he's got the 2 hard breach gadgets on side, Firebolt and the smokes are just so impactful. Adding that is a 3-speed, and you've got one hell of an operator all bundled in that I think a lot of teams really undervalue. I'd love to see him being brought along more. Very good at making dug-in anchors run away, but also, of course, excellent when it comes to execute as a result of those smokes. In this round is not going in towards playing with the hard breach, though. Quite an interesting thing to note is that we've actually got 3 claymores on side here. So rather than going towards bringing something like a Nomad, like a lot of teams would, to lock down the various stairways, stop later round flanks, they're instead leaning in towards playing on 3 claymores.
Well, it just goes to tell you a little bit about the expectations of FaZe here and what they're thinking they might come up against when attacking onto Kafe, and that is going to be aggression and runouts from NIP. The castle barricade onto Piano opened up, but I tell you what, they are being fronted up by the Jaeger of Psycho here. He is playing aggressive in Piano. He's going to give absolutely no ground to FaZe Clan.
Well, it's a minute off the clock right now, and the main hurdle is going to be chasing Ninjas in Pyjamas out of this position inside of Cigar. We'll focus a lot on the castle barricades, especially since Bikini has been enthralled by this level of play. But a castle barricade isn't going to keep you safe from getting shot away above the reinforcement, and there goes Psycho. Removed from the equation, the very first opening death here on Kafe. But an equalization, NiP, in fact, hitting their mark as 2 members of FaZe are buried inside of Kafe.
A real war to start things off inside of Piano. Psycho was wasting so much time, taking out drones as he went along as well. Eventually taken out from that hatch on top of Red, even with both of the windows being threatened near him as well. Kamikaze is still dug inside of Piano. He could do a lot of work in here as well, especially if FaZe are getting lax on their droning here and have forgotten all about the fact that you might have a second man in there. Keep a close eye on him, because if he stays alive for long enough, this could be a big sting.
Starting to work those windows, but how about that? Kamikaze rips cameraman off rappel, but Cyber manages to get the trade, keeping FaZe in touch, but NIP still well and truly in the driving seat in this round. They've got Freezer held down, Washroom is still theirs, Cocktail is still theirs. Not going to be easy for Cyber and Astro here. Cyber on low health as well. Astro trying to push in. I don't think he knows the man's in Freezer. He does find the one inside of Cocktail as well as Washroom. It's all down to the Warden inside of Freezer. What can Julio do in this 1 versus 2? He knows he's being pushed. He finds one. He finds 2. Julio starts off map number 5 with a bang.
Absolutely remarkable stuff. There was a sixth sense from FaZe Clan there, as if they knew that there was a player inside a back bar, but they didn't have the information and there was no certainty. And boy, oh boy, that hesitation, that it looked like Astro was going to check that spot, it really comes back to haunt them as we see a beautiful pivot from Astro and then a beautiful one from Julio to follow up.
As soon as the Selma came out, I thought, they don't know he's there.
They don't, no. A little bit of a lack of knowledge on their side comes back to bite them. Really well played by Julio to be dug in, nowhere to go and to still win both of those gunfights. You look back at it now, and hindsight is one of those wonderful things. You'd look at it and say, really, for the side of FaZe, you have about, what, 40 seconds to play with? Sure, the diffuse is still up on the roof, but there was time to get back out, grab that, plant it in an area of control that you have, but instead, they go looking for the kills, but the kills come to find them.
Really remarkable, by the way, that at that range, he lost the duel to Cyber on that F2, just in terms of gunplay. That FaMosa is going to tear through you and chew through just about anybody at such close range, but the Warden proves to be a bit too tricky. So immediately after winning their very first bomb site, Nip will go down to the first floor. Gentlemen, you call it the basement? Is that correct?
You call it the kitchen.
No, that'd be ground floor.
Ground floor.
Ground floor.
Oh, is this the debate we're getting
In
in?
North America, I think it's first floor.
Yeah, it's just weird people, honestly.
Ground floor. I mean, the first floor and the ground floor.
Basement would be below.
So, are you cultured or uncultured? Do you call this the ground floor or the first floor of a building?
Well, I mean, I would say this is the ground floor.
Thank you. So you're cultured.
It's the floor on the ground.
Yes, and the first floor is the first floor that you go up to.
Exactly.
But
I would agree with that.
Call it first floor.
I also worked in hotels, and that is the way that every global hotel functions.
Uncultured hotels.
No, I'm saying that ground floor is the floor you walk in on, and this is the first
But
floor.
not, yeah, exactly, yes. Our hotel's like the one that we're staying in now is exactly the same.
Yes, exactly. I'm saying I'm cultured. I'm defending myself.
I see,
here
and
from
hotels are also
accusations,
cultured.
See?
Got it.
Anywho, it's downstairs on the first floor, technically, but the actual ground floor.
Yes.
I don't know if you want to be pedantic.
They're just in the kitchen. Okay, we'll just go for kitchen. They're defending kitchen. They're currently sat inside of the bakery, and we'll see whether or not they're open for business or well and firmly closed up. FaZe have got 4 members scurrying around outside looking for a bite of the cake. I said that really like Tim without even thinking about it. A bite of the cake.
It's all rubbing off, Des.
God damn
FaZe
it.
here just applying everything they've got at Bakery. They're just throwing everything at the wall and see what sticks. They're not even going for the top-down clearance here. They're just trying to absolutely brute force their way in. Out comes the Nitro from Pino. What an absolute beauty over the electrified wall.
There's more Selmas going off now. How do you even follow that one up? But Julio, the hero of the previous round, shot down by Cameraman, who immediately heads up to that second floor. Yeah, certainly the first floor. But anyway, so Nip now will need to rebuff the push from FaZe. Nip trailed in numbers in the previous round, but it didn't really matter. They still came out ahead, Derry.
I think they're looking for some damage here coming out the front door because Moosey's holding on to it and hoping they're going to come running round, and sure enough they will. Get swung on from inside a coat check. Down he goes, a 4v2 for FaZe. They've got the control that they need to close this round out. There's one in Wedding. One has pushed back down onto side as well. So for NIP, they've got a lot of work to do if they want to close this one out. But FaZe are doing the right thing. They're getting back on drive.
Oh,
but
not
why are they
again!
pushing on to Pino? He finds a 3K in the round itself into a 2 versus 2. He's only got a slither of HP remaining though, guys, is the problem. But they've got 50 seconds to play with. Surely they win this one out. Cameraman and Bullet find the 2, and FaZe do get the round.
My, oh my. Close and down to the wire, and this really could be a 2-0 for FaZe, but it seemed like history was going to repeat itself as there was no checking of the corners. And again, both of these rounds boil down to the same thing, gentlemen. A lack of intel. Both times FaZe expending their drones, expending their gadgetry early on. And at this point, Nip's patience pays off. And then in the dying moments, FaZe have no intel. They go in and there's a multitude of areas that they need to cover, and they have no idea where they're going to be fighting these Nip players. They're really crafty. And Nip have kept it close through both rounds.
Pino got a great 2K here, just into through the freezer rotation. But he doesn't move enough for me. He's just still playing in by the bomb chassis. So that information is allowing it to remain hot. You know, that call out has gone out saying he's playing by bomb chassis, he's just got 2 of us. Cameraman pushes in, guess where he still is? By the bomb chassis. If Pino had had the opportunity, there's a lot going on in that round, so, you know, I'm not being critical of him here. He may not have had the chance to. He may have been pressured from elsewhere. If he could have got his feet moved, if he could have got himself into freezer, maybe even out of the rotate into white corridor and just really relocated himself, it could have been the difference for NIP on that round. But FaZe, they weren't shaken by that late round switcheroo of Pino hitting the double kill, and they still managed to get it locked down. Honestly, I tell you now, this is going to be a war.
Slowly starting to turn into one. It's gone from a battle on the first 4, and this is its epic conclusion. Let's see how this next side plays out then. Reading and Fireplace as we step into next. Very similar setup to what you'd normally see coming in for Bar and Cocktail, where the defenders will want to retain control of that 3rd floor for as long as they possibly can. Of course, on the attacking side, the idea is to clear that out as quickly as you can. FaZe and NIP have shown several times throughout this series how they're not best friends with the clock itself, unfortunately. So we'll see if they can force NIP down, or better yet, catch a couple of them on the drop back to site.
Now, as we just take a brief break here before this 3rd round really effectively gets underway, one of the stats that we were keeping our eyes on was whether or not these players would break the best of 5 kill record, as had been discussed before.
I think he's 6 kills away?
6 kills away at the start of this map, and Cyber has 2, so he's now 4 kills away. But in hot pursuit of Cyber is none other than Musi. Musi is 8 kills away at the start of this match, and he currently has 0, so Cyber is so close to setting a record. Insane to think that the top 4, in terms of best of 5s, are all going to be Brazilian players, seemingly by the end of this match.
It's almost expected at this point, to be honest with you, isn't it? Just the LATAM players, they might vary across tournaments as to which team or which player is really popping off, but there's always a couple in the conversation at any given time. FaZe have started quite slow, and they're not really looking to go upstairs by the looks of it. They've got themselves inside a Fireplace and Train here, and looking for that to be their point of ingress. They get this wall open up and look to push in. They could go for a plan, but it's Astro, the opener, onto the man himself you were talking about just a second ago, Parker. He's going to have to wait a little bit longer for those kills that are eluding him right now, as he's 0-3 and out for this round.
Well, Cyber's still in this one, though.
FaZe continuing to push in through Train and Mining there, just looking to apply some pressure towards Dining Room. Psycho, he's just having to play from the rotate inside a utility there, do anything he can at the minute. And Souls just missing the head of the man in kitchen by a fraction of a second. Psycho able to get one onto Bullet to bring things to 4v4. FaZe, they need to find something.
And that was Pino down below, by the way, that was spotted out. The Pulse with the Nitro Cell in hand, no longer available. Nip's guns coming back off live. And, well, FaZe Clan know that they've got these engagements, and they'll go hunting up on the top floor, but then bring the heat to the bomb site itself. Astro can't believe his luck. He's got Julio turned all the way around, but is any more available for him? Objective work going in his favor. Psycho will contend against the 3 remaining players from FaZe. Can they get him in time? They push on up, and yes, they can. Astro takes out Psycho. It certainly seemed like the defenders would at least have a single pick remaining, but no. The answer is no. FaZe Clan take 2 in a row.
Just bursting their way into sight, and Astro doing all the hard work. Psycho, I really thought, would collect that kill onto him and make it a 1 versus 2, albeit in the post plan, but couldn't quite connect the shots that were so critical for him to connect with to potentially give them a chance of winning round 3. FaZe find themselves up 2-1. Still very early doors, but for a 3-site rotation for the attackers to have 2 rounds on a map that, again, we've seen so many teams really struggle to attack, is a great start and a great sign for FaZe.
Great round from Astro. I think, you know, we've got to say there, he did a number of important jobs there, not least of all getting that diffuser down and somehow winning that final fight against Psycho. We see Psycho's nice little kill coming in there, but it just wasn't enough from NIP. They were really spread out around the map. There were challenges on the mid floor, challenges on the top floor, but they just lost too many of them. And we see here Astro get off. Look how quick he reacts there to the challenge coming in on him. Beautiful stuff from Astro.
This is what we come to expect from Astro. This is one of the things with this FaZe Clan roster that really hasn't been discussed as much as it should. Astro, Cyber, and Bullet and Cameraman have all been playing this game at a top level for 5 or more years. and yet they have never won a single international event. That is an astonishingly long amount of time. Now, mind you, they had the misfortune of playing this game during G2's run, where G2 and Penta were winning just about everything. So there are lots of players who've been playing for about 5 years during that window who also didn't win anything. So if you're looking to blame anybody, G2 is the team to do that. But with this new LATAM renaissance that we see, as the region has climbed and really elevated itself, it was the young upstart Team 1 who took the major title previously in Mexico. This is a group of grizzled vets who have bounced around a couple teams before coming back to FaZe, and they are now in a beautiful position to be able to do something with this. I mean, Cyber, he's in. He's almost in the site. Hello! There's 1 kill for him. How many does he need? 6 to break the record? Well, he's 2 away, 1 away. Can the record be his? Oh! There it is! Cyber sets the record, and there's more for him as well, as he is exploiting this weakness.
How is someone allowed to walk up white stairs and cleave his way through 3 members of the defenders? All too easy. That is how you solo go on to win a round. Both teams have done this several times during this game. A few too many times of my liking. Kamikaze looking to find another, but can't quite connect anything. Cameraman finding the burn onto Pino, and this is looking to be a flawless round coming in for FaZe, unless Kamikaze can do something. Cyber connects a 4K in the round, and that is one way to become a record setter.
That's it, breaking the record isn't enough for Cyber. He's going to keep piling on top of it now. Every kill he gets will extend that further and further. Muzi, of course, as we said, can chase him down, but
he's got some catching up to do.
Quite a turnaround now if Cyber carries on like this.
This is what Cyber has done throughout most of this competition. Looking back at the games they've played over the last few days especially, he's the kind of player that will just come flanking up a stair, on the attack mind you, very early in the round. He'll push up a staircase and get a 3K. He'll come lurking up as a kind of flanker once the plant is already down and find himself another 2 or 3 kills. He's done it time and time and time again. And just like Yash yesterday when FaZe were playing against them, we said teams aren't learning. It's very much the same story for Cyber.
I mean, I hate to be the one to keep referencing this, but this is exactly what we were saying about Nesk in Atlantic City at the Season 7 finals when Team Liquid won. Every single round against G2, it seemed like Nesk was just in. He was just in. He was in the bomb site as Ying. He was in the bomb site as Ash. He was there, and he was killing everybody. And yes, of course, everybody's going to turn around and say, well, that was when Lion was really strong. Yeah, but you know what? You don't need a Lion to be able to just walk right in the first 20 seconds. You need the Lion after that. But it's the fact that there are those ways to get into the site that are unwatched by the defense that are so egregious that you have to praise the teams that find them and exploit them.
There's one word I've said a lot this week, and I feel like a broken record for repeating it, but the best way I can summarize this major has been the teams that find opportunity, and that is the key word. Opportunity in defense are the ones who come out on top. They just see a hole, an opportunity in the setup, a small crack in the armor, and they dive in. That is what Cyber has been fantastic at. It's what several other standout players, again, I referenced Jas earlier on, another player that has done just that throughout this competition. They're the ones that are winning these rounds that look like, you know, they shouldn't really be won in that manner, but they do. It doesn't matter how you win. It can be down, it can be dirty, but as long as you get there, who cares?
NIP just taking that tactical time out there, deciding they need to do something to try and slow down this FaZe attack, try and derail the runaway train that is just absolutely steamrolling over them right now. And as they come back into it, it's going to be a defense of the bottom floor and kitchen. Last time around, we saw FaZe completely brute force into Bakery, but then hit a nice mid-round rotate, send a couple of players round to Freezer. It didn't work out for them, but it put the pinch onto NIP in sight. Pino couldn't react quickly enough, was shut down, and that was the round for FaZe. See if NIP can do any better this time around.
Oh, there's an awful lot on their shoulders, right? We talked at the onset of this matchup what happens in the first couple rounds. Keep your eye on that. With the exception of that extraordinarily good clutch from Julio in the very first round, FaZe have looked unstoppable. And I'd even argue that it could be 4-0 for FaZe right now if that gunfight had gone in their favor. So FaZe have very firmly controlled this map, and as I pointed out, this is one of the most defender-sided maps right now throughout all of the groups. And yeah, things can change, but that doesn't look good for NIP at all.
Lucy in a very typical position here. This is such a classic take that you have to set up for when attacking into Kafe. You have normally a Jaeger, sometimes a Wamai, sat behind a shield with a bunch of ADSs, stacked up inside a VIP, and you are on an island. Attackers will sometimes send someone up to the restaurant window to give you some north side pressure, but here, they're just trying to steamroller their way straight in through the south side. They need this white corridor control. This swing comes through, there could be some real damage from Muzi Ace.
Certainly could be, as the pressure starts to mount. FaZe just dip away. They're not too keen on continuing to take that challenge for the time being, but not much progress made in towards Bakery either. So FaZe right now rotate towards main door and try to get something building from there. Cyber has managed to get himself established inside of the mid floor, so a little bit of verticality coming in from FaZe this time around, which they didn't really bother using last time, but Pino certainly looks aware of the man playing on Cocktail Window.
Let's get Cyber again, trying to find this opening. He might be able to do it. Lines up for two. How does this man keep getting away with this? Goodness gracious. 2 opening picks for FaZe, and Nip is flattened by that entry.
Such a smart setup. He even finds a triple in the round, and you can feel this is where all the work he has done across this entire competition is culminating at its peak. He's starting to do so much work across these rounds, 10 and 2 in 5 rounds, and that's just the beginning. There's still 2 more kills he could collect in the round. There's still so much opportunity for FaZe. Let's not see them throw away a 5 versus 2.
Need to find the kills here, do NIP. Just got to hold their angles for the time being. They can't get overly aggressive here. Psycho on super low health as well. Just trying to make any challenge he can. Shut down by Souls. And that's going to now leave us 5 versus 1. It's as easy as that. Flawless for FaZe. And they continue on towards a potential title at a 6 major.
A 4K for Cyber in that round again. Just unbelievable the damage this guy is doing. But I've got to talk about the way that take shaped up, because 3 members of FaZe were involved. It wasn't like Cyber has just crouched, walked downstairs and killed players on his own. It's all been teamwork. You had the Capital putting firebolts from restaurant window in behind the bar. That forced the 2 members of NIP out from behind bar and into the corridor. The next step was for someone to come singing in through coat check. They vaulted over. NIP hear the sound. They turn their attention to coat check, and at that exact time, Cyber swings from the bottom of red and finds a 2K onto players that aren't even looking at him. It's as simple as that. We put all the praise on Cyber, but this style of play would not be possible without a team behind him.
Absolutely, and one of the things that you need to see in that previous round was the sheer amount of drones flying around the bomb sites. This is one of the criticisms that we had about FaZe through the first 2 rounds. Now, they won the second round. They very narrowly lost the first round. But FaZe did not have good timing with their drone work in those first 2 rounds. They've completely changed that up. The last 2 rounds, they have swarmed the bomb sites with those drones. And here's something, too. In the 3 maps so far that FaZe, or the 2 maps that FaZe have won, and now Kafe, they have 5 flawless rounds. 5 flawless rounds in those 3 maps, the 2 that they've won and now here on Kafe. That is absolute domination over Nip.
NIP fans are going to be feeling the pressure, the tension of this game as it starts to run away from them. They're just going to be praying for that side switch at the minute. NIP will be desperate to try and get this final defense locked down. They're up on the top floor of bar. They've got the castle barricades in place to enable Kamikaze to play inside a cigar, but FaZe Clan cleared this out so well last time around. They don't even have to hit the barricade this time. They've got the soft breach utility. They're just going in to deal with it immediately. Psycho is not playing in piano. There's very little to stop FaZe Clan here.
It's where some teams throughout this major, and we've seen it in APAC North, especially throughout Stage 3, they'll bring along the laser gates as well of Haruni and use it to double up on these castles. Psycho's going to start things off, almost finds himself taken out, but should be able to get himself back inside here as long as he can deal with Bullet. I say that, and Souls is coming across to join Bullet, so Psycho is dead to rights. But the big question is how many more can he take with him? Again, he's just wasting time. It's exactly like on Bank when we found them dug outside, right inside the whole way down towards the left side of the map. Psycho here might find himself swung onto and is going to lose that gunfight. Admittedly, when you basically got 3 walls on, you can't be saying much else.
Well, that's a big kill, though, that we saw come out from Psycho, and he desperately needed it. That brings 11 kills in this half for Nip. The exact same that Cyber happens to have, by the way. And the Capital was the one that fell from Cameraman. You know how crucial Capital can be on this particular map. And on this bomb site upstairs, those fire arrows work very effectively at keeping your opponents at bay. What is going on now? as Cyber walks in. He gets the kill onto Muzi. Muzi still struggling to find a kill. He'll go 0-6 in the first half, but Cyber collects yet another, and it leaves just Julio alive. Souls will finish him off.
Wow.
5-1 first half, 2 rounds away from FaZe's first major championship.
Think about what we were saying. When FaZe are dominant on a map, they are truly dominant. 7-1, 7-3 we've seen so far today. And for NIP, with the maps they won, they were scrappy. They were down and dirty. It wasn't necessarily a clean affair. But Cyber is a man possessed in this first half. He has been throughout much of the competition. But to be at what, 12-2 inside 6 rounds? Whew!
13 he's got now.
I can't count. I'm glad someone can.
The thing is, Des, it's not that you can't count, it's that Cyber's killing people so quickly that you just can't keep up with it.
By the time you said the number, he's got another one.
Absolutely wild at the minute. It is like he has come into this and said, you know what, I am not coming this close to a major title and not taking it home to Brazil with me. He is personally grabbing this game by the scruff of the neck and dragging it over the line.
I love how the competition at the start of this game was between Muzi and between him as to who was going to break the record, who was going to be the top fragger. He's 13-2, Muzi is 0-6. We did say, as the series wears on, can you really have the stamina? Don't forget, we've seen a 20-round extra overtime game or a limited OT game. We've seen all 5 maps. Is it the world champions, the ones who have been through some of these heart-wrenching best of 5s before, who are flagging in this final map? And is it Cyber who's warming up the longer the day goes on?
I think that, there is potentially a stamina conversation to have at some point. We said that it might play a factor here. We're probably well into going towards 5 hours of siege now. It's an awful lot of mental pressure for these players, and it just looks like FaZe are standing up to it better at the minute.
We just broke the 5-hour mark, all spending time together, gentlemen. It's been an
I hated every second of it.
I was going to say
the difference between the two of us. A pleasure, hated every second of it.
I need to be neutral now.
Yeah, just stay true neutral.
Just say you've... Ace, it's been a pleasure with you. Look at this. Oh my goodness.
Cyber again.
Cyber is smurfing on this lobby at the moment. FaZe Clan get the lead-off pick in their very first offensive round on Pino.
And what were we saying in the previous round about this castle and laser gate setup? The barricades have come in. They've got laser gates on top. There's a laser gate coming in at the top of red stairs. It just means Cyber is so dug in here, and it's going to require a lot of range utility to get it cleared out. You need Muzi in there. You need all sorts. Finally, Cyber does get shut down. It's Kamikaze to take him out. Sure, it's only been about 60 seconds, but the damage has been done.
That was nothing but arrogance on Cyber's part, though. He thinks he can peek the hatch again. Yep. I get it. You're feeling it. You gotta reel that in because those stupid deaths will cost your team rounds.
It will. They add up. Absolutely. I was going to say the same thing. He was coming back for afters, and there was absolutely none there to be found. Shut down and leaving us now in a 4 versus 4. We come to the halfway mark. FaZe Clan still trying to lock down this top floor site. They're not looking too bad at the minute. They've got themselves in what I would describe as fairly final positions here. There's a couple out on Cocktail. There's one still holding onto Pixel Spot, but there is one FaZe player bouncing around underneath at the minute that they need to deal with. Kamikaze finding a kill. Another one for Muzi there. 4 versus 2.
And he's right in the middle of the bomb site. All of Nipbar, they're swarming on in, pushing the 2 remaining players of FaZe Clan out to the White Hall and into, unfortunately for them, Piano. But there's a fight back from Cameraman. They are not going to go quietly. They'll continue to toss away as Kamikaze completes that diffuser down, and Astro will fall, leaving Cameraman in a 1v... Oh, never mind. A 1vx? No, it's a 0vx. Down go FaZe. Nip get a huge round that they desperately need and deny FaZe Clan match and series and championship point.
Kamikaze channeling his inner Cyber, just charging his way through sight, but we can't ignore what you guys said. The arrogance of going back in for that second peak. Was it really necessary? I get it. You get the second kill, you're a hero, the round's basically won. But with him not being inside a cigar, it enables Kamikaze to just vault straight in through the skylight, knowing the only place he can be contested from is Cocktail and inside of storage, and picks up 2 critical kills. Again, don't want to put all the kind of criticism here onto Cyber, but that wasn't a fight that he needed to take at that time.
No, I mean, he's broken the kill record over a best of 5. I think we can cut him a little bit of slack, but yes, he needs to be careful that he doesn't allow that sort of confidence to carry him away either, because, as we say, each and every death could cost FaZe here. 5-2 now. NIP managed to get themselves a round back, and maybe today is the day that we see Kafe playing out in favour of the attackers.
Certainly seems that way, gentlemen. Well, I mean, it certainly played out in favor of FaZe on that first half. A 5-1 seems like an indomitable scoreline, though. Even if this is an attacker-favored Kafe, the likely score from NIP at best is 4-2. That's what we tend to see the most. And that frequency, well, that's not anything that NIP are going to be particularly happy about. They're going to need to mirror what FaZe Clan did in that first half to send us back to overtime. We already saw unlimited overtime in Villa. Could we have it on the docket for a second attempt here at Kafe? I joked, hey, how great would have it been if we ended this series on Villa with unlimited overtime, and both of you had, I could feel your heart palpitations. But maybe, just maybe, Kafe might get there.
Kafe's one of the ones that I'd love to see it happen, given the 5-1 half that we've seen so far. It's just great to see attackers being so successful on the map. So far, only the one defensive round coming in. It's a bit of a rough time. FaZe need to find something. Here, stepping down into Reading and Fireplace. Again, it's basically a repeat of what you just saw a second ago on the bar and cocktail defense. The difference being, you've got to get that top floor control and then execute into the second floor. So it's not as straightforward as take bar, cocktail, win round. There's a few extra steps to work through, which gives the defenders more time to play with, more clock time to burn down, and more pressure on the attackers, especially when Julio's starting getting out with C4 coming in from Cameraman.
Big start for FaZe there, just taking out one piece at a time. That's going to be the Nomad gone. NIP need to start finding kills here. FaZe Clan starting to drop themselves back towards site. They're going to leave one man upstairs. Forget that, Psycho's having none of it. He takes Souls out, and that gives NIP top floor control.
Now, they've still got half of the round left to play off of if they so choose, but that pick onto the Maestro is huge. Those Evil Eye cameras will still be in effect, but they will be nowhere near as effective as they would have been had Maestro still remained. And Souls, of course, a very clutch performer. But Cyber hasn't flown too close to the sun, so he still has his wings, and he can fly around the map as much as he so chooses. Sitting at 14 kills, he's going to be a major win condition for FaZe moving forward.
Astra had a pre-placed C4 there, and I think he thought someone was behind the bar. They were actually inside a storage. It was the Sledge. Unfortunately, he doesn't quite find the kill that he was looking for. That's all explosives consumed now by the defenders. They're going to have to rely on the pure gun skill or a potential push down White. There's 3 members that have just stormed their way down White here. I'm not quite sure what the game plan is, but it looks like FaZe are trying to set themselves up for some kind of retake here, positioning themselves on the half stairs, lower down White as well. This could sting NIP if they're not ready.
They could also waste as much time as they want, because 30 seconds means that NIP have to work within those parameters. Kamikaze's the one with the diffuser. To deliver it towards the bomb site, he's going to have to drop through the hatch. And, well, he botches the first flash. There's still a lot of bodies up top. With 20 seconds remaining, it looks like that hatch drop is going to come into effect. Down into Laundry, Kamikaze will walk through. FaZe losing their second body. A third will follow, too. NIP doing an exceptionally good job of boxing them out. Cyber's in a 1v4, and he's looked so fine, but it's a bit too much to overcome. NIP's now fired up, and we got ourselves a match.
Don't we just? NIP getting themselves back into this here. 2 consecutive defensive rounds and start looking like they might just be able to replicate what FaZe did. I mean, there's a timeline where they potentially better it. At the minute, FaZe are yet to have a successful defense. If NIP could go one better, 6-0 on the half, they will win this without the need for overtime. Something tells me, and I've been here once or twice before, Des, that this one's going to go to at least 12 rounds. I think we're going to see plenty more out of this match yet.
There is still a lot more to come. FaZe with the right sort of idea at the end of the round there. Timing not really helping them for one, but also NIP just being better in those crucial situations. Winning countless 1v1s, looking the right way at the right time, get 4 kills that for a second it looked like they wouldn't find.
There's no way that FaZe can choke this one this close.
No way.
Close, right?
No way.
There's no way that we're going to see a comeback, Brew, is there?
This is Ace's favorite round, though.
It's a very important round, and even more so in this game. Round 9 is where you get that real difference maker coming in. If FaZe get this now, it's match point. It's championship point. It is 3 opportunities to close it out and take the major, and that will be like a hammer blow to the mental of NIP. So FaZe Clan, this is the one to win. If you're going to find a successful defense, make it here, make it now, make it on the top floor.
Well, they didn't succeed the first time they came here, but they had some things working. It all started off with the sledge break onto the hatch, Cyber playing below, and that immediate instinctive kill, but then he got cocky. He got way too cocky. It doesn't look like cockiness is going to be much of an issue here right now, because the engagement from Cyber underneath that hatch will likely be unknown for the attackers. A Nitro Cell is there ready to get tossed on up, and somebody from NIP could be punished for it, but Cyber pulls a little bit too early.
Very cute from Pino just to move over above the front door and use that as his repel point, where most would just go for the wall and get C forward once you're locked into the repel animation. Yet again though, FaZe find the opener, this time onto Muzi, and it isn't Cyber finding the opening kill, but it's where they go from here that counts.
Not just yet again, Derry, every single opening duel has broken in favor of FaZe thus far since they moved on to defense, and they have 0 rounds to show for it.
Like NIP are just playing on that increased difficulty level. Come in here and 4v5 every single round. Psycho levels it up, not for the first time. Squares us away at 4 versus 4. A lot of utility still in place for FaZe Clan here. NIP haven't been able to get the laser gate or the castle barricade shifted out yet, and that means that we've still got this man Cyber inside of the cigar shop, shotgun in hand, looking to make an impact on the top of red stairs. 1 minute 30 left to go. He's opened the hatch and could drop down for a rotation there.
Still got control of cigar shop here as well. They burnt through the laser gate, but the barricade still stands. So for now, at least, they can hold as defenders inside cigar shop a little longer. NIP likely going to start feeling a little bit skittish. They're in halfway up red and pushing their way forward. So not looking for the drop, but have found a different angle. Potentially the swing coming in from FaZe to try and challenge onto that angle. Can't quite find the kill, and Cyber's out. Psycho finds the kill. Yet again, FaZe are falling apart after their initial entry kill. NIP with 60 seconds to still make this work.
A beautiful read by Psycho to understand inside of that humidor where Cyber is going to go next. A drop could have kept the best player in this match still in the game. So now NIP needs to reset, but they lose Kamikaze in the process. Back to a 3v3. These teams on even footing. Very minimal utility for NIP outside of those 3 flashes from Julio. There really isn't much for them to work with, and they're going to have to cut right through the middle of this defense in order to pull off a plant.
Bullet's got a very tight angle from the washroom there. Doesn't manage to catch Psycho as he moves across that line of sight. He's able to start repositioning himself inside his sight, but is going to shut down Julio, and Bullet, he's on the move. He manages to get himself 1. Pino shuts down Souls, and that's going to leave us now in a 2 versus 1. Bullet, cameraman, it's all to do, and it's cameraman who's able to close that one out. An important round 9 for FaZe as they get themselves onto championship point.
And the diffuser was still on the roof that whole time. Pino on the rappel, looking into the back bar, but the 2 other players from NIP were deep inside the building. Objective play was not what they were looking for. They knew at that point, we need to go for kills. I said that. They have very minimal utility. We're not really going to be able to pull off and execute unless 1 or 2 of them are dead. We have no site control. We have very limited map control. All we have to do is go for kills, and they failed at every endeavor.
I feel like NIP are a team that aren't playing to be the top planting team, they're planning to be the lowest planting team. Kamikaze did die in the skylight, admittedly, and it's a lot of work to do then to get back up on the roof and recover that diffuser, but their new kills had to be the go-to play, as it so often is for the side of NIP. FaZe with a golden opportunity. They have got 3 rounds to get 1 defense right, and it can include a full rotation back to bar and cocktail if necessary. Surely, Ace, they can get this over the finish line here.
After what has been an unbelievable week of Siege here at the 6 Major Sweden, FaZe now stand on the threshold of what could be the final round. They need to find 1 more successful defense. They've hit the tactical pause button. They've decided that they just need to steady the ship, steady the nerves, and calm things down.
Here's the problem with calling it now, though. If things start to go badly, you don't have any way out of it. If you lose this round, NIP catches fire, they take the next 3 rounds, and overtime is on the board, you have effectively gambled this time out when you could have waited to settle yourself down under worse circumstances.
But think about the call points you get. You've just flexed on the boys NLP and been like, you know what, here's 60 seconds to sit and think about the pressure you're currently under. Try and figure this one out, boys. You've got 1 mistake is all it's going to cost you, and we win.
To be fair, though, Nip is capable of talking about this while phasing. Yeah. So Nip can actually settle their nerves down and say, all right, here's what we need to do. Nip is the team on attack, so it is imperative that they have a good strategy to get in the building, but they will be reacting to what is presented by FaZe every step of the way, and that's far more challenging to map out.
Heading then into the action phase of round number 10. Potentially our last round, we're going to have a defense from FaZe Clan of Reading Room. We saw this back in round 8. NIP won, of course. FaZe have only won upstairs in bar. They need to do something a little bit differently here. They kept hold of top floor pretty well last time around, but then I think it was about a minute and a half mark. They just all disappeared and went back to site. They left one man up there on his own. I think it was Souls, and he just got shut down really quickly, and from there NIP really ran away with the round. So FaZe maybe just need to try and keep hold of that top floor for a bit longer this time.
Cyber yet unable really to get himself moving in the last few rounds as well. He kind of hit that 14 kill point and has felt relatively quiet since then. Thankfully, his team have again stepped up around him, and stressing the first half with that excellent play they had around the red corridor, that it is a team game and it isn't always down to a one-man effort. It's all of the boys coming together, like we saw with how close the scores were on Villa earlier on. 11 to 17, I believe, was the range of kills across everyone. All players putting it all on the line in, again, what could be this critical final round.
And FaZe have favored these two bomb sites back to back, starting upstairs on Cocktail and then going down to Reading. Unsuccessful the first time, but then after that, finding success on Cocktail. Replication on this middle floor means the championship goes to FaZe Clan.
They continue the push. NIP just getting themselves established inside of Piano now. Muzi just watching that angle, knows that there's a man out in white. It gives him a good line of visibility. What a flick from Muzi to open things up, taking down the man of the moment, Cyber, and giving NIP an advantage as he tries to push through Pixel Spot to continue this top floor take.
Cyber didn't need to push that. He was sat behind a shield, and now that he's pushed it, he's conceded a real power position. He was so keen to hit a flank, find a couple of kills and win it for his team there, but that selfishness may have cost them here. Muzi chasing after Bullet down wide as well. It's getting very tense as we get into the final 60 seconds.
They were hunting them down. Muzi in hot pursuit. He's been able to finally put some kills on the board, and with it, Nip's success and their stock has started to rise. Weathering the storm down in the middle of the bomb site are the FaZe Clan members. They still have one Nitro cell at their disposal and will likely be receiving information from Cameraman about what to do next. And it'll go off, pulled maybe a bit too early as he governs over the hatch, looking towards White Stairs, knowing there's a body there, but the pre-fire will not connect. Muzi still poised to work towards the bomb site from that exact angle. Nip know they have an advantage, but they cannot start to lose pace, and the momentum might be going in favor of FaZe Clan. They're watching very intently with the guns on both sides working out very effectively. A drop from Psycho inside of Laundry. Julio taking some damage, and the plant will start to go down. It's now a 2v3. FaZe have everything in their power, and that's the diffuser. Years and years of hard work pay off for the Brazilian squad, and 5 gentlemen earn their first major here in Sweden. FaZe Clan are your champions.
A real 5-map war to get us to this point. Would you expect any different when it's NIP coming into a grand final? But FaZe, they break expectations. They say, out with the old, in with the new. They are currently the best team in the world.
Written all over their faces right now. The relief, the jubilation, the celebrations going on within that roster. It's been a long year of hard work for them, of disappointment at times, not making it to other major events, but they made it to the one that counted for them. They came to Gävle in Sweden, and they have taken the title. An unbelievable performance from FaZe Clan, some of the biggest and oldest names inside of Siege, and you see them now all coming down to the center of the stage to have their moment, the moment that they have been dreaming of.
And here they step in. FaZe, your champions are the winners of Gävle here in Sweden. They are your 6 major champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has happened. Some of the best players in Brazil, some of the best in the world, and now officially, till our next major tournament, they are the best in the world. FaZe Clan take it all. And Kafe was the final battleground. What a way to round out our tournament, Jess, isn't it?
I cannot believe the caliber of Siege, and it's very different, I feel, from the last major that we saw inside of Mexico. Instead of it being this objective, sort of strategic, high-value, fundamental Siege, these teams took some of the most high-caliber gunfights I have seen in a very long time, back-to-back to each other, and I think that that is some of the most exciting Siege we've watched in a very, very long time.
And you know, when I did my research on FaZe, I wrote two things. 7-map pool, Swiss Army knife. I thought this team, they can do it all. They can mix it with the best. They can play objective. They can play gun skill. They find out the win condition that they've got for their opponent. They use it. And we saw round 3, round 4, a really good drone network. They would manage to just drone Cyber in. We just saw how freely he was walking up white stairs, getting a 4K. The next round, he walks down red stairs, gets a 3K, opening up rounds to them. They know exactly what they want to do, and they do it well.
Something for us to highlight here is that the team that just won the championship was the highest percentage attacking team in this entire major. We've done it. We've swept the defensive sided map. We pushed it to the side, and we made the attacking what it is.
59 rounds in total is what we needed for this victory. We have our interview ready with our winners, FaZe Clan. Hello, hello, hello. Boa tarde, what's up? Cameraman, congratulations to you and to the team. Look, you've been around Rainbow Six for quite a few years. How does it feel like?
Thank you so much. Yeah. My shoulders are so light now, you have no idea. This team is amazing. I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say. I just want to thank my teammates. I want to thank my fans that trust me, my family overall, everyone that made part of this. We're not alone. This is yours too. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. That's all.
Cameraman, can't believe that it all came down to this. You've had such a long career as well, alongside all of these players that you have on the squad in so many different teams and iterations of squad. What do you think today, FaZe Clan, lifting the trophy? What was the difference that was needed for you to get this ultimate victory?
As I said in some other interviews, when they gave me the leadership back in MIBR, I started growing up and evolving and improving, and I realized that it's not only the game part that matters. That's the psychological part that's the most important in my opinion. And I had other examples that didn't care too much about that, and maybe that's probably why we haven't won back then. But now I feel in charge that I need to calm these guys down. And yeah, I thought I would be nervous today, but it's so much responsible for me. It's so much responsibility for me, and I had to stay together with them and be part of this team like one piece, and we did it. We did it greatly.
It's the esports dad environment. That's the mindset we're in. Cyber is our MVP, by the way, for this matchup. What do you like to say, on behalf of Cyber, who's played excellently during this tournament? How do you enable such a monster to constantly keep doing damage?
We had such a hard time in stage 2, and when we recovered in stage 3 and went to this major, and I saw him doing really good and feeling really good. He's really focused on what he does. I promised him, like, I'm gonna make you MVP, a major MVP, and he did it.
He did it, and he won it, and you guys run away with a boatload of SI points, as if you needed any more of those, 375 in total, and $200,000 dues. at the end of it. What you gonna do with that? Let's just break it down to brass tacks here.
I don't care. I don't care. This money doesn't mean anything for me. The glory to be here and stand this trophy is everything I've been looking for these years. Astro knows the feeling. I saw when he lifted the trophy. He released so much agony and pain that we kept these years, and it was really beautiful to see that. Yeah, it's an amazing moment, one of the best moments of my life for sure.
Beautiful to hear and beautiful to see, and I'm so proud to have been here and been able to watch as FaZe Clan went through their matches. You guys went through your games and were victorious against NIP, a foe that you faced off against so many times. Cameraman, before we wrap this up, anything you want to say to all the fans out there that right now, they're not just watching you in Brazil, they're watching you all over the world. They're proud to say FaZe up in this.
I want to thank my international friends. This is for you. And now I need to speak in Portuguese. I'm sorry, you guys don't understand, but I have to do this. Galera, muito obrigado, de verdade. Vocês não sabem como vocês fazem a diferença pra gente, tanto vocês na torcida, quanto a família. Isso aqui, tem muita gente levantando isso com a gente. Coragem, certo? Coragem. Saveiro pega no breu. E é isso, queria de novo agradecer minha família, meus amigos, a família dessa molecada aqui, que abre mão de muitas coisas pra ficar ali se doando todos os dias. Só a gente sabe o quanto isso significa.
Quer falar um bagulho? Eu não falo nada.
E eu queria também... later, Astro was gonna say, okay? So don't finish. Eu queria também agradecer minha família, meus amigos, todos aí que eu já agradeci. Queria dedicar também essa vitória aí pro Monster. O moleque começou jogando comigo aí. E eu prometi pra ele logo no group stage que ia fazer isso. E realmente isso se concretizou. Um moleque aí que teve vários problemas, mas você vai sair dessa aí. Pode ter certeza. Tamo junto, molecada. Isso aqui é nosso, porra. Vamos pra cima, caralho.
Fala, Darkzão. Fala. Guys, queria só mandar uma mensagem pra torcida da FaZe. Isso aqui é pra vocês. Torcida da FaZe Clan, a gente é campeão do mundo, tá? Segura essa aqui agora. É nosso. E um abraço pro Dark, que fez a análise, pra minha namorada e pra minha família, a família de todo mundo aqui, que tá apoiando a gente em todo momento. Muito obrigado, galera. Pra vocês isso aqui, tá? É nosso.
Deixa eu falar aqui. Um beijo pra minha mãe que tá em casa assistindo, um beijo pra minha namorada também, Giovanella, muito obrigado. Sem vocês duas eu não seria nada, muito obrigado, amo vocês duas.
Bom, queria mandar um beijo pra minha família toda que tá lá em casa, o meu bebezinho também que tá crescendo bastante, me assistindo lá. Sei que ele não entende muito ainda, mas ele vai vendo o pai dele sendo campeão mais vezes.
Não quero falar nada.
That's it. Thank you all.
Muito obrigado, cameraman, and congratulations on your victory to you, to FaZe Clan, to Brazil, to the entirety of LATAM region. And hey, until the next big one at the Invitational, where we get to see FaZe again. Yeah. Bye-bye. Have a great time. Here we are, back again, the Analyst Desk. I'm the Medic, with me are Kini, Jess, and Fresh. And getting to hear all these players, you know, my Portuguese isn't the best, but it's still a Latin-based language. You can tell the amount of passion that they have behind being a team as a family, and their families related by blood as well. All the people that they stood at their side to get them to this point. And it is always very humbling when you achieve the highest levels of anything in your career, as anything you're doing in the world, and you always turn back and say, I am here because of the people that got me to this place, that taught me all I needed to be the person I am today. That is very inspiring to hear from the players.
And it's been a long time coming too, particularly for Astro and Cameraman. You know, we've seen them basically since day dot, and they finally won an international event. FaZe, as a team, as an organization, have finally won an international event.
It's not even just that. The Cameraman and Astro duo, all the way back in 2016, were on like Santos Dexterity, Team Font. We're going back before they could really even jump their way in against international competition, and they had been fighting and fighting and fighting in their own regions to be recognized on the international stage. They never got that trophy together, and of course, knowing full well that Cameraman spent that year at MIBR, they brought him back, and guess what they brought back with him? A damn major trophy in their hands. That is not something that Astro and, of course, his duo of Cameraman have been able to say before, even though they've been duoed all these years. I'm exasperated too. Don't worry, Chris. You just want to fail.
I'm just. I'm so happy for them. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I've wanted it for so long. You know, I remember in Milan, cameraman actually. You know, the personality he's got getting up on the camera, and I wanted it then, and that was 2.5 years ago. Do you know what I mean? It's been so long.
Got old.
Everybody
got old.
Yeah,
cameraman got old. The rest of the team.
Yeah, we were. We were
they're
literally
watching
sat right next to each
Wow.
other. Yeah.
This is before we were a duo.
Yeah.
We have
Wow.
to talk about Cyber as well.
Oh.
In 2 of these games, the man, one game he went well above 2 kills per round, and he was very close in this game as well. I'm gonna need his mouse, his sense, his skincare routine. I need all the info on that guy, because I need to know how this man works.
Statistically, it's very important to point him out because he's broke records here today.
Yes.
Let us not shy away from the fact that when you get into a best of 5, you have an opportunity to break records that have otherwise not been set, purely out of the fact that I think this was some of the highest amount of kills that have been in a best of 5 in totality with all of the players, and Cyber himself, you know, leading the charge, being able to break those kill record. We'll get those exact numbers for you in a moment, but I think the biggest part of that is that Cyber was enabled by his team.
Yeah.
It is not just the team that comes in and has that one player that pops off all the time. He has all of his teammates around him.
And that's the true point, is when he's walking up them white stairs, especially on that Kafe, where he's getting a 4K. There's drones, there's information, there's calls, and there's a team around him that trusts him to do that and is ready for him to make plays off the back of that as well.
We talked about this in the group stage when we got here and started our show on Monday, and I think I spoke with both of you, like, individually on the show. FaZe is enabled by the fact that they brought in cameraman a few months ago. That was the linchpin, the turning point of their careers as individuals and as a whole team. And you brought them together. Incredible experience. You bring them with Astro, and you do work. And FaZe victorious. We thought it'd be tighter. Like Villa all the time, but like you mentioned just multiple times, it seems like counter-stratting is definitely the big piece here for FaZe. And even though NIP had the experience, FaZe still went out.
Absolutely, for sure. Just like you said, FaZe, throughout this whole series, I think they read NIP really well. And I think especially on this game, the very first round, NIP brings out a Warden. Most likely expecting FaZe coming in with smokes, which they were, but also the very classic FaZe Capital. And they win that first round with the Warden. Then they play Warden again. And again, and again. For 5 rounds in a row, they played Warden. And already by round 3, FaZe was already adapting to that. Round 4 and round 5, they didn't run any smokes. They had completely read them, and NIP just could not keep up. So then by round 6, they finally realized that, hey, the Warden's not working out at all. And it was just beautiful play from FaZe.
If you're a team with an 80+% win rate on your attack on a map, and like your NIP as their opponents, you're sitting there going, we'll bring anything we can bring to counter them. Because if you're that formidable on your attacking side on a specific map, it's going to be hard to turn around and just play based off merit. I don't think it's a meritocracy at that point. Yes, it's a defensive-sided map, but you're going up against a team that wins 80% of their attacking rounds and forces you to have to win your attacking rounds, which you don't usually do. NIP was up against it in the first half. I said this on the pre-desk. It was going to be done in the first half, and it almost was.
It pretty much was, and from NIP's point of view, it was probably a counter to the Capital, to the smoke.
Absolutely.
That they'd seen, and you know, I'm not necessarily hating too much on the Warden pick.
Sure.
Maybe more the lack of adaptability later on in the rounds where they didn't really deal with it. They left a clear hole in their defense, and FaZe just found that and just took advantage of it.
We're saying they left a hole, and I will say that I don't think it would have mattered what operator NIP brought, because if Cyber wants to play Maverick, or he wants to play Ash, or he wants to play all these operators he rotated throughout, which was a little strange for me because usually you'll have one of your entries play a specific operator or 2. He decided he'd play all 3 of the roles that he damn wanted, and it so worked. I don't think it matters what operator you bring when the man is droned in, has the intel he needs to act off of, and it's just pew pew and you're dead. What does the Warden do then? That's not what the sunglasses are for, are they?
Yeah, but I think this is also one very beautiful thing about Siege. I was talking with Pengu yesterday, and we were talking about sort of like these tech operators, Warden, Nuck, reading into your opponents and bringing the operator that's necessary to counter the enemy team. And I mean, the Warden clearly wasn't working out by round 3, 4, 5. And But what they could have brought more anti-intel in order to not allow Cyber to just walk into the map.
You know what? I'm gonna jump on the bikini boat here. A prox alarm.
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
A simple prox alarm on
Genuinely.
white stairs, red stairs, and you're done.
Prox Alarm, one of the most underrated pieces
Thank
of
you.
utility
In
in the
general.
entire game, 100%.
Well, Mai
Whether it be
has it.
Pro player or whatever.
You to bring all my. I mean,
Exactly. We need to see more quick adaptation. We need to see people tech operators on the fly. If they run something, if you're expecting them or if they're running something clearly, you need to adapt immediately. You need to bring something that's going to tech into them. Bring more anti-intel, bring prox alarms. There's so many operators that you can utilize in order to tech into your opponent.
And that's where we talked about NIP having siege smarts. They were causing problems for their opponents. They faced similar opponents today. They didn't have that solution. They didn't have that adaptability to bring a prox alarm, to bring Legion for Goo Mines, to bring more bad wire, to bring, I don't know, a clash, something just to face up that kind of behavior.
Perfect.
And that's disappointing from NIP's point of view because they'll feel they're better than that, especially when they go back to watch this. They'll be like, we could have done so much against this. Yeah. And especially those 2 rounds where Cyber just walked in and got those multi-kills, that kind of spiraled into what we saw, into them losing the match because it was 3-1, 4-1, 5-1.
You are in a best of 5, and throughout the entirety of best of 5, there were like a maximum of like 7 plants at one point throughout an entire best of 5 series. None of these teams are planting, none of them are playing objectives. So how are the rounds ending? Through elimination. And if you get to map number 5 and you can't work out in your head that quite clearly your opponent is trying to win rounds through pure elimination, and you're planning for plant denial with 7 plants in an entire series, you have misread the situation, my friend. And unfortunately for NIP, and this happened to other teams, including SSG, rigidity is your killer. You must be adaptable on the fly. This is FPS chess. And if you can't work out when you lose one of your critical pieces on the board, what you need to do, and you just keep moving other pieces as you would have if it was there, then that is when you will lose the game.
I remember when Siege first came out, we started talking about this rock, paper, scissors mentality. You said chess, but I think it's very important thinking about this. Well, again, rock, paper, scissors. Very simple. But if your opponent is picking scissors 5 rounds in a row, and you start countering with rock every single round, swap to paper.
I mean, that was probably the best analogy it's ever been given. There you go.
Yeah. Well. Rock, paper, scissors, what we got. And honestly, it makes a lot of sense. Not every operator has to be good in every single situation.
Correct.
There are niche operators that are brought for specific things to counter, among which are the Warden, some of which also is the Nook, like you mentioned. And there's so many more that fit in these spaces. Frost, for example, in places, but there's flexibility within each operator. You have soft destruction, yada yada. This is the beauty of Siege, that if we were to sit here and theory craft about setups and compositions, we would literally be here until Invitational, still thinking about what could happen. Friends, how about we recap our bracket real quick, show everybody what they might have missed, or what, for those that missed it, we'll be watching next week as they kind of relax, wind down, and go through these VODs. We started with 16 teams. Incredible to begin with on Monday. 8. That's all that was left starting Friday when we got to the playoffs. NIP, Space Station Gaming, Team on Rogue, FaZe Clan BDS, and Damwon Kia Sandbox Gaming. We got to the semis. NIP v Rogue 2-0 for the Ninjas and 2-1 FaZe v Damwon Kia. We thought that game was going to be the best one that we had. It got really close, but when it comes to also pure action, somehow the grand final went even above and beyond. 3-2, FaZe Clan v NIP, and FaZe, for the first time ever, lift a trophy, a major trophy, and Brazil picks up 3 out of 3 trophies available in this year. One thing we take away from 2021, because this is the last international tournament of 2021, Brazil is best, and it's not until Invitational, until we get to really test their mettle and see if they really can keep up, and if other regions can step up to the plate finally and take down LATAM and Brazil in general and the reign of terror. Final thoughts on the desk, Jess?
I just want to say how incredibly proud I am to stand on the desk with 3 men who I admire very dearly. Okay, I get it. I'm standing on a box on the desk.
Just for accuracy.
I'm going to take the compliment back. I was going in a really nice direction until then.
Go ahead.
But go on.
I was with you.
Thank you very much. See, Keeney understands. No, I think it's an
No,
absolute
I'm not standing
pleasure.
in a box.
I'm going to continue the compliment, even though
Yes,
I really
yes.
don't want to. This is your first international LAN here with me, and it has been an absolute pleasure, and you've exceeded expectations. You came in at the last minute onto the analyst desk, thrown into the deep end, and managed to stand here par to par with us here, bringing some analysis I didn't think that we would have as a first-timer on the desk. You've done an amazing job, and I think all of the viewers out there got the true winner here today. We got the highest attacking winning team, which is why I want to set the precedence moving forward here in Siege. We had defensive-sided maps for the past however many years, for as long as I can remember here in Siege. And now we are finally moving in a direction of 50-50. We are finally having a 50-50 coastline, finally having maps where I can watch both sides of Siege and feel compelled that I will get the best Siege. And that is what we got to see here at the Major. And that's good, at least for an analyst perspective.
And I think that's going to swing even harder coming into Invite. Because which operator is going to be available for Invite? OSA.
Oh, tell me you got some crazy OSA strats up your sleeve.
Oh, I do. OSA is by far my favorite new operator in a very long time. And I really think that she's going to shift the dynamic in general. Defending teams are going to have to swap away from some of the strats that they're doing now and bring impacts in order to deal with this OSA. And Invite's bound to be spicy.
Aye. Fresh.
Go on, my man.
Final thoughts.
Yeah.
Best team won. It's always the case. You're never going to see the worst team won. But genuinely, FaZe Clan came out of the blocks with 2 7-0s back-to-back in group stages, and throughout the tournament, they've looked very good. Slight off day yesterday, but they found a way to win again today. And then just a final shout-out, more to Jess, because it's about 40 minutes until her birthday. So she wants to go get off and start celebrating that.
Oh,
Happy birthday, Jess.
you guys have done so well. Pass it on to my man Milosh down the desk. Please, you got to flow it on like a Chinese whisper. There we go. Thank you very much.
Well, my friends. We've grown a lot through the past week. Could have thought a week's experience and going through new things is going to build some character, right? What did we predict, though, for this match? A final bit of... He's already under the table.
I'm not supposed to be the professional analyst.
Can we get him a box, please? There it is. Keeney going for Nip and Taro for Nip 2. And
Wow.
Fresh was on the mark exactly 3-2 with myself, Jess, and Ace 3-1. Des expecting a blowout 3-0 for FaZe. Yeah, I see you're always shaking your hands. He wants to
Let him glow.
Fresh, go, take it.
I got the map banning FaZe exactly right.
Again?
Again. And I could see FaZe losing on Chalet. And I did see them losing on Coastline. I'm not going to lie. I didn't expect that to go the way it did. I saw them losing 2 maps, but I just thought they would have the fortitude to get over the line, which is what they did. So that's my glow. I'm done.
This is why we picked.
This is
why we got it.
light glow. But you know what? If you're so good, Fresh, maybe you should try out coaching. I think it's definitely something that could.
I destroyed a dynasty team, so I'm not going to do that again.
Fair enough. Well, Jack, Jess, Toby. It's really weird to say.
No.
Name reveal.
It's weird, huh? Ay.
He's walking off the desk.
Bikini Body, Jess Goat, and Fresh. My friends, I am very happy to share this desk with you this entire week, chatting about things. We had Pengu for the first time casting and talking about his views as a professional player, one of the most decorated players in the history of Rainbow Six. And Taro joining us as well. We get to see him cast again. I got to see a friend of mine that I shared years of my life with together in Katowice. Got to see Ace and Des again, and M and Hap, and everybody's growth over these past few years of Rainbow Six, including some of the best teams and players in the world. Some of them are getting old, and there's still a lot of young blood that is entering into Rainbow Six. Maybe it's going to be you that's watching right now, that a couple years from now, we'll be casting you at the Major, with you lifting that trophy. I hope that's something that's on your mind. And I can't wait to talk about you, whoever you are. Thank you so much for watching this entire week, action-packed of Rainbow Six, all live from Gävle, all at the 6th Major Sweden. 6th Invitational is in February. That is all locked in. All league finals will be in December. That is locked in. Everything's going to be a ton of fun, and there's so much more coming for Rainbow Six in the future, like always. And like always, it is time to end this broadcast. If you're out there, I'm so happy you got to join us. I'm so happy that we're all part of the same community together. Keep on rocking. We believe in you. Until then, next time, we love you very much. Take care of yourself. And hey, we love Siege. Good night.